Did someone say genius invocation TCG? Yes. Hee hee hee. You don't have a blanket for top tier comf? Honestly, I kind of want to get one. I'm gonna go get my blankie actually. I was actually feeling a bit cold. Alright. 3, 2, 1. 0. Here we go. I'm so glad I actually know how to play the TCG now.
Ladies and gentlemen, travelers, welcome back. Once again, you know it, you love it. You've lost as many card games in here as I probably have. Welcome back to the
I haven't. I haven't lost a singular card game.
Prince right there, my friends. Welcome back once more to this iconic
I have never lost.
But not just in game, also in real life. My name is Slacks. I will be your host here today. An exciting challenge like no other. We have brought together the best Genshin Impact Genius Invocation players from around the world to participate in a show unlike anything you've ever seen before. I'm talking about the real world, not the world of Tavat. I know how many times we've all beaten Amber in the Cat's Tail before. No.
I've
These
beaten them all.
guys are good, my friends. And let me introduce you, before we get into all the players, all the challenges, all the fun, to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Winter Invitational, baby!
Winter Invitational.
Oh, Prince, what have you done with the place? It looks beautiful. Absolutely lovely. You know what's the most lovely thing in here? Our contestants joining us from around the world. Now, we do have a very interesting tournament here for you today. Of course,
where can I watch this? You can watch this at youtube.com/astra_carnival or twitch.tv/astra_carnival. Make sure you guys follow.
Fun, but the number one rule is if you win
all the
with
links
a card,
are pinned
you keep
to
that
this
card,
chat.
baby. But we'll get into all the challenges and fun later. First, I have a duty to do, my friends. It is time to introduce you to our two teams. Now, as I said before, these teams are champions from around the world. We've brought them all here. They have all shown their stuff. But it's time for us to see if they're able to keep up with some zany challenges. Challenges that you participate in,
or
by
you could
the
stay
way.
here and watch.
You guys will be able to vote and create decks that they are forced to play with throughout the day. So get tricky, get wild, and let's go and head and meet our first team. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Team Blue, Team Astra of the Astra Carnival. Come with me, my friends. We have so much to see
They're in a
over
uniform.
here. Hello, hello. Now I'm going to share some little fun facts with everybody that they've shared with me. First up, coming in all the way from South Korea, and of course, the first Prince Cup he has attended. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Doom. Fun fact, not a scary guy. Very scary name, but incredibly kind and nice, so don't worry about it. Next up, Jibu. Used to be Jibo Toxide, changed his name. Very sad. I love that name. Wanted to do a shout out, however, to the Caddis Major Co-op League. His co-op partner not able to make it here today, but representing you, baby. No worries.
Do they speak English?
Up next, Enjoy.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like they don't understand what he's saying.
Sloths are cuter than
They're
cats.
like just staring blankly into the camera.
70% of our viewing audience, he has also made an enemy out of Prince. So, good luck to you. Okay, and moving on, of course, to Birdie, the last one from Team Astra. Now, Birdie has never played Genshin Impact on the PC before.
Oh.
However, does have a 100% completion rate in every single region, except for Mondstadt.
Smile and wave, smile and wave, stare, smile and wave.
Extremely difficult. We all had issues with it, no problem. Moving on to their competitors,
Maybe they're just nervous.
Team Carnival. Why are they called Team Carnival? Perhaps they're in red. Perhaps they like to party and do parades. Or perhaps they're incredibly good at Genshin Impact Genius Invocation.
Oh, this team has girls.
With Zero, the hero from Mexico, whose fun fact is, you can translate his last name.
I think this side is a lot less nervous.
Bringing the thunder here today, my friends. Coming up next is Rev, all the way from Indonesia, who said that all cats are cuter than than sloths. So natural
lied.
anger there coming in from red and
question
blue team.
mark,
Very, very
maybe one
terrifying.
girl question mark.
We have a Robot Wizard here, my friends. Robot Wizard would like to say a shout out to Kevin, who showed him all of the worst decks possible to make sure that he wouldn't play
Wasn't
him here
he
today.
in the
Thank you
last
so much, Kevin.
Prince Cup?
And last but not least, Otomcha, I believe, who is like to be called Lumi here today. Lumi said she's ditching her chemistry exam to be here. Uh-oh. Well, no problem, ladies and gentlemen. Don't skip your schooling, but do not skip the show either, because we have one heck of a show to bring to you guys here
play
today.
Card
a
game.
super exciting event, unlike anything you've ever seen in the world of card gaming before. But before we can get into that, allow me to call forth our team captains. From Team Astra, Injagi, come to the stage, my friend. And from Team Carnival, Robot Wizard, come to the stage. Oh, feels good to be back in the cat's tail, doesn't it, my friend?
I guess so.
You guess so.
I'm very, very nervous.
Very nervous. Unbelievable. Why are you nervous? Now, for those of you guys who don't know, this guy right here is a multi-time champion. Won the North American region, I believe. Absolutely unstoppable. But he told me that he was washed. Are you really washed?
Washed?
I think so. I think the enemy team is much stronger.
Oh, so sweet. How do you feel about that, Injagi?
I think Robot Wizard is the best player I've ever played against.
Wow.
This is truly a competition. There
So
is no
they do
bad
all
blood
speak
between you. Why don't you
English.
just say something?
I think the
Are you
left
gonna win
side
any
was
of these
just
games?
really nervous.
Probably not.
Probably not. Are you going to win any of these games?
I think Injagi has a 100% win rate.
They
against
definitely understand.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, boys. We're going to see each one of you guys lose every single game on our amazing challenges. No,
Yeah, I
these
guess
are
they're just
humble
nervous.
Players, loving players from the Genshin Impact community. But today, it's going to be nothing but friendship and working together and being nice to each other. But before we get into these challenges and into these games, may I please introduce you to two of the greatest casters of all of Genius Invocation. That is
Casters.
right. The professor himself, the tiny cat, Blep, and his co-caster, the wonderful lore master, musical artist, Windflower, Leah. Let's throw it to our casters and say hello.
Whoa, casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, Lore Keeper and Resident Bard.
And this is Blep, Dean of Invocation Academy at Blep the Cat on YouTube. So happy to be back here in LA on the set.
Definitely. I mean, this is where it all started for us, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible being back. The stage looks as amazing as ever, and yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite the year of Genius Invocation TCG. You know, we started here for
Genius
us anyway, in, North
Invocation
America, EU Prince Cups here
TCG.
in
Dude, that
June.
makes me want to play.
And we've had events throughout the
But
world
it's not
here,
Monday
you know,
yet.
culminating
My
in this
weeklies didn't
final
reset.
show of the season, back where it all started.
Yeah, and noticeably, there are players from each of the tournaments we've
yeah.
casted live who are actually on stage today. Like, even our team captains have won you know, first place in Southeast Asia Prince Cup and also North American Prince Cup, respectively. We'll get to that a bit later, but yeah, it's pretty exciting. We've gone to so many places with this game, and also there have been tournaments that have happened without English casts that we've still kept up with and stuff. There are players here from those today. Speaking of players, let's get into the rosters. So, Team Astra, if you saw the shirt I'm wearing, I'm repping Team Astra today. Blue team, so we have Jibu, Injagi, Doom, and Birdie. Of course, Injagi is our team captain. As I mentioned before, he is the first place winner of the Southeast Asia Prince Cup that happened in Malaysia earlier this year. I'm really excited to see what this team brings to the table. This is Jibo's third time in LA. It's kind of
He's a regular now by
He
this
is a
point. He practically
regular.
lives here, I'm pretty sure. You know, he just doesn't leave. He's just waiting for the next event to happen anyway. It's because he's going to be here.
We also have some newcomers, of course, Doom and Birdie not having made in-person appearances yet, but that doesn't mean we should be underestimating them.
No, all the other players who are not from Prince Cups are from the Season 5 of the Cat's Tail Invitational. And I'm, of course, representing for Team Carnival here. We have Zero, who came top 4 in the Latin America Prince Cup. Robot Wizard, who, again, is a familiar face, coming in first in North America. And then Otomcha, a.k.a. Lumi, and coming from the Season 5. And Rev, of course, second place in the Southeast Asia one. Definitely a bit of a rivalry between Rev and Inzaghi, not only in the animal choices, but in TCG as well.
Sounds like there's a bit of rivalry going on between Robot Wizard and Injagi as well.
There's a lot of these players are very familiar. I mean, you know, they got to meet each other as well and talk with each other. All very friendly. But at the end of the day, they're all competitive players.
Yes.
So friendships are going to be put aside, and only, their only thought is going to be winning, no matter how crazy the challenges we throw at them today.
Well, I mean, tomorrow is going to be the more serious
event
day,
rules.
but let's get into the event rules for today. So this is a 2-day event, by the way. Today we're going to have 4 challenges for you. They're a bit chaotic. One of them, the players have not yet, they don't know anything about it. So basically, we have 4 people on each team, and they're going to be competing in these 4 challenges to earn 3 character cards from each challenge.
cards.
And it's the character cards were handpicked to be like incredibly good ones, like ones that they really want to be building into their teams tomorrow. So
yeah, we're gonna get to see which character cards are on the table pretty shortly once we get into the individual rules, but definitely that's kind of the main point of today. They need to win these cards in order to build their decks with on day 2. And if they don't win any of the meta cards, any of the cards that they like, then they're going to be in a real spot of trouble because they have to build, I believe, 7 decks to compete with tomorrow.
7 decks.
yeah.
Even though these players are used to deck building, they usually have the full pool available to them, but there's going to be no overlap. Each team is going to have a completely separate
30
set of
cards
cards
each,
to build
right?
with. Yes,
So-
30 cards each by the end of the day.
Yes, so
Whoa.
each team is going to have 30 cards by the end of the day.
Interesting.
Whatever character cards have not been issued yet by the end of today will be drafted at the end. We'll get to that a bit later. There will also be a Twitch chat voting segment.
Twitch chat vote.
That's going to be pretty interesting. So you guys
Yeah.
watching at home, you get to vote in chat to determine what characters these guys are also going to play.
Yeah.
And of course, if they win their game with those character cards, then they will get to keep them for the draft phase tomorrow as well. But for now, let's get into our first challenge. I'm so excited to see what's going to be here. Sauce
That's
News.
us. That's you guys.
Thank you so much, our wonderful casters. Excited to hear you guys go through all the action here today. Are you ready for challenge number 1? Well, in case
Ready.
you're not, let me re-explain how things work here if you can't read like me, because you spent most of your upper university time playing Genshin Impact. That's right, my friends. If you win with a card today, you keep that card, baby, for day 2, which is our challenging day. You
They've
can either win it
got
by winning
Mona,
those Twitch
Oceana,
hold
and-
decks that you guys will be building, or you want one of our challenges. This challenge in particular is called the Eclipse. Every single time that one of our players plays and it's their turn, they are able to see the screen. However, when it turns to the enemy's turn, their screen is blacked out. It is a eclipse. They must try to
What?
guess what their enemy did while they could not see their screen, put those pieces together, and win the game. Now,
Oh,
of
so it's
course,
like a
you will
half-blind
have to
match.
use your powers of astrology, much like Mona, who's one of the cards that you can win in this one. Oceanid and Child are also up for grabs as well. This Hydro challenge should be extremely interesting. How well can you hear and identify what your opponent has done? We will find out. And of
Interesting.
course, coming things up, we have Birdie, who's going to be playing for Team Ash. Are you ready to roll?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And we've got 0-0. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, well, with that underway, let us get into the action. Gentlemen, start up your games, and we'll throw it over to our casters for the Eclipse.
I like this host. Yeah, I like this host. He's so hype.
Okay. So I guess we'll be jumping into the game shortly. So before you think this challenge is easy, I know at first look it might seem that way. You know, we had a chance to playtest a little bit with this just to get a feel for it, and it is very difficult, particularly because the decks have been tailor-made for this challenge.
Yes, they have been tailor-made indeed. There are some tricky things that the players are going to
Oh
have
my
to
God,
look for. And of
guys,
course,
I
they
know
weren't
what's
given a heads up
happening.
until, like very recently about what they'll actually
Guys,
be playing.
I
These
know
decks were
what's
assigned to them
happening.
very last minute, and that was kind of the intention to see their reactions to some of these things. So
Yeah, there's some very well
Oh,
handpicked
I've
cards
never
there. You
played
know,
with,
you see when the crane returns. It's a card that not many players
Candace,
play,
though,
but
or
you know, anything
Eula,
that
so I don't know what
messes
those
with the usual
character
turn
cards
order
do.
and the way characters
my
move
official
are
duel
going to be very
Ayato.
prominent here. You know, when the crane returns,
Or
obviously
Jean,
switching you to your next character
or
right after you use a skill,
Beto.
which is very unusual.
yes, and I don't know if you guys got a glimpse of the character cards that were chosen, but there was Sucrose and Jean on each side. So Jean tosses people to the right, and Sucrose tosses people to the
Yes.
left. And of course, you know, so the gist of the rules of this challenge is that when it is not your turn, you
Pico.
cannot see what is happening on the board. Your screen gets blacked out. It is
Yeah.
the most, like, you can see it now. So the lighter
Interesting.
part of the board right now is whose turn it is. Like, they can see the darker shade at the bottom, like Team Carnival can currently not see the board.
Yeah, so all Zero is seeing right now is a graphic of the Winter Invitational, and you know, Birdie has all control over it. And then as soon as the turn passes over, we see the view switching. And we also note we have Candace and Beidou, one on each side, specifically for this challenge as well, because if you remember, they each have a prepare skill.
Yes.
Which delays their action for the next turn, but it basically skips your turn and lets the other player play 2 turns in a row.
Interesting.
But that can be pretty
Yeah, I've
confusing.
never played with
It can be very
Beidou.
confusing. So both the players, they started with Ayato and Yula, I think, but they ended up swapping to Candace and Beidou anyway. Yeah, that prepare skill is really interesting because it's like normally if you use a skill, it only lasts for that 1 turn. But in the case of
this
prepare skill,
early?
you're preparing to use a skill and then
And
it happens
leaving.
the following turn. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, and we can see here Birdie playing 2 cards and ending the round. So they're going to be blacked out for the rest of the turn. So whatever action Zero are going to take, Birdie is not going to find out until the end of the round when they go into their next dice rolls.
There's also a lot of cards that were inserted into like the support cards of these decks that you either can't track very well,
Interesting,
like there's no visual
interesting.
indicators because they were used during the turn that you couldn't see during. Like for example, there's Heavy Strike I see in a Team Carnival's hand there, Zero. There's also like Pancration, which you have to like look out for. Speaking of Heavy Strike,
Here we go.
Ooh.
Birdie's going to be very surprised at how Candace could take so much damage. Yeah, Zero has the ability to pile on a bunch of damage here.
Yeah, so Birdie ended the round very
Hi,
early,
Fran.
going for the double ramp with Paimon and Levin. But that gave Zero the opportunity to do 2 normal attacks, one of them with that Heavy Strike. What Heavy Strike does is it's 1 cost. When you play it, if you are on even dice, which makes it a charge attack, it's +2 damage.
I'm
Otherwise, it's just
good.
+1
How are
damage to
you?
your normal attacks specifically.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the players are not
Whoa.
allowed to look in the history. If you remember back from broadcasts that you see these players, they often do that, go through
Yes.
the history, remind them of cards that have been played already, but they don't have that to lean on right now. You can saw, I think watching the player reactions when the screen unblackens is very important here. You saw Birdie there with the face, trying to figure out like how Candace took 6 damage.
Why is she at 4
Yeah.
HP? What happened? What happened when I couldn't see the board?
Yeah, hopefully I can figure out Heavy Strike. We also see, I see Pancration.
Oh, that's
Vibration,
so
what does that
tricky.
do?
So they don't
It's
know
a very
that
weak
their
card.
board
You can only
is.
play it if you have 8 or more dice on your turn.
Yeah,
and
they're playing
it
digitally.
can affect both players, but whoever ends their turn first, their opponent is going to draw 2 cards. And the funny thing about that is, if someone plays that card against you, it's very obvious what it does, but if
That's
you're
a
not
lot
looking
of
out for it, you
Omni
have
die.
to watch for that status effect
Yes,
under the character to know that your
Shoot, I
opponent
actually
will
think
play
I
It's such a
can't
very
block
small
off the
thing.
dice.
Like you
It
have to
does.
like analyze the state of the
Knock
board,
over
and also
here.
figure out what you're gonna do when you can see again. This challenge is actually really fun. Birdie opting to use Chef Mao, so
Yeah.
he got to draw food cards.
Chef
he also played Hash
Mao.
Brown to heal Candace up to 6 HP. A lot of things happened when Zero wasn't looking.
Yeah, I mean, Birdie definitely has advantage with a lot of dice going into this round, even though Zero's had a pile of damage. But we'll see if Zero looks like he has enough dice to use Beidou's skill here and may opt to go for the skill into Burst, which would be pretty potent. It will give Birdie 2 turns in a row
Element
there,
is Ayato?
but we'll have to see if he opts into that one.
When
I
did
think
you see
skill on the
tutorial
burst
when?
is pretty good if you're Zero.
Huh? Like me doing one
You
or
have to
me
decide if
giving
it's
one?
worth it or not to give. 'Cause
Hydro.
Giving your
Okay.
opponent 2 turns in a row can be pretty dangerous, but of course you get those 2 extra shield points from Beidou there. But again,
Giving
in this
one?
mode, you have to think about
You
the
know,
fact
the
that you're
the
also
in
missing
the
out
actual
on 2
tutorial in
turns
game is
worth of
quite
information
good.
that you have to catch up on later. It's
That's how I
very
learned how to
difficult.
play
Yeah,
mostly.
these decks definitely aren't built to be
Oof.
optimal or
Candace is
meta in
getting
any
beat
way.
up.
They're specifically built around this
Getting
challenge
beat up.
to make it as challenging as possible for these players
Exactly.
because they're only listening to the audio cues, right? So
Yeah, we'll see what Birdie decides to do. This could be a pretty good spot to use. Yeah, here we go. The
Ooh,
prepare skill.
skill coming out from Candace, giving her 2 shield points. We'll see how Zero responds. So this means that Candace will, I mean,
Dia
Birdie's
is
not going to be
fun?
able to go next round because
I've
Candace
never
is going to
played
finish her
Dia.
prepared skill when it's
Exactly.
his turn again.
Yeah.
I've
so
only
Birdie's
played
not going to be able to
Natsumiii
see what happens for
Agent,
2 rounds here on Zero. So he's going to have free reign of the board here, but those 2 extra shield
Wow.
points is going to make it more
Entertaining.
difficult. And so yeah, he's going to elect to swap here.
Sucrose, Fischl,
Interesting swap onto
Kaya,
Ayato to take that hydro damage
Diluc,
from Candace.
Mm-hmm.
And
Milu.
of course, you know,
Yeah, Ayato here, I mean, it's a pretty common play
Is there anybody else?
by a lot of these players to try and tank damage on a different character.
Leave
Oh,
him.
interesting. Looks like Zero's just going to wait on Beto's burst here. Not going to have to rush that out.
Well, you know, if you look at Zero's hand, I see a quick swap into when the crane returns.
Yeah.
When the crane returns is not, I mean, it can be kind of tricky. If you use
got a
prepare
lot of
skill and you play that
food,
card, it's
Birdie.
going to
Yeah.
interrupt your prepare skill. So you can't use it in that case.
No.
But every time you use a skill, it's going to switch to your next character. So in this case, if Zero used when the crane returns next round, and then use Ayato's skill, it would immediately swap to Jean without using an additional turn.
Yeah, we might.
So,
I mean, the decks still have a bit of synergy. You know, we have Freeze on the top there with Eula and Candace being the main reaction. And at the bottom, we have Electric Charge, focused on auto attacks with Beto and Ayato. So, you know, Zero is really incentivized to try and set up Beto's burst along with Ayato's skill to infuse his attacks,
Yeah,
whereas
drinking tea.
Birdie's looking more to apply Hydra to as many characters as he can and Freeze. So they kind of built very well to play against
Freeze.
each other. And then you, of
Yes.
course, have Sucrose and Jean just thrown in there to throw your opponents around.
pretty fun. I mean, I think the
True.
swirl comes in handy, especially
Swirl.
for freeze. I mean, you can get a lot of extra damage off with the electro charge swirl
Exactly.
on Team Astra's side, but
Another
the
Paimon.
freeze swirl can be pretty deadly because if your characters are frozen, there's no way to unfreeze them until next round.
Exactly, and I think the Hydro, I'm going to see if Birdie decides to spread that Hydro off of Ayato, but it's going to be pretty important if Zero's plan is to focus on Ayato here with normal attacks.
Both of these decks are running Dunyarzad.
What are these
if
rules?
you play Dunyarzad, you basically get a free support card every turn, and then if you play a support card, like a character card, you get to draw another one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Birdie having both played Paimon and Dunyarzad as a combo has become very popular lately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Birdie has already played both of his Paimon, so Dunyarzad not going to be as good of a value, whether Zero might be able to find more value there with the Paimon card already in hand.
Minty meat rolls for Ayato. That's pretty good, I feel like. Is that an egg I see?
It is an egg. I think both decks
Egg.
feature eggs. I mean, eggs is a very good way to surprise your opponents as well.
You know, I think it's an excellent choice.
Oh my god.
What
It's
do
too
eggs
early
do?
to be starting with the puns.
Do you not like me
Dunyarzad.
cracking jokes?
We'll let the audience in chat decide how much you
Another
like
one.
his puns here.
That's not something they vote on.
Dude,
They're
Dunyarzad
voting on character cards
stack?
later, not on my jokes. So yeah,
Do they
Zero
stack?
opting to play Dunyarzad, and then of course
Can we
gets that
fire her just
Paimon
for that?
for 2 costs instead of 3,
Yeah.
which is
Oh, it
great,
revives
honestly.
the unit with one.
So-
Oh,
Drawing to a
so
second
literally
Dunyarzad hand. Not gonna be
exactly the
too useful,
same
but it's gonna be able to play it for free
as
next
it
turn.
does in game.
I
Both?
mean, if you play
Somewhat.
it, you get to draw another support card.
Yeah, you
so-
do need to play another support
What
card before you
Friday
trigger that
does.
effect, though. So without another support card in hand, that will be delayed a little bit until you draw into another one.
But you could play it for free, and then it counts as a support card, and so then you automatically draw a new one, and then you have another.
No, so the support card trigger only goes once a game for each Dunyarzad, and so when you play the second one, you'll need to draw another one on top of that in order to replace it with another
Yeah,
support card.
but it's gonna use the one already on the board, right?
No, you have to play a new one.
But
Oh,
you're,
here we go,
you're
we
using
have-
the old one to play the new one.
Oh, attack.
Don't think that's quite how it works, but we'll see here. We see her when the crane returns.
Ooh, when the crane returns into Jean, so both of the animal characters are out. Once again, you know, Jean tosses to the right with her skill, and Sucrose tosses to the left. And this is gonna happen, you know, they're not gonna see what happened. They're gonna be like, what happened to my characters?
Yeah, but this is a great way for Zero to dodge that swirl on Ayato while also setting him up. You know, there's a very situational card when the crane returns, but when it's good, it can be really good here. And now Birdie's not left with many good choices. He can either use Sucrose's ability on Jean, or give Zero more time to set up by
To
swap. It looks like the swap
Candace?
is going to be the play.
Interesting that Birdie's opting to slow swap. I mean, noticeably, Birdie has a quick swap he could have used to
That
go
would
to
make me
Candace and
nervous.
immediately do whatever he wanted to do, but I guess he thinks that Candace is, in a safe spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, Birdie has an overwhelming amount of dice. Like, it's actually quite scary, I think, if you're on Zero side. Although, not being able to see your opponent's dice half the time, maybe he's missing that threat there. But with 11 dice on Birdie's side and a Chef Mal in play, we could see like a one-turn sweep here from Birdie if Zero isn't careful, because he's set up a lot, but hasn't actually committed any characters or damage yet.
If you're Zero here, would you want to quick swap over to Beto or Ayato in this case? Ooh.
You wouldn't have enough dice after quick swapping, unfortunately. You don't have a changing shifts to make that free. So yeah, he's pretty much forced to make this play.
I feel like that's exactly what Birdie might have wanted.
Yeah.
Though.
Oh
my
Like, look at all the
gosh.
cryo and Omni dice on his side. He has 11 dice to use at the moment.
That
Oh,
is
here's
a
the
lot of die.
Pancreation? No way.
Zero doesn't, remember, Zero doesn't know that Pancreation was just played. I mean, not that he could do anything about it. He's at 0 dice. It's actually amazing. Birdie was able to play Pancreation when his opponent was out of dice. And yeah, here comes 2 cards.
He didn't look for it.
No. I mean, there's nothing you can do in that spot,
What
right?
the
With no
heck?
dice left.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a
There's
free
no
2
way.
cards.
It is a free 2 cards.
Perfect
Oh
Pancreation
my
there.
gosh.
Candace's burst coming down. That's going to give some additional hydro application. I mean, you don't really care about freezing now that Zero's already ended his turn. You kind of just want to go for as much damage as you can.
Yep.
But we might see Eula's skill here.
Yeah, we probably will. You can see Zero trying to think. So remember, Zero for this entire time, his
Can't
screen
see.
is
Ooh.
blacked out.
It
so
is.
he's just listening to the sounds, trying to figure out how his characters are getting taken out.
That's so sad. You only have
3
like the
more.
dialogue and like the sound effects to go off.
Yeah.
And Birdie has 3 dice left. He gets to take 3 actions
Yep.
without Zero seeing a single thing.
Yep. And he has an option here of taking out Jean if he wants to, but I wonder if Zero was planning around that, you know, sacrificing Jean here to hopefully set up for the next round. Because, again, Birdie had such a big dice advantage this round. I think Zero was worried about his characters getting frozen if he tried to go off. But next round, they'll be on the same amount of dice with both Paimons going off.
I mean, one issue that I'm seeing right now for Birdie is that he's
Hash
going to
brown.
overdraw if he doesn't play 2 cards.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, so he's playing Hash Brown onto Sucrose. That actually refunds
Yeah.
an elemental dice because of Chef Mao
It's so good.
passive.
Yeah,
So he needs to use 1 more card.
he does.
Well, we'll see what he chooses.
The really awkward... Oh, he's going to swap.
Swapping. I mean, it makes sense. You know, ending on Candace, who's only 1 HP, I think Birdie's going to intend to sacrifice playing a Junior side so he gets a free...
2, so it
Wait,
does stack.
What? Okay.
Yeah, so you play the Dunyazad, you get a free one, and you see what you get. So we might see this Liben
Liben.
replace, yeah, probably one of the Dunyazads. Here we go. And
Interesting.
of course, that triggers the second one, drawing into a new one.
Free.
Ooh, another Chef
Who's
Mao.
Chef Mao?
Chef
Wait, that's...
Mao.
Why
We
not
might
just play
actually-
it?
We might actually see this replace Dunyazad.
Why not just play
Sweet.
it?
I think it is
Huh?
going to be the play. Remember, Birdie has used up so many of it. He looks pretty happy about that, actually. That's really
Interesting.
good.
That's pretty good.
This
Yeah.
is so
And
interesting.
Zero this entire time has not seen a single thing going on.
Yep. So, you know, his opponent started the turn with 1 Chef Mao and a Paimon, and then suddenly now... I think I just saw
Look at
Zero's
his
mouth
yeah,
white.
Look at his expression. He's like, what? What just happened? I mean, 3 turns happened when he wasn't watching, right? So
And I think, like, Birdie went through
Oh my
5 cards,
God.
right? It was like 2 Dunyazads that drew 2
Birdie's
extra cards.
rolls
out
are
of his deck.
kinda
But he got
bad,
replaced
though.
immediately, by the way. Right? Birdie didn't even play... He played 2 cards that were then replaced, and so it's even more confusing.
the Pancreation tech.
They do
the
have
Pancreation
the
tech.
Omni
All right,
dice.
but how is Zero going to come back from this? Because Beto's burst is up. It is his turn. He ended first last round, so he gets to go first now. He does have 1 Dunyazad, you know,
1 Dunyazad, yeah. But
has
nothing
another
to
one in
follow
his
up on.
hand. Also has Joyous Celebration, which could come in handy maybe.
It could. You know, we did get a chance to play with these decks a little bit. It's a little bit harder for the deck to, the Zero's deck to use Joyous because you kind of run the risk of freezing your own characters. Of course, if Beto's out, it's a very good way to clear elements from Ayato, especially. That Hydro Ore is going to be very
Come with me.
threatening. But we'll, yeah, I was going
Oh.
to say, we're probably going to see a slow swap onto Beto here because you don't want to take out your opponent's Candace at this moment.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's gonna force Birdie to use quick swap.
yeah.
This makes sense. This makes sense. And I have to wonder, probably swap to Eula, right?
Yeah, Eula
Because-
here can go, can freeze as
Yes,
well.
in the process of swapping to Eula, Beto does
Well,
take
because
1
it already
hydro damage,
has
and Eula being
hydro
the active character with that
application.
quick swap will enable Birdie to go for a freeze onto
That's
Beto.
true.
Oh, I think actually Birdie is thinking if he wants to Tandoori Chicken.
Ooh,
Could we also see a Tandoori? I think those 2 food cards in his hand is Tandoori Chicken. Could
Ooh.
take out Beto here, but opts not to.
could have ended up using when the crane returns instead to immediately go into Sucrose, which I think is interesting. There's not really anything to swirl, but we see Birdie smiling. It seems like everything is going according to his plan.
Yeah, I mean, so Beto being at 1 does mean that any swirl will be able to take her out.
Ooh, quick swap onto Jean. This will enable Jean to swirl.
Yeah, and take out
Hydro.
Candace.
Yeah, Candace will be taken out, and also there will be Hydro application on Eula.
Yeah, we do see though those I haven't lost yet in Birdie's hand here, so we'll be able to unlock them.
can only play one around.
Yeah, they did change
They
it.
changed it. You used to be able to play both of them. It was too strong.
It is almost too strong. Of course, both decks do have egg, so you have more opportunities to reuse your I haven't lost yet than the normal deck.
Maybe that's what Birdie's saving those 2
Maybe.
dice for.
Could be. We'll see what Birdie decides to do here. It looks like a Eula Burst might be on the table, although not going to do a lot of damage here because it isn't going to be able to do more than one attack. But here we go.
I haven't lost yet. Most likely
Oh.
Adeptus into Eula Burst.
Oh, and it's free too because of the Chef Mouse.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
The double Chef Mao is so strong. -5 Gene is taken out. And unfortunately, Beidou is frozen, so we're not going to see a burst
This ought
from
to be
her.
entertaining.
Yeah, I would have Zero. They needed to figure out like how what would have taken him out there. Hopefully he can think about Adeptus.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and it is gonna counter with his own.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
I haven't lost yet into Ayato Burst, perhaps?
Yeah, but it's gonna be very close. So the danger here for Zero
Kami-sato.
is
Suiyu.
with that Hydro on Ayato, he's going to be susceptible to freeze. Now, hopefully, at the end of the
True.
turn, Eula's Burst dealing, I don't know, it does physical damage, so it won't actually pop the freeze. If you're Birdie here, I think you just end the round, if you can.
I mean, I think it's fine to go for as much
One
damage as you can onto Zero, especially
fair.
because, Zero's sitting on 3 dice, so it might be a way to generate more
Frozen.
dice. That
Dude, all
Birdie
his
can't.
dudes are just frozen. What can he do?
Yeah, so opts to go for the freeze onto Ayato. Zero shaking his head. He knows he's unfortunately going to have to end his turn.
Yeah, and that Eula Burst is going to shatter
Can't do
any of the
anything.
characters, so he might be forced to
You
sacrifice
swap onto
Beidou.
Beidou. That's what I would do here. I would swap onto Beidou. She's already at 1 HP because,
Damn,
someone
but
has to
she's
take the
got
damage.
3.
Yeah, you will lose Beidou in the process. Fingers crossed, maybe he'll draw an egg.
Energy.
Unfortunately, he is going to lose that energy no matter what. But
Yeah.
Birdie looking to be in a pretty good
That
position here.
sucks.
Those 2 Chef Maos really pulling their
What
weight.
can you
feel like
do?
if you play
She
the
got
Junior
whittled
side-
down.
You're going to draw another support card because of the Junior Zod already on the field, right?
No, that Dungeons has already drawn the support card from playing Paimon, so this will just discount the amount at the next round. So Zero will have to draw into another character card before he can draw a new one, but at this point it might be a little bit late there.
Okay.
Maybe playing for free there just to extend his turn time and extend how much time he can spend looking at the board to figure out his way out of this. It's gonna be tough.
I think you have to swap onto Beidou.
I think you do. You can't let Ayato take that much damage. It really sucks that you're losing that energy, but you're hoping that Ayato can close out the game from here, because your opponent also doesn't have any reactions left.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting. Opting for
Oh,
Hash
okay.
Brown onto Beidou looks like,
Heal?
huh. Not
Interesting.
ready to give Beidou up just yet.
Yeah, and pre-playing that when the Crane returns there, obviously the effect doesn't go away when you play it, so if you have an extra dice left over, perfectly reasonable to play that right away so you don't waste that extra dice. And here we go.
And Zero ended first, so that +1 on Mushroom Pizza will be going to Ayato before he takes 7 damage from Eula's summon.
Wow.
That is a lot of damage. Egg!
Okay, that
Egg.
changes a lot. Because
That top
Zero
deck.
is smiling there. I wonder if he expected Egg. So if he plays Egg now to revive
Egg.
Jean, instead of going
Hi,
over to
Mordecai.
Beidou, Ayato will go over to Jean, which is actually good. It's actually very good for him.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But it might just come down to the difference in Chef Mao's here. Those 2 Chef Mao's on the board have been generating so many dice for Birdie
Yes.
True.
that he has just such an overwhelming advantage now. Zero maybe can try and draw. Yeah, he's going to strategize.
Strategize?
Ah,
I haven't lost yet. Hashman, not bad, but no Chef Mao. No Chef Mao.
Yeah.
It's the most unfortunate thing.
So we'll have to see. It's a pretty tough spot for Zero. He's had a lot of food cards.
What if you egg and then Ayato skill?
What if you egg?
I mean, that's probably what we'll see. I think it's pretty
Egg.
important to keep Beidou alive. The one thing Zero might be considering is if your opponent doesn't have a fast swap, there isn't a way
friend.
right now for them to take out. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Egg coming onto Jean. Jean is back in the game. Of course, Birdie has no idea
No.
because his screen is blacked out.
Yep.
And when the Crane returns, he played it last round, but of course, still active this round. So Ayato swaps onto Jean, and now Birdie's gonna see what the heck just happened.
Yeah, Jean is suddenly alive, and then your opponent suddenly is on a character that was down before. I think Birdie's figuring it out, though. He's staying calm. I was looking at his face very carefully, but, he seems to have figured it out. I think he saw egg in his own deck, and so he was expecting that from the opponent as well. But he's egg. I mean, he can counter with his own egg right now to revive Candace.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, here we go. It's
And
happening.
it's a free egg because of the 2 Chef Mal. Oh
Damn.
my gosh.
Free egg.
Oh, this is great.
Swab onto Candace. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You only have 4 dice right
Yeah.
now. 0
What
side.
do?
Birdie is sitting on
4
7.
dice.
Of course.
It is a lot, yeah. And that I've been looking at the heavy strike as well in Birdie's hand. You know, one of the things Zero might be thinking is, can he safely bring Beto out in order to use her burst before she goes down?
I think
And
the answer is no.
the answer is no, because of that heavy strike, right? Like, no matter what he does, because of that heavy
Alright,
strike, he'll be able to
let's
take out Beto. And yeah, he's gonna go for that play.
Gonna risk it.
I think
I mean,
Birdie.
you have to.
I think you have to go. Yeah, I think you have to do it there. You're running low on dice. Your opponent is generating too much value. You need to close out the game. But Birdie has the heavy strike to punish him if he wants to. And here
There
we go.
it is. Heavy strike onto Candace. Gonna have to tune 1 just to use a normal attack, but it will do enough damage to take down Beto. Minus a 4. And there she goes. Zero nodding
Oh,
because
there she goes again.
Yeah.
the voice line.
Well,
Kind of a close
This
Not
already
match.
much you can do about
entertaining.
that, and Ayato being so low and Jean as well. I mean, he does have the option to use I Haven't Lost Yet, but I don't think it's going to be enough here.
It doesn't even
I
help
don't know if
that
those 2
much.
foods are in his. I think there might be minty reet rolls, but a little bit.
I think you have to use it because you're not.
I
gonna
wish I
get a
could
chance
see
to use
like
again. I
the.
think
I wish I
Ayato
could
will
see their
fall.
hand better,
So if
as
you're,
opposed
if
to
you're
it being
Zero-
like half.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're left with no other options. Again, I think it really just came down to the Chef Mouth. Like, Zero didn't draw his Dunyazards as early as Birdie. Birdie able to draw those Paimons into Chef Mouths even without Dunyazard's help. And it's just, this one did come down a little bit to just an unlucky draw on Zero's
Yeah,
side.
definitely. I mean, I think if
Let
you're
the
Zero,
wind
you
lead.
could... Oh!
To Jean.
Yeah, I think you're probably hoping to get Ayato a little bit higher health and just try and have him finish the game next round if possible. Maybe drawing into a Chef Mount just to help you out here, but you know, Birdie also has the option just ending here, letting the Liban take 2 extra cards and the rest of the dice. There's no rush on his side, but he is going to go for the kill on Jean.
Tuning for a normal
good.
attack, -2. Jean fault. Ayato is the only one left on Zero's side.
Very well.
And I'm looking at those 2
I shall put
Dunyazards.
my official duties to one side for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if Zero can draw 1 Chef Mount, he can actually draw 1 into another one. And then get suddenly 2 extra dice because both of those Chef Mounts are
I
free.
don't know.
So he has a line here
Okay. So it's
to make
4.
it happen. There's 1 more food card left as well. We could see a big combo turn from Ayato here if he can stay
don't know
alive
if he
against the other
can
side.
What I was thinking he could
Stay
do
alive.
is use I Haven't Lost Yet and take out Candace and then also heal Ayato or swap on the Jean. But
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're in Birdie's spot, you're okay letting Candace go down.
How does
It
Candace
would be
work?
nice to get if
Actually, don't
Birdie
know
can
what
ever
Candace's,
freeze
like,
Ayato, the game is just over.
Card
Yeah.
powers are.
I'm not sure if it's
I've
gonna
never played
be
Candace
able to
before.
happen though, as
No,
there's no
probably
more
not.
Hydro application coming out of Birdie.
Yeah.
Candace will fall to Ayato's summon.
I don't know about that
True,
one,
and here we go.
Michi.
Now both players are
They
able to
do
see
have
the
to
screens,
believe.
the turn effects coming in.
True.
Train harder.
Zero didn't opt to use Ayato's. I haven't lost yet to Ayato's burst.
Here we go. We have a Chef Mao drawn from Zero.
Oh.
That's the first one, I believe. So, okay, I was watching what Zero has in his deck. I believe there's like a 50% chance that he plays that Chef Mao into a second
But he
one.
didn't roll any Hydro.
Oh.
He didn't roll any Hydro. No.
Oh.
Oh no.
That's really, well, he has enough cards to tune, thankfully, but we'll see. All right, his. Oh, and it's a Liban. That's not what you want to see here. The game is probably not going to go.
Yeah, this is
long
Pepperino,
enough.
what we
pepperino.
want to see here.
I mean, 1 could be enough because he does. Okay.
Okay.
Noodles?
Yeah.
Oh, another. But you can only
that
eat
an
1
egg?
food.
No, there's an egg in his hand, so he has the option here of playing egg again and swapping
That
into
would
another
just
character, which
stall,
might be what
though.
he wants to do.
Yo, I'm actually glad he didn't use the I haven't lost yet now because now he has a tune. He has a tune.
He has it to tune. Well, if he eggs, then he can even use it to enable I Haven't Lost Yet again.
Interesting.
But we'll have to see what he decides here.
The heck is he gonna do? He has to tune.
He's
I
thinking
wonder
about egg.
if he's definitely thinking about egg. I mean, is Ayato 5 HP in any danger from
I don't think it's
KO
gonna-
right now. I don't think so.
When your rolls
It
are
is
bad.
if your opponent, I believe that last
That's the
card
one
in Birdie's hand,
thing
that last
about
food is a
TCGs.
Tandoori
chicken.
TCGs
Yeah.
always
I
have
believe so, yeah.
the element of luck
because the Sucrose
in it.
skill with Tandoori would be enough. So Zero is in
Always some
danger
kind of
getting
luck
taken out
element,
now.
whether it's the draws, whether
I feel like
in Genius
Zero
Invocation
should
it's the
consider
freaking die.
using that egg.
I think
There's
you can with
always
the dice rolls
an
as
RNG
they are,
element.
Yeah, you have to
Okay,
use
so he's
egg,
bringing back
you know,
Beto.
He's back without her burst.
without her burst. Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
Not gonna swap off and just gonna stay.
Interesting.
Oh.
Well, this would, if Birdie does go for the KO on Ayato, it would force Birdie to use so much dice.
It would.
Many,
yeah.
many resources expended, and then
Well,
do
remember those
have
two
to
Chef Malzo are
believe
gonna
in
refund.
the heart
this
of the
Tandoori is
cards.
going to be back.
that is true, yeah.
So Birdie, I think with the win here, there's nothing that Zero can do at this point.
Is life.
Yeah, he's hearing his character go down and then seeing the results. Yeah, I think he knows that Tandoori just happened. And at this
We
point,
haven't lost yet, but it is not going to be enough.
no, he hasn't lost yet, but he will shortly,
There's
unfortunately.
no way to take out Eula,
Are
unfortunately.
these guys pros?
Electrocharge
I
does
think they're like
-1, so the -2.
they're like
So
I don't
even
know
if
if
there
there's like
was
really
any
a pro
electrification,
league in the
because the only way
TCG,
you
but
can
like
fly
they're
electros
like
is if you use
very
Beto
very
skill, which is
good
already
players. Like they've won
skill.
many tournaments.
Quick swap onto Eula.
Wait.
Wait?
Oh, okay.
No, no.
Eula has the skill available.
Eula has a
okay.
skill available, and her skill -5 with that Tandoori chicken
GG.
will end it.
Yeah, and the first game goes to Team Astra. Birdie, they're taking the win in a pretty close game. Really Chef Mao making all the difference.
JJ
Congratulations,
Tabarde,
these
well
players.
played.
Congratulations indeed. You've done it. Well done, Mr. Birdie. Come, please join me at the front here. Very well fought, Mr. Zero. Well done, well done. Birdie, congratulations. What was that experience like? The Eclipse Challenge.
It was interesting not having much idea what exactly was in my deck and what
It
I
is a really
had a
cool
chance
set.
to draw into. I only had
They used it for the
we only had,
previous,
a brief moment before the game to
Invitational as
actually
well.
Look at what the contents of our decks were. I'm just really lucky I drew the right cards in the right order.
The previous
Chef Mao was
Invitational was
cooking,
also
man.
on like a very
Pretty
similar
really
was,
set,
yeah.
and it
That
looks
was
really
probably my
nice.
biggest advantage.
All right, fantastic. Well, would you be able to recommend that to our viewers? Should they play the Eclipse Challenge? Blind,
Yeah, he is
close their
also
eyes
the
when
same
they're
host.
play?
It's a
Yes.
fun one. One of my team members had a.
He's a really good
actually, I
host,
think it was
though.
one
He's
of the
like
opposing
super
team members
passionate,
that
super
had an
hype.
interesting idea where instead of covering the entire screen, you just cover your opponent's half, so you have no idea what they're doing. And I think that would be interesting as well.
Okay. Well, we'll write it down for the next Prince Cup, my friend. But congratulations, you have earned your team, of course, Mona, Oceanid, and Child. What do you think about these cards?
Good cards.
Two of them are some of the best cards in the game. Child is also really good, so I'm glad we have those options.
All right. Well, it was all
I'm
thanks
sorry
to
the
you.
other team doesn't.
Ooh,
All thanks to you, my friend. In fact, we have some
Tokyo-ish.
results from the
Hi,
Twitch
Emma.
voting
How
phase.
day?
We'll go ahead and throw it
Good.
over to
I'm
our
just
casters.
cold
We'll let you know who
and
won. And by
eepy.
the way, my friends, if
I'm
you did not know,
cold and
you can vote
eepy.
on Twitch for the decks that they're about to play. And if you do vote on twitch.tv/AstraCarnival,
Yep.
you can win a chance to get a $100 gift card. So
twitch.tv/AstraCarnival.
get voting, and our casters will tell you about who just won.
Nice. But yeah, if you guys check
you so
the
much
pinned
again,
message
Sax.
in my
So-
chat, you can find a link to either download Genshin, or actually you can help out the stream by filling out the survey link, and also follow Astra Carnival at youtube.com/@Astra_Carnival or twitch.tv/Carnival. You can participate in the polls there.
So
It's
we have some
definitely very
highlights here from this past challenge. Look at their
But
expressions.
yes,
with nothing
yes,
to look at, you can
yes.
see them. I do that too. If you're looking top
Done.
right, your eyeball, you're thinking about what your opponent is doing without actually being able to see it. It's
Two of
very
them are
obvious.
some of
It's
the best
great
in
to
the
see
game.
That these players are the same.
Oh, look at he knows.
Yeah.
It's like these players
should
that are
ever
playing this game,
played
they can
Mona.
only see their board state when it is their turn. Otherwise, they see nothing going on. They only
I
have
shall
the
download
audio
Genshin at a
cues.
time. Okay,
So
sounds
the
good.
Chef Mao difference.
Yeah, Chef Mao difference definitely in this one. Zero played the best that he could, I believe, given the circumstances.
Yes.
But as
Oh,
Bernie
these are the
said, he drew
highlights.
the right cards in the right order, and Zero was almost there. Like he drew that Chef Mao right at the end.
Mona's
If he
really
drew that
good.
second one, it might have been just enough. to
I
clinch it,
just
but,
play. I
not
just
quite
started
enough.
trying the
That
Nilu
tandoori
Bloom
Yeah.
deck,
Two Chef Mao's make it
but eventually maybe I'll
Exactly.
also try like a deck with
Yeah,
Mona
and the decks are
in
very
it.
close in terms of building. We got to play
Sounds fun.
with both of these decks ourselves, so we were sitting in the same seats as these players, and it's very you know, it's a very different experience watching at home. We have this visual graphic to represent it, but it doesn't quite capture what it's like to be in the hot seat.
And I just wanted to point out, you know, just a little bit ago, Zero having just the worst facial expression when he did not roll any Hydro.
No.
That was so unfortunate, having to tune so many
No
cards for
Hydro.
that, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been in that spot as well, but it's hard to be in that spot and also not be able to see your screen as well. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. You know, you roll bad and you don't need to look at it.
And it sounds like the Twitch chat results are in. I'm really excited to see what cards you guys chose for these players to play in this upcoming game.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you can either pick. Oh, here we go.
Nilu, Albedo, and
Nilo,
Sino.
Albedo, and Sino. Okay, whoever voted Sino, I appreciate you.
I'm just trying to
My
figure
favorite
out
characters.
the synergy between these cards. There really isn't. And Nilo, one of the new characters added, has been very popular. I've been playing Genius Invocation in this most recent patch. You've probably seen Nilo quite a lot, but maybe not in this deck.
Not in this deck. Nilo is very good in Bloom decks, I believe.
Bloom.
Right? There is no Bloom reactions. I
No
think they have
Bloom
to play all
here.
3 character
They
cards,
do.
right? They have to
Yes.
draft
Oh, so
more cards
awkward.
around these 3 characters. So
Yeah.
it's going to be very interesting.
It is. And as a reminder, the team that wins these cards, it really denies the other team as well.
You go
access to
for a
these. So,
drink
you know,
of water
with
and
Mona,
your cup
Ocean,
is
and
empty.
Child being available to Team Astra,
I still
wonder
have
if they would
some,
really want to
a
go
little
for Nilo
bit.
here in order to enable those blooms.
Oh wait, this team might actually be really good. So I mean, it's
Ganyu,
it's
Hu Tao, and
Pyro,
Tainari.
Dendro, and Cryo, but there's definitely a lot more reactions and synergy there. I think.
Interesting.
Hu Tao, Tainari, and Ganyu.
Yeah.
You had mulled
wow.
wine
Okay,
tea.
so remember the player's going to have a choice.
That does
of
sound
which set of
interesting.
cards they go for. And
I don't
they
think
could
I've ever
choose the
had
same ones,
that
they could choose
before.
different ones.
Yes.
It is up to them.
It's a blind pick.
Very
It is a blind
fruit
pick,
tea
and it
taste.
really
I
goes
like fruit
with who
teas.
they think will synergize with the cards.
Fruit
they
teas
have.
are
Obviously,
yummy.
Team Carnival right now doesn't have any cards, so they're just going to pick the ones they think are the best.
Definitely. And I mean, they get to keep these 3 characters if they win and draft them into their decks for tomorrow. So maybe we'll see some strategic choices,
No
like going for
alcohol.
the Nilo, Albedo, Sino one.
Would you pick the Sino one? Would you just pick Sino because it's Sino?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
I do think the second set is stronger. I mean, if anything, I believe, you know, if you're Team Carnival, you really want to win this challenge just to deny your opponents the powerful options of either being able to take Ganyu and combine with all those Hydro characters, or take Nilo and also put it with any of those Hydro
You found a
characters
new
and
tea you really
eventually
like? What's
hopefully
that?
get a Dendro as
But you would have to win the next game coming up, right?
You do.
So if
What
you
tea
take,
do you really
if you
like?
take the Nilo, Albedo, Sino deck, you would have to win the game, and I'm sure we're gonna see the other 2.
That could be tricky, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But first, let's toss to the stage. We'll see what the players choose to do. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely exciting moment. You guys
There
at
you
home
go.
voted for these decks, and now we will find out which one they chose. Should be pretty interesting. I remind you out there watching, if you win with these elected decks that you guys voted for and entered in a chance to win a
Cardamom
$100 gift
tea.
card over at Astra Carnival Twitch channel, they will be able to keep those cards for tomorrow. Mirror matches are allowed, so they can both pick the same deck. The time has come for us to see which one each team has chosen. We'll
Which
start off with Team
one?
Astra. We got Jibu here. Jibu, which deck did you go for?
I'm going for Hu Tao, Tainari, and Ganyu.
Oh, any particular reason why? You know, you do have to win in order to keep this deck.
Well, I'll just say Hu Tao is my favorite character in Genshin. So,
there
it's
we
a
go.
Pretty easy choce.
I think so,
Yeah, good doing it
B2.
for the girl. I get you. Well, any plans on making this deck work? These are some kind of not, you know, most balanced characters together.
I'm sure I'll make something work.
All right. Very confident from Team Astra. Lumi over here from Team Carnival. Oh no, Lumi. The mirror match?
Yep, mirror match.
Okay. Any reasoning behind this one?
The other deck had Albedo in it, which I have not played at all, so.
That's a pretty good reason not to pick that deck. Well done. What do you think your chances are here?
Here?
I think they're okay. I'm a little nervous because I'm
He
not
was?
really sure the game plan for this
My
deck,
memory
but
is
I'll try my
terrible.
best.
Okay, you know, let the wind lead, and in this case, maybe let Hu Tao lead. Any cards that you're planning to throw together to make this one work?
Maybe.
Oh my God,
not
you're
sharing
right.
it. Very good. Jibo, did you talk at all with your team before you started building your deck, or is this all on you? Full trust.
We talked a little bit, just threw some ideas together real quick before.
Wait,
building
you're
the deck.
right. They
Okay,
did talk
Would
in
you
this
recommend someone at
chat.
home build a deck like this?
I'd recommend if you like what you see, you can try building it.
Okay, well, sounds
And
good,
they
guys.
talk to
Well,
you
excited to
too.
see how it's going. Are you done?
Oh my God, that's
You're
so
not even
funny.
doing anything anymore, Lumi.
I think what I have is okay. We'll see.
Oh my goodness gracious! I need to hear some confidence from you, Lumi. I need to explode here. Give me, yeah! Hu Tao!
Hu Tao.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let us go ahead and begin our challenge. Whoever wins this bad boy gets to keep these cards, and we will begin.
I just
Team
looked
Astral,
up
Team
the
Carnival,
chat log.
Jibu versus Lumi. Let's get it started and throw it back to our casters.
So, yeah, thank you, Slacks. It was a mirror matchup.
Yeah, no Sino, unfortunately, but I guess you have Tignari on the other side, so you kind of couldn't lose there.
That's true.
in your picks.
There was no losing for me.
Yeah,
What about you?
I mean, I think the second deck does synergize better. You have two bow characters. You know, you're looking... When you have a random assortment of characters, you're really looking for any synergy at all. Obviously, Dendro and Cryo, the infamous fridge combination, not going to do
Right.
anything.
I know,
but with
Genshin
two
music
bow
is the
characters,
best.
You're in a pretty good spot just to run things. Like, I think we did see Amos bow in Jibu's deck, so he has the same ideas that we have. And of course, we saw Chef Mao there, I think, briefly. It's going to be a very popular one, I think.
I think Chef
based on
Mao
the
is very
choices.
popular, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Dunyazad, Chef Mao, kind of a match.
You got your hot
recently made in
chocky,
heaven.
yummy.
They've
If I
been
get
doing
hot
it,
chocky right now, I will
when you really don't
PTFO.
have anything
I can't drink hot
else
chocky.
to
I just
build
got
around,
coffee.
It's such a strong core.
My coffee's
It is, 'cause,
almost
I mean, you
here.
can draw into Chef Mao, and then Chef Mao keeps drawing food, and you get free dice from it. It's a very good engine.
Yeah.
Back at the start, when Chef Mao was first introduced, it was normally played with NRE,
Yeah.
but now it's...
Food deck. I mean, we saw a food deck being attempted, I believe, in the very first Invitational. If you remember all the way back to the NAEU one, you know, we had... I forgot what the name of that deck was, but it had Xiangling and a bunch of food and
Counting calories.
Counting calories.
Counting calories.
That was it.
It was
Yes.
actually had Tignari in it and Klee.
I think that was actually one of the good decks, right?
It was pretty good,
Yeah,
I think.
it
But you had
actually
to
was.
really think about the math.
You did.
So
You gotta
I remember
thonk
Robot
about the
Wizard ended up
math.
piloting that, and
Thonk.
Of course, he's very math-oriented, so he had no trouble piloting it. But yeah, that was a very fun deck. Got buffed a lot, actually, so I
It
wonder
did
if we
get
went back
buffed.
to it.
I think it
Because
could.
NRE right now
Let's
is very
see.
good, as well as Chef Mao, and if both got better, that deck must be very good.
But I mean, thinking about the cards that they have at their disposal right now, you know, Lumi opting to also go for the Tignari
Yeah.
Ganyu Hu Tao choice because she hasn't played Albedo.
That's unfortunate. I think Albedo is quite strong, but just maybe not in that, you know, set of characters, especially Nilo there. You
Nilo
know,
without Bloom is
yeah,
just...
Nilo without Bloom doesn't make full use of a kit.
And here we are going into this first best of one with the decks that you guys chose at home on Twitch.
Send one.
Double
send
Junior
one.
Sod for Jibu.
Damn.
Yeah, Jibu's got it
Okay.
quite an insane start with 2 Dunyazans and also that bow.
There is a QR code on the screen, by the way. If you see it, if you would like to submit any feedback at
Oh,
all for
yes.
this live stream or anything about the tournaments,
The
anything
QR
like that, please
code
scan
is
it
right. Not
and,
that.
you know,
Not the chicken.
Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah.
Where
Not us,
did my
not how bad
QR
these
code
jokes
go?
are.
Hey,
Or how good.
Not,
If she makes a good
not
one, we'll
this
let the
thing.
viewers at home.
hey.
Wait, I swear I
The
added
decks are
it
really good on
before.
Jibu's side. I cannot say they're as good on
second.
Odomcha, aka Lumi's side.
Here it
but
is.
We see Hu Tao's skill coming
So
out.
funny.
Yeah, good
Here
way.
is the
Both
QR code.
starting pretty similarly. You know, I think they both have the same plan here, just setting up
I'll put it over
Hotel
here.
and then maybe going
Oh, it's
over
also
to
on the
one of
screen,
other
but
characters, opting for
I'll
either
put it
burning
up
or melt.
here
We
as
could see
well.
a
It's at
pretty
the
good
top
setup
right
here
of
if
my
you can
screen.
Get that burning reaction started.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
a
use
weird
Ganyu to
QR
melt. That
code.
could be a pretty winning strategy.
Just
Yeah, so
chick-
Cryo
chicken.
and Dendro
Peck,
do
peck,
not
peck,
react
peck,
with each other, as
No.
you
Peck,
players
peck, peck,
know.
peck.
The affectionate name Fridge,
Yeah, fridge.
but
Gotta keep your plants cool, you know?
Pyro and Cryo do, and Pyro and Dendro do, so...
Yeah. Here's a bit of trivia for people at home. Do you know, so if you have Cryo and Dendro applied to a character, do you know which one will trigger first if you apply a Pyro with Hotel?
I'm gonna make you say the answer in like
The
30
chicken
seconds.
QR
30
code.
seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come back to that. If you know the answer, you can shout it
Hello,
out in the chat.
Elemental.
And prove
How are
you're
you
a better
doing?
Genius Invocation player than the other viewers. But not a situation that comes up very often at all. You, of course, have to be running this specific set of elements, Cryo, Dendro, and Pyro, or something else for it to come up.
Noting, by the way, that Lumi opted to choose a Covenant for her Arcane. I didn't see the one Jibu chose. I think he didn't keep it in his hand.
No, it was a Fresh Wind of Freedom.
Fresh Wind of
it was
Freedom?
The one,
Okay.
Yes, it was a recently
Yes.
changed card from Mondstadt Residence that lets you take an extra turn if you take out an opposing character.
I think that makes
Wow.
sense. Ooh, Lumi tuning the Mushroom Pizza and opting to go for a
Yeah.
normal attack that puts Jibu's Hu Tao at 4 HP, and of course, Hu Tao's burst is up and ready to go for next turn.
Yeah, this is a very interesting opening. Both sides going for the same thing, but because Lumi went first, if Jibu goes for the same player ends first, it's going to leave his Hu Tao open to the burst from Lumi first. So I think he needs to switch gears here.
Ooh, wait, that's really interesting. So Jibo using Northern Smoke Chicken, which will make his normal attack cost one less dice. This will enable Jibo to swap to another character using that last dice. So Hu Tao is no longer in danger.
Yeah, so definitely going to see a swap off here. Very heads-up
And
play. But you
I'm
can see
there,
how
there
much
could
it
be
matters
better.
here, especially in a mirror matchup.
I'm good. I'm chilling.
When,
I'm just, I'm a little bit cold and sleepy, but I'm good.
Definitely a mirror matchup so far. The same thing's happening.
Chilling, watching the Prince Cup Winter Invitational for the Genius Invocation TCG.
Enabling Hu Tao in the same
It makes so much more sense. Everything makes so much sense when I understand this game.
Both Hu Tao in the leftmost slot, but we see Jibu going Ganyu Tignari.
The only thing I don't know is a lot of the character cards. I actually haven't played so many of them yet that it makes it a little bit more like iffy for me.
I think that
but
depends on if you take any cards that actually enable you to swap to.
Interesting.
You know,
okay.
Because there's no overload, so there's no
chat.
force swapping. There's no animal that's going to throw you back and forth. You'd have
Yeah.
to take something like when the Crane returns for that to be relevant, right?
It's true. I mean,
or
it is
Rana.
winter time.
Personally, I think the correct answer is Ganyu last because you're most likely to end and finish the game on Ganyu, but that's not my answer.
Wait, is this like a mind thing? Like this isn't like a gameplay thing? Wait, can you explain?
You know, we're here to have fun. It's just a gut feel. You know, you have to put the cards in gut feel. I think I mean, maybe I just think the way that Jibu does. You know, maybe we're like-minded, but I would definitely put Ganyu in the third slot.
Okay.
Yeah, and for a trivia question earlier, if you have Dendro and Cryo playing the same character and you apply Pyro, it will be the Melt that goes first. It does go in order of the elements listed on top of the characters. You can use that as a bit of a hint. Yeah, so you need to do. It doesn't react twice like it might in the main game.
Oh, Hu Tao's burst coming out. That is -6 to Tignari, and it's very good that Jibo used that Northern Smoke Chicken earlier because, you know, Hu Tao would have been a goner without it.
I looked more into Nilu Blue, and I'm probably going to think you'll probably be seeing if I just start Royale
samples.
I see. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, gonna switch off of Hu Tao here. I wonder if Jibo's gonna save Hu Tao, you know, till the very end. That burst is set up.
Sounds good.
He does have to be careful though. If there's enough charge shots out of Ganyu, it will be able to take out Hu Tao in that back line. You know, Ganyu very devastating with that spread damage.
Oh, Jibo opting to play Junior Zod. I kind of wonder if you'd have to swap off of Tignari here, right? Double Junior Zod.
You could let Tignari go down, or we might see, you know, what we might see happen is Jibu could go for a charge shot on Tignari. So he can leave that summon, and this is going to be able to proc burning again, and once that's done, Tignari is no longer required. Ooh.
That's true. Interesting that Lumi opts to go for Paimon instead of using Tignari's skill to take the other Tignari out and also proc burning.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a smart choice mainly
is.
because, you know, your opponent is also setting up, and with 2 Dunyazads down, your opponent is going to have a little bit more dice to work with going forward. So you really want to make sure you're keeping up there and not letting their Ganyu sweep your team in one turn.
Also, Lumi is going to be able to go first next turn with that ramp. So I think this, you know, sets her up nicely. She's not going to have to be reacting to whatever Jibu does. She's going to have the advantage going to next turn. So, but unfortunately, Tignari is going to take a lot of damage here from those summons.
Yeah, and that burning is refreshed here. And we have Ganyu here out.
Almost on Jibu's side. Certainly for Ganyu, right?
Yeah, definitely for... I mean, you can use it for Tignari as well if his burst is up, for kind of use it like an Adeptus Temptation. But I think the main problem here on Jibu's side is he's not going to have a lot of dice to work with. He has 2 weapons in hand. One of them, of course, being that King Squire is effectively a 1-cost weapon.
The dice not looking so good on Lumi's side. I see a whole lot of Electro. It's not great. Those 3 Omni are going to go towards Tignari's skill, applying Dendro to Ganyu.
Yeah, interesting here. I mean, Tignari here is pretty safe with Ganyu out on the field. I mean, Jibu could go for a really crazy play here and
it's a lot of die
into a charge shot that will take out.
Just off topic, but look at the 1-cost Paimon.
Weapon for Gaimon.
Oh yeah, it is 1-cost Paimon.
The 1-cost Paimon.
Oh, charge shot, taking Tignari out, just barely letting Hu Tao survive here. Wondering how Lumi is going to respond.
That's really dangerous because Jibu basically used up all of his dice.
All of his dice, yeah. I mean, at least his screen isn't gonna be blacked out like the first challenge.
No, it's true. He can see everything
What kind of
going on.
heating do I use?
Okay.
Tuning the Lotus in order to
It's
use
like
Huta's elemental
central?
skill. I think we're gonna see a whole lot of normal attacks
Central
coming out.
heating?
Yeah,
Is
unfortunately,
that what you mean?
Lumi's dice rolls had been better, she could have charged attack into a burst, but she... Oh no, I
Has
think
to
she
tune
still has...
everything.
Yeah, she'd have to tune everything, but I think that might be worth it. That's going to take out Ganyu, set up Burning, and put Hu Tao back up to 4.
Wow. And then, of course, you know, I'm looking at Jibu's side. There's pyro application on both Hu Tao and Tignari, so the melt damage from Ganyu, who's very healthy right now, by the way, is going to be a whole lot coming out of Lumi's side.
Yeah, I think if you're Lumi, it's worth it to tune because that leaves your Hu Tao alive to the Burning, and then your opponent is forced to take out your Hu Tao with whatever skill they have at the beginning of their turn. And with that Paimon popping next turn and your opponent's Liben not being activated, I think that puts you significantly ahead.
Oh, I wish you could use that Covenant.
Yeah, maybe Covenant not the best choice for this deck specifically, you know, not having a lot of discounts to charge shot, but yeah, we're gonna see that burst.
Tuning everything to go for Hu Tao's first. -6 on the Ganyu, that will make Ganyu gone. So who's Jibu gonna choose now?
It's probably going to be his own Hu Tao. You know, I think he's going to counter with Hu Tao Burst there. I believe that will put her at 5, which is out of range of just a skill, taking her out of Ganyu, but is going to leave her hit limit open to a charge shot. He's thinking carefully.
I was just noting, by the way, but Hu Tao's burst healing her is actually really crucial because Tignari's burst does 1 piercing damage to opposing characters. So if she was ever left at 1 HP, if you have Adeptus,
oh yeah,
it wouldn't be quite enough. It would be 7 damage on Ganyu, but still.
And we see Jibu opting for Tignari.
Ooh, Gambler.
Oh, that could be huge.
And Quick Swap.
The Gambler's draw is actually insanely good.
The
here.
Gamblers,
Jibu,
it's time to snowball.
But that Gambler's draw giving him an extra... Oh no.
Those Electro, they're plaguing her.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, okay, that's a bit better. A little bit better.
Yeah,
Also, the Paimon.
Your hot Chalky's gone. You drink it already?
It really depends how much time
so fast.
Lumi will have to use Hu Tao. And she does have a Strategize, so can draw into more cards to tune them.
Shit, I gotta grab my door.
If that food is Lotus Crisp, then it will actually be huge, because Jibu doesn't have his own Lotus Crisp, and at the end of the game, it's just so efficient.
Oh my god, my blankie's stuck.
I'm still looking at that 1 cost Paimon.
Yeah. So Jibu, considering if he even needs to go for the burst, he has the option of just using a skill or even just a charge shot from Tignari to set up the end of turn.
I mean, you could quick swap. Oh, opting to go for Gamblers. I guess
hear everything.
Burst?
Looks like it is going to be burst.
I mean, it's the same cost for skill and burst, and it does do 1 piercing damage to Ganyu.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually fine. I think Jibu intends to sacrifice Tignari here. Wait, is that?
That's a Gamblers for Lumi. That is actually insanely good. This is going to let her sweep, I think, very comfortably.
And the Hash Brown bringing her up?
The skill here, and then I don't think it's going to be... Yeah, Jibu needed his own food here to be able to counter, but this is...
That Heavy Strike.
Oh my god.
Oh no,
Oh,
wait.
the heavy Strike won't add up correctly because...
Oh, because she's on 6
Jesus.
dice. It's still plus 1.
She doesn't have enough cryo die. She can't charge shot here.
Oh.
Oh, wait, this is still really close.
It is. I mean, I think... Wait.
I think you have to normal attack. Actually, even normal attack isn't enough.
If you...
Hang on.
We're at a loss here. What if you skilled on Ganyu?
I think you have to skill.
Yeah.
And then you just need to make sure... I think Jibu might actually just need to end right here. If Jibu does anything and allows Lumi to end first, then Hu Tao is pretty much going to go down no matter what.
She is 1 dice short of being able to use...
She is 1 dice short.
Heavy Strike.
Oh, and I haven't lost yet. Okay.
I haven't lost yet.
I'm not sure if I like that. I think Jibu really just needs to end. He needs to draw into his own food.
I wonder if he's going to play Paimon and Lieben, though.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I haven't lost yet. You would always use it there because all your other characters are down. So I think that's a perfectly good play. But I think you're right. Paimon and pass.
You play Paimon first, and then Lieben.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to play...
You can play Lieben, take the other 3 dice, and then you have more cards.
Well, you already have a Lieben on the board,
Oh,
so you
yeah.
don't need a second one. So just Paimon here.
Right. I remember he played it earlier to draw another support card, I think.
Yeah.
The juniors
this
are
is-
tech ahead of my time.
Really tough here because if Lumi doesn't draw,
Time,
she just needs to
ticking.
roll
Okay.
enough dice. But here we go.
So there's the Paimon. And then those 3 dice are going to go to the Liban that is already on the board, not the one in his hand. And Lumi ending second.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know,
That
again, ending
shield.
second here. If Jibu can draw into something,
Oh, double Chef Mao?
that's not going to do anything though, because you need to play a food
Yeah,
in order
where's
to.
the
Plans
food?
of playing Lethal Company.
No. Chef Mao letting Jibu down. You know,
no
Chef Mao
idea.
giveth to Team Astra in round 1. Chef Mao taketh.
I actually
Game
haven't
Can't win
seen
them all.
Oh wait, we're not done. Oh,
much
there's
of
2
that
cards
anyways.
from Liban. Not quite enough.
Do not need another Paimon
Because
right now.
we've been playing Genius
Yeah.
and
No
Vacation
card draw at all.
TCG.
And also 1 energy short as well. You know, if there was a star
Holy
sign or a ghost
Omni
in here
die.
somewhere, maybe you want to do anything. I think Lumi's gonna take it.
Yeah, because you could use Heavy Strike. You could play another support card to make it even. And then Tune for Charge Shot.
Genius
Yeah.
and Vacation
It'll just be,
TCG.
heavy
Heavy
strike
Strike. Oh!
into a
Heck yeah.
normal attack.
Wait,
That's
that's
also-
just
Oh,
enough.
yeah.
Yes, Juba
geez.
didn't heal. Juba didn't heal. Jeez. What a game.
What a game. You
What a
know,
game.
Very close there, you know, down to the wire. But Jibu, if it top decked of any food, I think that would have swung in his direction.
That was so impressive.
Nice.
I think we're going to have a player interview very shortly, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big boon for Team Carnival.
Unbelievable. What? Chef Mao taketh, Chef Mao giveth. How's it feel?
Good. Yeah, I'm glad I won.
Oh, okay. Jeez, that was really close. The mirror match was crazy.
God.
What do you think took it in the end for you?
Heavy Strike definitely came in clutch.
Are you proud to now get the first cards over to Team Carnival? Do you feel like, you know, the Hu Tao, Tignari, these are good ones to have?
I think they're okay. They might be helpful.
Okay. Well, it's better, too, to deny them from your enemy, right?
Very true, yes.
Okay,
Oh, it's so
okay.
hot.
Well, any shout out to your teammates there? Did they come up with any ideas, or did they just leave you to hang?
No, they helped me with like the general game plan, like the Hu Tao start and burst.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, I do have some news for you as well, by the way. The people that helped choose that deck for you, we have 2 winners for you. So we
Ooh.
will be announcing those winners for you
2
as well.
winners.
Congratulations, you guys have won your gift cards, I believe. So well done out there.
Starbucks.
We'll go ahead and
It's
throw
not
it over
that
to our
fancy, is it?
casters.
I mean, it's the holiday
there,
cups.
There we have it, yeah. Todochi, you are one of the winners. Congratulations. Make sure to message the Astra Carnival Twitch account, and we will get you that prize.
I still have my
Your other
coffee
one,
order here.
Other winner, perhaps. We will show that as well.
There
And
it
we
is.
will give that over to... Oh, there it is. DJ Pro Tiger. Congratulations. You guys voted. She used your deck, and she won. So congratulations. That is the true prize. Any thank yous out there?
I think she's from
you, everyone watching.
Indonesia.
Thank you for the deck, my friends. As now we will throw it back to
I
our
think.
casters to talk
I
about that
forget-y.
incredible last series.
So yeah, thank you so much, Slacks. Once again, congratulations to Lumi and to Team Carnival. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's not too hot.
effectively, Team Astra took the first round,
It's
okay?
true. We tied it up and it's even now. That's what I like to see. You know, a close game. And I think denying the other team those cards, especially Ganyu, with all the Hydra characters that were going on.
How
is
do you
good.
remember?
Looks like
I
we're
mean,
gonna get
it's
into
really
some
easy.
highlights here.
What do you think of the deck building?
For me, it's really
we didn't get to
easy.
see much of Lumi's things here, but I think it was pretty similar from both sides. You know, opting to go for just a generally good card. We didn't see any weapons
Ooh, it's
out of
hot.
Lumi, but maybe that was the right choice after all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in a deck like this, it might be hard to draw into your weapons unless you specifically build
I order
for
like the
it.
same thing
it's
all the
just
time.
On the off chance you happen to get it, unless, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Jibu sunk 3 dice. You know, we saw here the Amos equip. It did let him take out Tignari, but he wasn't able to use those that weapon on Ganyu again. So that was a lot of resources sunk into a one-use weapon.
I think both players honestly played this super well. It was a joy to watch. Very close in the end there, but
We saw the same strategy even from both
Yeah,
teams. You know,
definitely.
we have, you know, you're playing for a
Yeah,
team here, so you have teammates to
Genshin
advise you what
Brainrot.
to do if you're not familiar
It's so
with
funny.
these characters. And both sides deciding to go for this Hu Tao opener, identifying that as the primary way to victory.
and that heavy strike at the end just
Yeah.
giving it's just enough damage
Exactly.
to take out Hu Tao in the end.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget that Heavy Strike actually still buffs normal attack
Yes,
damage.
by
You a lot of the time think of it as a +2 to charge attack, but it does buff normal attacks by 1 as well, and sometimes that matters.
So, I mean, with charge attacks, you need to have even dice, but even if you have odd dice, like Lumi didn't have to play a support card to even the dice out because the 3 damage, the +1 to the already 2 damage normal attack was enough to take out Hu Tao in that case. But,
Yeah.
I mean, you could make it a charge attack and make it +2 instead, so.
Yeah, yeah. But of course, you need some
Yep,
way to
yep,
fix your
yep.
dice for that. And Lumi was really running low on cards there, you know, down to the
Definitely,
wire. If he had rolled any badly or drawn just the wrong amount of cards, if she was one shot, it would have been completely different. But, you know, managed to pull it out there. Both sides getting that gambler, so it's all fair, right? You know,
Yeah.
no side having the advantage there.
I feel like the composition of the support cards in both these decks were very similar to, as you were mentioning earlier. Like, I mean, it was a mirror matchup, but just because the characters are the same doesn't mean the decks are going to play the same.
Exactly.
It really depends on how you build the support cards. And in this case, I mean, I think both teams went for very similar strategies.
Yeah.
They did not have enough time to exchange notes either, so it was just by coincidence.
Yeah, and of course,
You blame
that was
me.
only one of 4 matches.
How
that
have the
will be
cards
played
been today?
using the voting,
I'm just watching
system.
the
So you have more
pros
opportunities
play.
If you missed that, to vote for other cards. Well,
But
similar-
it's been really
I
interesting.
want to say creative.
It's
maybe
like
just,
watching the
crazy
game with a new
combinations.
set
You
of
guys are-
eyes after I've learned how to play like different characters and stuff. Hi Serpent, are you winning? I'm not playing, I'm watching.
Oh, an albedo. I mean, no one chose it. It has to be something that
True.
you choose too.
Well, you have to
because
make
if
two
it's
equally terrible options. Let's put it that way. Like, you know, if one is significantly better than the other, these players are smart enough to
There you
avoid
go.
the pitfall. But if you make 2 pits, they have to jump into one of them.
I mean, the thing is, though, if there are character cards that are good enough to go for, because you're going to be drafting...
I'll be on the show, I don't know about that. Also guys, there is a QR code on the screen. It's on the top right corner. If you guys want to use that to scan to fill out a survey for the Astro Carnival, or you can actually click on the link that's pinned to the top of chat. It's the second link. It's like hoyolink/7ab. Anyways, check out those links. Also, you can follow Astro Carnival on their YouTube or twitch.tv/Astro Carnival, and or download Genshin with the first link. Everything is pinned to this chat, or you can actually check out the link that's attached to my panel. If you scroll down on this channel, you'll see a Prince Cup Winter Invitational panel that you can click on.
That Team Astra took.
Yeah.
The blue team took the blue cards.
That's true. And the red team took Hu Tao, I guess? I don't know. We'll see if that pattern continues. Obviously, they'll be playing with different cards later on, not just the Hydra set, but obviously Team Astro, I'm sure, very happy to get Child for Inzaghi. And I know Doom as well, in his play interview, did say that Oceanid Rodeo was
Why do I
his
see
favorite card.
smoke?
Definitely.
It's
And,
my
you know, we're about to get into a
humidifier!
challenge
I should
here,
move it.
and we will let Slacks explain the rules.
I'm
to you
actually just
shortly.
so mad. I'm just really, really mad. There's smoke coming out of my head.
Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome back for challenge number 2 in the Astra Carnival Prince Cup Winter Invitational. Genshin Impact Genius Invocation
Genius
TCG.
Invocation
That's right, my friends.
TCG.
You are watching the show with a longer name than the Aranara questline. And we are here to have the ball
The
in challenge
Prince
number 2. Now,
Astro
none of our
Carnival, the
challenges
Prince Cup
can be
Winter
about your skill
Invitational
in the
Genius
game. We have
Invocation
one of your
TCG.
skill out of the game. In fact, your knowledge about specific cards. This is called Pass It Down, my friends. For those of you in the arena, our contestants, allow me to explain how it works. I will
Alright,
show
cheese
one of you
mechanique.
a picture
Denise
of a
Cardinal.
card. You must come up to our very high-tech board
So
and
funny.
draw that card. Then return to your seat. The next person on your team must come up, look at that drawing, erase it, and then draw that card yet again. Finally, your
What?
team captain will come up at the end
Shown a card,
and
they must
look
draw it. They're-
through those pictures.
Draw
If
the
they are
card based on the
properly able to
last
guess
player's
what card it
drawing.
is, you get
Ain't no way.
a point.
They're
Whoever
being
has the
tested
most
on their art
points gets
skills.
These 3 fabulous cards: Wanderer,
That's so
Sucrose,
funny.
and Venti. That is right, my friends. This is a tough challenge, but we'll see if you guys can
It's
wander
Genshin
up over here and
Pictionary.
start drawing. I will be ready to roll if you guys are. And because one of you won the challenge, one of you won the Twitch chat voted decks, I will simply
I know, the
refer to
set
our
is
friend,
absolutely beautiful.
the, Ortiz. Oh. Oh, I didn't. Hold on. I've been practicing this all day. I've been practicing. Okay, do not look at me. I can do this. All right. Here we go. Whew. The Ortiz Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Ortiz Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal has determined that Team Blue. Come on up, Astra. Who would you like to come up first? Send one person. This is your drawer.
Ortiz
You can't be the
Mécanique
team captain.
d'Analyse
Send your
Cardinal.
first drawing person up. Who is your best artist? Discuss among yourselves. You will have to look at the picture and draw it. Who will be going up? There we go. They have chosen Birdie, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Birdie here, who will be drawing the first picture. Now, I'm going to show you this picture. Your teammates will not be able to see it. And then you must draw it from memory. Are you ready?
Oh my god.
Our fans at home, our friends watching,
How's this
you
gonna
guys
go?
will be able to watch this. And don't forget, Birdie, while you guys are watching this challenge, you can still vote on Astrid Carnival's Twitch channel, win a chance to get that $100 gift card. and build the next
$100
decks.
gift card if
What
you
do you
guys
think of
vote
this? Don't say
on
it.
twitch.tv/Astra Carnival.
Prince will not be happy. Can you draw this card?
I think that's doable.
You understand this card?
Oh, it's
Yep.
a pizza.
Very
It's
well.
mushroom pizza.
All right.
There's no way he can't
Please
draw mushroom
begin
pizza.
the drawing process.
There's no
Ladies and
way he
gentlemen,
can't draw
I
mushroom
will show you
pizza.
this
That's pretty
very special
easy.
card very shortly. There we go.
Oh, he's even drawing the cost.
Looking hype. Now, no one else in the arena is able to
That's so
see
funny.
this beautiful rendition.
Look at the little mushrooms. Good drawing.
Very
Good drawing.
Good details. Are you happy with it?
I think this will at least get the point across.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. You may
Picasso.
return to your seat now, Birdie. And we will get the next contestant from Team Astra. No, Captain. Captain goes last. Sit
Captain
down,
goes last. That's
As
a pretty
Jibu
solid
comes up.
drawing.
All right, Jibu. You get one chance to look at this. Oh, that was so confident. Don't say what it is.
All right.
All right, very confident. Can you draw this?
I can.
Okay, all right. Erase it up, Jibu. There you go. All right. From memory. Wow. I mean, much bigger than the last one. Very strong.
Nice. Strong
Does it matter to
strokes.
put the number, Jibu?
It does.
Okay, good to know.
It does matter.
Not the flame
Bye,
birdie, but this is
Elemental.
actually better than the last one. But okay,
Huh?
no problem, Birdie. Looking
1.
good.
Why did they
Okay.
draw their pizza
Are we
so
happy?
round?
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
It's like
Back to
perfect
your
circle.
seat
Well,
here.
not really perfect,
Doom,
but
the time has come.
you make it a little bit more oval,
Can
you
you draw
know?
this sucker? Do you know what it is? Don't say what it is. You know.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay. Draw,
He
please.
knows.
Now, this is the intro, okay? Even
Let him
the
cook.
most untalented artists should hopefully be able to draw this very
Let them
mysterious
cook.
thing. But we will see if their team captain can guess what
They're
the
all
card
professional
is.
card players, not
If
artists.
not,
No.
I'm going to be unbelievably disappointed, but we'll see after Doom's drawing. Doom?
Oh, he
lot
drew
of
the
details.
crust. He's different. Let him cook.
Okay, okay.
Oh, there's so much symmetry in this in the mushroom pizza.
Right. You're done?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Doom, to your seat, please.
That's
And
a
now,
thick
time has
crust.
come. Should you be able to guess what
He
this is,
forgot the
Team Captain,
cost.
you will be able to
He didn't
get
draw
a
that it was a
point.
one cost. I'm sure they'll
It's a
get it
big
though.
responsibility
It
for
literally
you.
looks like mushroom
Take a
pizza.
look. What is that thing?
There's no way he doesn't get it, right?
Oh no. Oh no. Think.
It's round.
Yes, that's a good start. It is round.
That has to be mushrooms.
Oh, do we know the name of the card?
Mushroom pizza.
That is the mushroom pizza! Congratulations!
It's
Jeez,
round.
favorite. That is 1 point.
Yes,
Team Astra.
Pauzer's hype.
Well done.
It's
Mushroom pizza. You
round.
guys would have got that? Probably. Okay, all right. Please elect one
Yeah, I'm trying
of
to
your
see, like, an
players to
artist
join
go
us
up
here
there.
on the stage.
Imagine one of them is just like
Oh, and by
a
the
really,
way,
really
chat,
talented artist.
Twitch chat, watching at home, the voting on the next challenge deck has begun. So, if you would like to vote for which deck you would like these guys to play after
Vote
this
for the
challenge
next
and
deck.
enter in to win a $100 gift card, get over to the Astra Carnival
I thought he
Twitch
said
channel, put in
$800.
your vote, and you can dictate how the
$100.
show goes. We will need a representative, please, from Team Carnival, Lumi coming up first. Hello, Lumi. Are you ready for your card? Yes, I am. All right. Here, hold
Yeah,
this
the
for a
cat's
moment.
Prince is in the
What is
crowd.
your artistic history?
I was in artistically talented in elementary school, and I haven't ever drawn since then.
Fantastic. That's exactly what we're looking for here, gamer. This is your picture. Don't show Team Carnival. What do you think of that?
I think it'll be easy to
It's
Okay,
Friday.
don't leak it. All right, you may begin.
Surely.
This is very important, Lumi. You are starting it for everyone. Wow, that is very aggressive drawing style. You're pushing extremely hard, Lumi. What's going on there?
You know, just trying to press it on so my teammates understand what I'm trying to do.
Ah, fantastic. All right. Great detail.
Oh, she's coloring
You don't
it
have
in.
to color it in, but she's choosing to, and
Color
I respect
in the
that.
yolk.
That is the artistic,
Depth, you know?
yeah, depth. That's very good.
Okay.
Nice 3. Are you done?
I am done.
Okay, fantastic. Lumi, back to you. Could we please get the next contestant from
It's
Team
very good
Carnival? Looks like
Very
that is
good
Rev.
fried egg.
All right, Rev, you get one look. Now, if you say what it is, you're eliminated. But do you understand what this is?
What?
All right, Rev, go ahead and give it a
Oh,
shot
no.
there. Erase this bad boy and get drawing. There you go, Rev. We're all counting on you on Team Carnival.
He
You
doesn't
can
know?
do this, Rev.
It don't look like a fried
Something that
egg.
we are all very used to.
There's no
I
way.
am in my games.
Oh, what if he like draws
that's
an
good.
even
We're starting with a
better fried
square.
egg?
Powerful beginning. Yes. Very good. Circling. Wonderful job.
It's getting more and more simple.
Okay, Rev, what's your artistic experience?
I think I can draw a bit.
You absolutely can draw a bit. Thank you so much, Rev. And let's go ahead and get Zero up. Zero, your interpretation
That's
of this
so
card will
funny.
be extremely important. This is
Yeah, it's starting to look like an eye with eyelashes.
Okay.
You know what this is? Don't say it.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay, all right. Let's give it an erase. Give it a draw. How many other cards do you have memorized, Zero?
So many.
So many.
So
My goodness
many.
gracious. This should be a piece of cake for you. Go ahead and erase right there. Hit it up, my friend. Draw it out.
Whoa.
Now, if you at home have zero
That's a
drawing
very
skill,
nice
This is
rectangle.
a great stream for you, as maybe you'll learn a few things. I have learned nothing so far. No
He's an
offense.
artist.
Oh, this is really good. Okay. Got some Lumi energy here with the fill-in. That's very nice.
Wow.
Good job, Zero.
Wow. Okay.
Really going for the finer details there. Wonderful. Okay. Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, tiny little things. There we go.
Why so
Yes.
shiny? That's very shiny.
I can do something else.
Okay, do something else.
Okay.
Oh, the cost.
All right. No writing anything out. Oh, that better not be a letters.
No, it's not
Okay,
that.
all right, keep it up.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. You're doing great. Very good.
Is it
Wow.
plus? Or just
You
stars?
did,
It's not that.
Okay, it's not illegal. Very good.
It's just shiny?
Oh. Yeah, all right.
One more.
All right, you better hurry up here.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Are you proud?
I think those
I'm
are
proud.
stars.
Fantastic. Please, if you could. It is art. We will be selling
It
all
does
of these.
look like
I'm
an
just
eye,
kidding. We're not
too.
gonna sell any of these. That's fantastic. All right. Finally, Team Captain Robot Wizard, please. The time has come. The pressure is
Team
on. Take your
Capitan.
time. Look at this art and tell me if you know what it is.
Oh, it's Tame Fried Egg.
Okay, that is the Tamat Friday. Congratulations.
Fried
Well,
egg.
you guys were a lot better than I thought you would be at this challenge. So we're going to go ahead and skip to the hard mode. Please take a seat as we will go back to Team Astra. Team Astra, this is
I mean,
for
that's
the win if you
the
can stump
foods are
them.
kind of
We're
easy
going
to
go
draw,
with a
like pizza and
very
egg.
difficult card for you, okay? We're skipping ahead. Who would like to go first? Very good, very good. Welcome back to the hot seat. We did your warm-up. This is the most important one.
Oh my
okay?
god,
I'll be
Narukami
showing
star.
you. I will
If
also
they
be
had
showing
to
our audience
draw
at
a
home, 'cause I'm skipping
freaking
ahead.
location,
That's a toughie.
imagine they had to draw
That is a
like
toughie.
in
Take your
Darvaville or
time.
something.
Look at that bad boy.
Ah, it's guapa. There's no way they would recognize Guoba, right?
Yes.
Or just things that my team would recognize as the card.
I mean, you gotta draw the card. You don't play any subconscious mind games with your team and draw its effects or anything. The card must be drawn.
You drive a hard bargain, sir.
This is a hard bargain, this is a hard challenge, and this is for some great cards. So get drawing,
Guava.
my friend. Let us begin from memory. And I'll show you guys at home, don't worry. If you want to scooch on over here, yeah, that's right. Recognize this one? It's a pretty good one. Pretty hard one to see, but a good one nonetheless.
The cost.
That's right. Hopefully you recognize it.
The
Let's see how they do.
stove god.
Okay. A little harder than an egg on this one. Certainly.
Wait, what is going on here?
Yes.
He's not drawing the card.
Very good.
He's drawing a thing that represents the
Finer
card.
details here. You think those little squares are really going to make the difference?
I hope so. I think I can give my team the best chance by being as detailed as possible.
Very good, very good. All right. Unbelievable. The power. Are you done?
I think so. I have to
Okay.
hope this will be enough.
That's not the
All right,
card.
fantastic.
Wait, let me just add
All right, one more.
these little details.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much, Birdie. Congratulations.
That's not
It's a
what
beautiful
Guoba
piece.
looks
All right,
like.
thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely
Someone
beautiful.
draw Guoba.
All right, next up, Jibu. Jibu, we got any idea what this is?
I think I do.
Okay, okay. Erase it and draw it. There we go. An intense challenge. You see, Prince does not care just for the game. He cares for the soul of all things art and competition. Also catnip. Other things that
funny.
cats enjoy. Art is clearly something cats enjoy. That's why we're doing this here today. Thank you, Prince, for this opportunity. All right. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Oh.
Looking good.
Wait a second. Wait. Oh no. This is.
Easy drawing.
Wait.
Alrighty. Oh, this is looking almost exactly the same from memory. Well done.
This is the
Gee,
wrong
you can tell you're an
card.
artist. Did you go to
He's
school for this?
drawing the
I have done 0 art.
other card. What's his face? The demon guy with the horns.
How are we feeling?
It's the other 0 cost card.
Seems like you're
I
missing
haven't
something.
lost
What's
yet.
wrong?
Yeah, he's drawing. I haven't lost
You know, I'll
yet.
vote this.
Okay,
Ito.
all right,
He's
Jibo's
trying
done.
Ito, but he's
Let's
not
go
trying
ahead and show our audience
Guoba.
there. This is looking
Oh,
close.
it's so
This is looking
doomed.
almost photorealistic.
It's
Doom, I hope you're ready.
Jover.
Your team needs this.
It's
Should they
Jover.
win,
He drew
you
horns
will be
instead
earning
of
these cards.
bear ears.
You know what this is, Doom. Oh,
Maybe.
no. Okay, all right. Erase it and draw it, Doom. You've got this. From memory. Doom, I have full confidence in you. Your teammates are laughing. They know the secret.
Ain't
that
no
you
way.
are the best artist on the team. They know that you can do this for them. They need these cards. Think about Wanderer as you draw it and how amazing it will be on your deck. Oh, don't panic here.
Duh.
Do not panic.
Maybe it can be saved. Sometimes in the middle of like broken telephone, they save
There we
the
go.
telephone.
Good drawing so far. Yes. You've got it.
No, it's looking more and more like I haven't lost yet. Looking less and less like Guoba.
Okay, you've done it?
Yep.
All right. We
I'm
lost
telling
a few
you.
key features here. I'm not going to lie to you, Doom. A few things that did not make it, but we will take a look. It's time for the team captain. Thank you, Doom. Unbelievably good art. Now the time has come. This is quite
Yeah, this phone
the
line's a little
picture.
broken.
And Joggy, do we have it? Do you know?
I think he was going for
This is a
Stove
quite-
God.
Get close.
He was
Get close.
looking-
Really get in there.
He was going for
I
like
don't know what that
people
is, sir. I
worshipping
can't
the
tell you what
Stove
that
God, you know? But then
Okay,
the
figure it out.
second... Wait, it is
Put
I
you
haven't
on a
lost yet.
10-second timer here. Gotta take a guess soon.
What the heck? It's not Guoba. I got
I
trolled.
haven't lost yet.
Okay. Is it?
I got
haven't lost yet.
trolled!
It is.
They were
Congratulations,
drawing, I haven't lost
That
yet.
is
They
another
swapped the
point for Team Astra.
card!
Now it
What
comes down
is
to Team
this?
Carnival. Guys,
Bro,
get
yeah,
more
we
and
got
more,
trolled
intense.
so
Who would you like to
hard.
send up first?
I was like, there's
Okay,
no
Louis, back
way.
up.
That card
the
got
next
so
round.
off.
You gotta get this one, folks. And your next one, if you could please erase for me. Why are you laughing? Don't laugh at Astra's work. I'm working very hard.
They got trolled.
All right. Now remember, don't say the card name. But, do you know what this is? Can you draw this?
I
Can you guys see?
think.
Anyone got some
Okay,
binoculars?
fantastic. Let us begin the art, my friends.
It's a very
Prince
small
demands
card.
that the best player in the building must not only be the master of genius
Oh.
and vocation, but also the master of art.
I actually don't know that card. What card is that?
Yes. Wow. I wish you guys could see exactly what I'm saying. The process here is unbelievable. Thank you.
Oh, that's Mona summon?
Incredible. How do you feel?
It looks like a mushroom.
Okay. Can we please get a look for our camera, please? Please present.
That's
Oh,
actually pretty cute.
It's gorgeous. All right. Thank
The
you
little
so much,
like
Lumi.
tongue
Up next, who would you like to send
expression.
next?
It looks like a little mushroom.
Rev, this is the easiest one I've ever seen.
Oh
This
my
is
god,
just
it's the Ara
cut
Nara.
and paste, Rev. It's like a photo. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, Rev,
What if they-
erase
what
it
if they
and let's
think-
go. You can do it. Draw the picture. You've got
What
this,
if they
Rev.
think it's the Ara
Things looking real
Nara?
good for Team Carnival. I can tell you that. Everyone is beaming with positivity and confidence over there. Team Astra appears to be falling asleep, so we will continue. All right, Rev. Yes. Starting with a square. This is good. Thank you very much,
Trace,
Rev.
trace. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. You got the general shapes down. This is good.
Big head, small leg.
Okay. Looks almost identical, Rev. Keep it up. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. I'm enjoying our time together on this very low-pressure scenario. Are you happy with it, Rev?
What is
Okay,
this?
thank you so much. That's what my father used to say to me. Off you go, Rev. Thank you so much. And it is time now.
That's so funny.
Zero, you're up. Thank you. Come, behold art, Zero. Do you know what this is? Don't say.
No, I don't know, but I trust in my captain.
Okay, trust in your team and draw once more.
Are
Make sure
you
you get
okay,
all the
Soupy?
details. There's a
How's
lot of
raid
details.
going? Are you dying
Okay.
in raid?
Off you go. A race, my friend. Rush.
Are you getting
can do this.
smolderoned?
Big focus. Okay. Now, should you guys pass this one, we will be going to another round. It will be a lightning round. You only have 15 seconds per person to draw. Or you can make life a lot easier and just lose now. But we will find out what you do. Wow. What do you think?
I trust in my captain.
Okay, let's take a nice look at where it has become. Wow, that is incredible. Ta-da, thank you so much, Zero. And now, Team Captain, please.
This
Robot
one
Wizard
looks
to the
kind of
stage.
doomed, yeah.
I want you to take
What's
a
up,
really
Radon?
long look at this one. Now, I'll let you hold the microphone. I don't ever do this, but I really would love your reactions. What do
Actually,
you
maybe
see
the
from this
hat.
picture?
They'll get it off the hat.
I don't know.
It's Drover.
Can you take a...
Team Capitan
and
does
look
not
at
know
features.
what his
I mean,
team
this is
drew.
definitely something. Okay, take... All right, I'm gonna need your answer, Mr. Robot Wizard. What do we think this one is?
Really?
What even is that?
What is it, Robot Wizard? Do not flame your team. Just take a guess. Just take a... What do you think it is? Team Captain. It's gotta be something. It came from a card.
It's gotta
Is
be
it
something.
Rhythm of the Great Dream?
No, I don't believe it is. I believe this is a
I don't even
Mona
know.
summon, I believe.
Oh, it's just Mona
Unless
summon.
yes. It's beautiful, is it?
Whomst.
Okay, fantastic.
I
Well,
mean, it looks like a
unfortunately, that is not a point for
mushroom.
you guys. So,
That's what I'm saying.
I will
It could
see
be
if we are
Aranara.
continuing.
I
believe
would
we are
have thought
going to continue
Aranara
into
too.
a lightning round for the
I've
finisher.
never
Are
seen
you guys
this
ready for
Mona
one
summon.
more?
Oh, I've never played Mona,
Uno
so.
mas. All right, let's send
Uno
it back
mas.
up. This is for your
Uno
win.
mas.
You can do this. You will win every single card. All 3. You're setting the same birdie up. He's done very well. He has done very well. Very smart. Very intelligent. Here is your card.
All right, last
Pay
card.
attention. Behold the beauty.
It's actually
the
cool about
majesty.
this time.
Can you draw this?
I can certainly try.
All right. Well,
It's
then
actually
certainly
cool
try,
about this
my
time,
friend.
guys. We're not getting trolled.
Birdie giving it a... Wow, that speed. 15 seconds. I am counting.
Oh my god.
10.
It's
9,
glorious.
8.
Give him the chili. Give him the chili.
2. 1.
Nice.
And there we have it. Fantastic.
Very good.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Very good.
Behold. Truest
One second,
art.
let me
Thank
feed
you. Okay,
Ari
he
real
just
quick.
left. He didn't even say anything.
Very good.
Not happy with his job here. Well, thank you, Birdie. Jibu. How you feeling?
All right.
All right, Jibu, 15 seconds. I'll race it and let's go. The timer will start when you start drawing. Jibu, 15 seconds. Here we go. Okay, that's good. That is very good. And you're just in time. Are you happy?
I think I am.
Okay, fantastic. Well, off you go. Thank you very much. You're up next, Doom. Doom, bring it home, my friend. Bring it home. Do you see this? Start drawing, Doom. Erase it and start drawing, okay? The time has come. Wash her down. Get on it, my friend. 15 seconds. 15 seconds here today. You can do this, my friend. As I prepare the next picture for our next contestants. Oh, okay, you had 15 seconds, but you chose not to use it, and I can only respect that. Well done, Mr. Doom. Back you go. And finally, team captain, if you could please come to the stage. This is extremely important, as this will be your... this could be your victory. Seal it in. Win Wanderer, Sucrose, and Venti. What is this art?
Oh my god.
I'll let you hold the microphone here. Go ahead. You can take your guess whenever you're ready. Do you see any distinguishing characteristics here?
It's got ears.
It does have ears.
Looks like a bear.
Oh.
So it's either Baron Bunny or Golba. Probably.
I'm not going to reveal anything, but I'm going to need you to take a guess or a confirmed answer. Both cute little sidekicks. But which little sidekick will it be? Okay, come on. That's not, you can do it. 50-50. 5, 4, 3,
Did you get
2.
it?
Baron Bunny?
It is not Baron Bunny. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, Gova. Oh, but that is okay. You guys are still in the lead. It's the last round.
Oh.
Okay? Are
He
you guys
didn't
ready?
get Wolva.
All right, come on up. Send up your first one.
Lost the
Going
chili.
to Lumi. Now remember, you guys are fighting for Wanderer, Sucrose, and Venti.
They
The
dropped the
voting for your
chili.
next challenge. Why do you? Every time you come up, you just laugh. It's horrible. Be kind.
Bear turned into
Did
a
you have
bunny.
guessed, Gova?
That's so silly.
Okay, here is your image, all right? Let me pull this up. It's a toughie, final round. What do you think of this? Possible?
I think it's doable, honestly. I think it's doable.
Okay, well then
The
let's
hecky
do
is that card?
Let's
I've never seen that card before.
transition.
Dory
15
summon.
seconds. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic job, Lumi. You're confident. You feeling it?
It didn't turn out the way I imagined it.
Well, things seldom do for me. Thank you so much, Lumi. Off you go. Let's bring out... Oh, switching up. You're going to put 0 next. This is a change. All right.
But, okay.
0? You got it?
I got it.
15 seconds. Erase that sucker. Here we go. All right. 15 second starts now. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 0 faster, 7, 6, 5, 0 faster, 4, 3. Oh, wow. Stopping 3 seconds. You had plenty more time, but no problem.
I do the same. I do the same.
You just traced it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good effort. All right, well done, Zero. Off you go. All right, Rev. This is very important,
That's
Rev.
Dory's ult, which no one ever
chance.
uses.
Get your team this point.
I've
They get to have
never
Walker. They
used
get to-
Dory.
okay.
Dory's
Then
so
walk
new
up
for
is not
me.
that confident. Do you have any idea what this is? Don't say what it is.
Nope, I have no idea.
Okay, let's draw it then. Erase that, and let's see if you can make any sense of it. You're doing very well. Good erasing. Good start. 15 seconds, Rev. And go.
Smiley. He always draws the same smiley, like, stick figure. Oh.
5 seconds, Rev. 3, 2,
Oh.
1.
It's very simplified.
Incredible artistic interpretation. How do you feel?
It's not looking good for Carnival
Okay,
team.
Rev, thank you so much. Off you go. And it is time now for the team captain, Robot Wizard. I'm gonna lie
There's
to you,
no
pal.
way.
If you can snipe this one, that's gonna be wild. All right, Robot Wizard. How are you feeling? I'll let you hold the mic
He's
on
like,
this one.
What
do we got here? Any thoughts at all?
Hi, Rogar.
I have a fused. Is it allowed to be a character card?
Is it allowed to be a character card?
Aries.
Technically, no. You're cheating. You're min-maxing.
Okay.
All right?
Ow.
Should have told them. Could have eliminated you right now. Prince, he gave me a wink. He said, this is such a great drawing, I don't think it will help you. That's what Prince said in my ear. Let's go. 5 seconds for a guess.
Is it Dory?
Is it Dory?
Yes.
Close.
It is close, but it is not Dory. I'm afraid not, my friend. That is not Dory, which means Team Astra wins the challenge. Congratulations. Well done, well done. Please send a representative for an interview. I have to. Who was the best drawer? I think you got to give it to our boy Birdie. Birdie went up first. Birdie, come on up here. Take a look at this beautiful art, the competition. This is what you are fighting against.
Is that?
Don't matter. It don't matter, Birdie. It don't matter what it is. Congratulations.
Who-
You have won the
he's like,
cards.
who
Unbelievable.
is
You got
this?
Wanderer, Sucrose, and Venti. You guys pumped?
I'm really excited for 2 of those. Not going to specify which 2.
Okay,
Aries
very
so-
toxic.
Aries so
Everyone else,
hyper
thank
right
you
now.
so much for your
Look.
review. And we will throw it over to the casters to see what is next in store for our show.
We had quite some fun there watching that. Obviously, not able to commentate. I mean, what words could top that? You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Dory was close.
It was very close, actually. You know,
I have tears in my eyes.
yeah, it was a difficult game. You know, these players are not used to having to utilize their artistic skills.
This was the one challenge that they had no idea like what was happening until literally they went up on stage, and it was so funny.
Yeah, very.
I think the food pictures are really, or the food drawings are really good.
As a handhold, but of course
Yeah.
not able to do that with some of the challenge cards that they were given.
They chose some really hard ones, like Globa, and then I think there was
They did.
Dory's.
I believe it was Dory's burst, but I couldn't be sure about
Do you
that
think
one.
Aries
They
even
chose some
trying?
cards that aren't actually playable cards. They're
No.
just kind of like representative.
I'll, like,
of,
throw
like,
this at him,
skill
and
set.
he's
It was
just
known
like-
as summon.
He's so slow.
Chose so hard.
Yeah, I mean, on the wiki they actually
the
have
hay.
physical card
Hey.
representations, but of course when you deviate from these, you know, the players are really used to playing with the action cards. They see them all the time. You know, this beautiful. It took us a while
I
to figure
haven't
this
lost
one out.
yet. We couldn't figure this one out. I'm
this
glad
one's-
Injaki did. Injaki is very good at guessing.
There we go.
Yeah, you know, I think the team really pulled it together to kind of repeat a lot of the same features. I think you know what, this one by Doom here, that angry mark on the top left is really what did it.
Yeah,
The angry
yeah.
icon.
Also the zero cost. I
Yeah.
really feel like having the zero cost icon was great.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, it's so hard to draw bonus summon, you have to get the expression. I think if you get the facial expression, then like it would convey to the next person.
Facial expression
But
is important.
Unfortunately, it got lost in translation and it turned into like a very nice smiley face.
Yeah, this is definitely where, you know, if you play
Have fun touching
Genshin a lot
grass.
and not just the TCG, it will help you out
That's
a
a good.
lot.
That's a good Guoba drawing. But I don't know how it turned into like from the chili. It turned into like a little like
really play the
stomach
main Genshin
pocket.
game all that much, so he's at a bit of a disadvantage, definitely as captain when it comes to interpreting.
Cute little
Let's
bear.
say, yeah.
Also, this had to be so hard to draw.
This was very.
Also, guys, make sure to check out the pinned links to this chat to either download Genshin. You can also scan the QR code on the screen that's at the top right of my stream, or click the link that is pinned to the chat to take the survey for the Astra Carnival, or also follow Astra Carnival on their YouTube channel at Astra__ Carnival or twitch.tv/Astra Carnival.
Oh yeah.
This event is a 2-day event, so I'll actually be watching today and tomorrow, and it is pretty much what the Prince Cup is itself is a global circuit that's hosted in Korea, Japan, North America, Europe, and Southeast Asia. And the Winter Invitational that we are watching today is actually comprised of a lot of really, really great Genius and Vacation TCG players from all over the world. As you can see, each team, the Astra team, blue team, and the Carnival team, which is the red team, are comprised with a lot of different players from across the globe. So, fun little event. You missed the chicken QR code. They're playing Genius and Vacation TCG. Yup. Oh, we got a break. A 15-minute break. What the heck? Ari left me to go eat food. Oh my god, we can play some TCG. I think... Wait, did I do my challenges yet? I don't think I did my challenges yet. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I'm loading up right now. Yeah, the tavern challenges with like the... with the dudes. Hold on, let me see. I don't remember if I did them or not. I feel like I didn't. Let me double check. You think I did? You might be right. No! Let me check. If not, we can just chill and hang out for a little bit. They're gonna be resuming in like 15 minutes anyways. Let's see. I feel like... Did I? Oh, I did do them. I have to be level... Damn it, you're right. I did do them. Well, I guess we're chilling for a bit. How is everyone's weekend so far? Oh, I think my Christmas or my fairy lights are almost here. So I decided to be a little bit festive. And I ordered... Oh my god, they are up. I mean, they did get delivered. I have these really cute fairy lights that I ordered. And I wanted to hang them like in my bedroom and also outside here. It does take some work though. Actually, I don't know how to hang the ones that are up here. Let me take a look. I need a tall person to help. Any tall people in chat? I don't even know how I'm supposed to hang these up here. I wonder if I can. They look like some kind of hook. Oh, these are like... Maybe. I definitely think I can. Because I also have like curtain clips. How tall? Any 6-footers in the chat? I need some 6 feet peoples to help me hang up the lights. You are like half a foot, Heather. What do you mean you're 6 foot? Uh-huh. I am 5 foot and I have 2 working feet. I need you guys to have 6 feet. All 6 of them. Or PPL schmool. Does a ladder work? I don't have a ladder. Frick. How am I supposed to... Actually, like, legit, how am I supposed to hang these up? How am I supposed to hang up the ones here? Maybe I do have to ask my dad for, like, a ladder or something. Like, I have a stepping stool, but then the stepping stool is kind of, like, big. Unless I step on something. Okay, hear me out. What if... Okay, hear me out. What if I put this on top of the stairs and then I wear like 5-inch heels? It's my make-believe. Because, like, in my bedroom, my bed is right next to the window. So I can actually use my bed to hang up my lights. But, in the living room, I don't have, like, anything to give me that extra height. I guess I have, like, this chair. Or maybe my piano stool. Maybe my piano stool. Bring your bed into the... I have, like... this thing, you see this thing in the back? This thing. It is a stepping stool, but it's like wide and it won't fit over there. So I'm not sure like how I get the ones out here, but it would look really nice. At night, I think. It'll be festive. And it's gonna be one of those things that I'm just gonna keep on forever. Throughout the year, I'm never gonna take them off. Well, it's because they're like these cute fairy lights, so it's like it could be a holiday thing, but it could just be like a mood and like, you know, just vibe thing. So it doesn't even have to be a holiday thing. It's just pretty. Like it looks nice. I think it's especially gonna look nice in my bedroom. Give it a little bit of an extra pizzazz. Change the color of the lights in your place to red and green for Christmas. I think these ones are not multicolored. These ones are only one color. And they're just like warm lights, that's why. Oh my god, this is so pretty. What if I had fake plants and just made like a curtain? Hi, Lolly. Yeah, I didn't want multicolored ones. It's so that they would look like, how do I even show you guys what it looks like? Oh, it's interesting. Oh, it's so pretty. Yeah, this is what I want to do. Okay, let me show you. So this is like a picture someone took with the lights that they installed. But yeah, I want it to look like this because I have like sheer kind of curtains. So they're gonna look really pretty like with the fairy lights. And it looks like festive, but then it can also be not festive. So they just like look really pretty, you know? Oh my god, hi Tippy! You found your OG panda hat the other day? You know, I actually also found the OG panda hats the other day and I gave it to my dad because my dad wears hats. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's been so long since you spoke. It's been like more than a year. How have you been? The last time you talked to my chat was 2022. September 11th. On 9/11 in 2022. That's crazy. Well, okay, no. Don't call me like... Okay, it's because if it gives you any comfort at all, I always remember people. And so when I see that you've typed and I remember you haven't typed in a long time, then I'm like, I wonder when the last time they talked was. And then I check your chat log and it's like been a while, so that's why. So alternatively, instead of thinking that I'm calling you out, you can think about the fact that I remember you. And I remember that you haven't been here. You're back now. Welcome back. I'm gonna go disappear for a decade and test that theory. You can. That's literally happened before. Like, I had a viewer named Jelly who used to be like an everyday, what do you call it? Regular. And then they went missing for a few years. Or like 7 or 8 years or something. I'm pretty sure I could still find their chat. Hold on. I think their name is this. Or it was like Jelly something. Anyways. But yeah, they were missing for a few years and then they came back and I'm like, oh my god, Jelly. And then they were like, oh my god, you remember me? And I'm like, yeah. It's been years. When's the 12-year Twitch, Annie? Next year. Because 2024 April will be 11 years. So 2025 will be 12 years. How many years do you think I'm going to work this job for? That's crazy. If I somehow work this job for another 10 years, I will be 42. That's mental. That's crazy. Can you imagine watching me stream at 42? Damn, how different am I gonna be? There's no way I'm still gonna be streaming when I'm 42, right? How's that 401k looking? You mean my RRSP because I'm from Canada? It's good. It's not bad. No! What? Alright, you did a good job. Good poop. Very good. Alright, 3 minutes left. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Millennial gang. No talking about retirement. It's too early. You're right. I still need to buy another house. I was like... I feel like... When I was in LA, I lived in such a big space. Moving back to Toronto in this smaller space, I was like, okay, the good thing about living in a smaller space is that it is so fast to clean. Like, I can clean this place in like less than an hour. Previously, when I tried to clean the other places that I rented, it took like so long, like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and depends on like how much I'm doing. But now it's like super easy to clean everything. You home collector. No, I think in the future I'm just gonna sell this place, and then I'm gonna buy another place that's bigger. That's the plan. That's the plan. The good thing that's really good about this place is that it's definitely appreciated like double, which is amazing. So honestly, properties are a really good investment. Yeah, I live in a, this is literally a 1-bedroom. Just like, what am I gonna do with my bedroom? Yeah, they're always going up. I want to live in a home with like 3 bedrooms, and I want stairs. So I want like an actual house. All right, we're
Welcome
back.
back, everyone, from our short break. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And this is Blep at Blep the Cat, and I think we all could have used that break to recover from what just happened in our last challenge, both us and the players.
Actual tears in my eyes. It was really
How am I
funny
gonna
to watch,
afford a
but for
house
now,
if my
we have the
salary
Twitch
don't
poll
double?
results.
Live
Once
at
again,
home and
Sino's
save
here,
your
so
money.
I see Sino Kuching
That's how.
Barbara. That might actually be a pretty decent deck.
That looks really synergistic, yeah. I guess people are really trying to push Sino. It looks like we can repeat them if they're not chosen, which is great to see. You know, I think this is looking to be pretty good.
Yeah, just a reminder, so I mean, you guys at home are
Build a
voting for
mansion.
3 character cards that these teams can then go on to choose. There will be 2 sets. They are blind picking, and then they will build their
Sino,
support cards
Kuching,
on
and
stage.
Barbara.
So when I see 2 Electro, I think of Electro Resonance, right?
Yeah.
So
I want
really
stairs.
feel like
I
this
want the
deck could
feeling
be
of
a
like
good Electro
separate
charge deck.
areas.
Yeah, and these are 2 pretty good characters to actually use and build energy for.
Yeah.
You know, Kuching with her 3 crossbow is very powerful. So I have to see if the other set is quite...
Wait, okay.
Living expense reduced by half.
Let's not
income
write this one off
reduced
just
by
yet. I
half.
mean,
It can work.
So
Bennett's
funny.
pretty good. I feel like Diluc has
Yoimiya,
really strong
Diluc,
single
and
target
Bennett.
damage.
Yeah.
Yoimiya's, you know, she's good for stalling. She's good anchor. I feel like this could be okay. There's no
Bye,
elemental
Vish.
reactions,
Have a good
but it might be okay.
birthday.
Especially, you know, Bennett is
Yes,
going to be
I
a
was gonna
card
say.
people really, really want to get.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, this is just what we were talking about before. You know, we had one really strong deck versus... We'll say, I mean, Mono Pyro still has Pyro's Resonance, but obviously that doesn't do anything because you have no reactions.
Live
to
in the
react
parents'
with. But,
basement.
Don't worry about it.
Bennett and Yoimiya as well. So,
The
okay,
one
here's the thing.
thing I can't really do
Inzagi's
anymore
team
is
has
live in a
child.
basement.
Yeah.
And Inzagi's deck
I've never really like lived in a basement, but at some point in time, there was like 1 year while I was streaming, I was just like, I had my entire setup in the basement of my parents' house.
Now let's pass to the
Never
stage.
again. I never knew when it was night, never knew when it was day. There was no windows. I was just there. I just don't know day from night, and it was not good. I don't like being in the basement. I felt like a gremlin.
Convince their teammate to do this.
All right, here we
Party,
go.
which deck has Team Astra chosen?
The one with absolutely no reactions.
Oh no! Why have you done this?
Who are we rooting
Bennett
for?
is just too tempting. What can I say?
Okay, we're going for the Bennett deck over there. Congratulations! I hope. Wish
We're
you
gonna
the best of
root
luck. Now, Rev, they really need you to win.
For
This is some
Team
good cards
Astra
here.
because one of their players visited my chat before.
Bennett deck. All right, we love the Bennett deck around here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, who will have the best luck here today? It looks like we are about to find
Stairs
out
are the
as
bane
this
of the
Bennett
old.
versus Bennett showdown begins. Let's start this
I'm not
game
old yet.
and throw it back to our casters.
Okay, that was a little bit unexpected.
Yeah.
I mean, Inzaghi, so for context, Inzaghi won the Southeast Asia Prince Cup in Malaysia, and one of the decks he won with was Yoimiya, Child, and Bennett. So we saw that Bennett, and we were like, maybe Team Astra will choose the Mono Pyro deck, even though it's not as good.
Yeah.
But I did not expect the composition that actually like has some reactions, has Electro Resonance to not be
It's
picked.
true, yeah, that's very surprising. But you know, they're really playing the metagame here around these picks. You remember, only one team can get these characters. Whatever team wins, one team is going to win Bennett. Whoever wins Bennett is going to deny the other team Bennett.
And that's true. I mean, you have to win to actually get the cards right. So at least it's an even playing field now. Of course, these teams did choose the support cards for this
So
Mono
much
Pyro
fire.
deck. I immediately
Mono
saw Bennett's
fire.
talent, and also I believe.
To be honest, you look great for age, though.
Was the weapon there?
I don't know if I want to hear that when I'm 32. Can you tell that to me when I'm like
Yeah.
50?
So we could see some different.
I feel like you should still look good when you're 30. Like,
Bennett as a combo. I mean, chat at home did a pretty great job.
making me feel real old
hats off to
here.
chat
Like, you
that
should still
being able
look
to put together that
relatively
combo
young
is
in your
actually a pretty strong
30s.
call.
And you guys see the QR code up on the screen between Birdie and Rev's player cams. If you have any
Wait, you
feedback
don't know
whatsoever
how old
about this
I
event,
am?
about us, about
Sippy, shut up.
the organization, about anything, please scan that QR code, send in your thoughts. We'd love to hear them.
Look, any setup that convinced these top players to
I'm
pick
84,
Mono Pyro
don't you know?
as the best deck for this option has to be great.
Oh my
I don't
gosh,
think I
Birdie,
deteriorate
Wow.
until I'm like going
I
through
think that was
menopause.
Tenacity, the Millith, and also Aquila onto
So I'll be fine
Bennett.
for some time.
Yeah, looks like he's going for a stall Bennett plan. This is going to put Rev in a tough situation. He's going to have to attack into the Tenacity here and give Birdie that extra die,
Yes.
or pass the turn with not much action, because he does have a Paimon in hand, but no way to use those last two remaining dice.
Ooh, yeah, playing Paimon just ending on two.
Okay.
Unfortunate, but I mean, Birdie has Vanarana, so that one Ami dice
Vanarana.
will be put through the Vanarana and chucked right back out at the start of next turn.
Yeah, I mean,
What
a
is that
weapon plus tenacity
card?
combo usually very scary.
You see it,
from,
B2?
traditionally Ito decks with Fel and things.
The
Aquila
two
doing
card. Is this some kind of
Ito.
skill
Yeah,
card?
Bennett is the new Ito here.
Oh my god, no
Oh,
pyro.
these dice.
Reroll
Let's throw all of
everything.
those back. Team Carnival has just been having really
Yikes.
bad luck with their dice rolls.
Yeah, Team
For
Carnival
sure.
has such
I think,
bad.
you know,
The forecasts.
Getting all those equipment
The
for round
forecast on
one
Team
is
Carnival.
just so good because not a lot happens in round one, especially since there's no elemental
Is it?
reactions
Is
to
it a thumbs
capitalize
up?
on for
I
either
can't
of
even
these
see
decks.
that it's a
You're
thumbs
not really
up.
afraid of first turn kill, FTK. So, you know, Birdie was able to equip both the
Oh, those are
artifact and the
Bennett's
weapon
talents,
very,
okay.
very easily. And I think that, you know, puts Team Astra at a slight advantage right now.
Definitely a slight advantage, and Birdie does have enough dice to go for the Bennett burst as well here, even though it's a little bit later than Rev here. Is going to be able to deploy, and that weapon is going to add up very quickly.
It really will. Tuning one of the Bennett talents, you don't need them both. I think we're going to see the other one played. Yep, Bennett's burst coming out. Fantastic voyage onto Bennett.
Onto Bennett. He is...
Bennett versus Bennett.
I mean, definitely on Birdie's side, he's going to have...
They
you
need
know,
to get
only
good
Bennett
rolls.
Be the carry here. We might actually see the other characters never take the field, depending on how things go.
It's a normal attack fight. I mean, with that artifact that will keep him nice and ticky.
Ooh, many Paimon.
That's a super risky play here. I mean, I guess you're okay with Bennett going down here, but after that talent card, you might really need
free
to
fire die,
have Bennett's
Lieben.
talent go up more than once in a game. Okay.
Oh shoot, I'm
Vanarana, Lieben,
blocking.
that's really good. So
That's a free Lieben.
Yeah, Vanarana will take probably the 2 Omni, and then the other 3 dice will go to Lieben.
Yeah, Birdie's definitely playing for the long game here, ramping up a lot, but Rev has Bennett burst up with 2 Paimons proccing on his turn. That's a lot of value
There's
in a
just
single turn.
no
It is,
pyro
and
dice.
I wonder, you know,
Holy,
maybe
these
Rev
rolls are
intended
so
to sacrifice
bad.
Bennett.
No,
You know, after getting
the
Bennett's burst up
rolls.
with that talent, maybe Rev's
Gonna have to
strategy
tune
is
a bunch of stuff
actually
or just
to
like a
use
bunch of
Luger
normal
Luania
attacks.
to do more like heavy damage. But it looks like Birdie's trying to stall with just Bennett. Like, this is just a Bennett
They're
deck.
using the same character
I mean,
cards, yeah.
Once that
It's
Bennett
like
burst
mono
goes
pyro,
down,
all the
especially with
same.
tenacity protecting
Unlucky.
his health total, addition to the Fabula damage is going to make his Bennett a lot stronger than Rev's side. And looking at the dice, he's not actually that slanted. Although actually at 6 HP, well, 7.
Yeah, because
So he is going to actually drop down below the threshold. So we'll probably see Birdie. Oh, he drew the talent.
Ooh. Wait, just in time. Wait, just in time.
That's huge.
thumbs up talent.
No way.
Yeah, Rev
Ooh.
is just like really.
-3.
I mean, once if Birdie hadn't drawn that talent, it would have been close. But I think with the equipments there and the talent card, Birdie's Bennett is just unstoppable.
Yeah, I think Birdie won the luck of the draw a little bit.
Yeah, and we're gonna see both Bennetts here kind of trading blows. But Birdie getting an addition, not only getting an additional damage on every hit because of the Aquila, but getting an additional heal from every hit Rev takes. So he's getting 2 more points of value out of every attack.
Yeah, basically
Oh my God,
every
you dead?
exchange of blows.
I'm
I
taking
think
one
Birdie's
right
Bennett
now.
heals for 3 total, right?
Yeah.
And Rev's only heals for 2.
And we see that heavy strike in hand. We might actually see it played this round. Yeah, it looks like Birdie is getting his dice counts.
That's so funny.
Chef Mao, such a strong pick.
We're gonna see a lot of Chef Mao, I think, from this.
-6 with Bennett's skill. That damage adds up quickly.
Yeah, now
taking the field now.
Yeah, Rev really needs to find a way to actually take out the other Bennett. Otherwise, it's just going to take over the
Raid
game.
boss,
I mean, what
raid boss
a
Bennett.
insane draw from Birdie's side with that double equipment.
Can't quite see the food in Rev's hand, but I wonder if there's anything. Ooh, -5 with that Bennett burst buffing a Deluxe elemental skill. I'm wondering if there's anything Rev can do with that food.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we're almost certainly going to see Birdie swap off here. And going into the next round, Rev has a little bit of advantage with the Paimon, but honestly, Chef Mao is going to actually do quite a lot of work for Birdie as well. So it's still pretty even.
I feel like Birdie is still, he does swap off here, and it makes sense. I think he's still a little ahead as long as Bennett is alive because, you know, Rev's Bennett is down, so we will not see a refresh on Bennett Burst. After this turn is over, that Bennett Burst will be gone, only has 2 turns to use it. So.
And all that difference was really just made by that double equipment. You know, I think Rev used his own dice to deploy the Paimons, but that was kind of a step slower and less effective than the equipment. So they used the same amount of dice to kind of set up for different turns, but Birdie's cards are going to
infinite hash rounds
over the long term. So Rev needs to find a way to really close out this game before Bennett can burst again. If Bennett bursts a second time, it's just over.
Yeah, and you know, Yoimiya here is literally just out in the field to take that extra damage before Birdie swaps back onto Bennett to heal some more. It feels pretty...
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good play by Birdie. They running the opponent out of dice so he can get the additional heal
hash round
over here. The one thing to be careful of is he needs to avoid being bursted by Dylan next turn. But with Bennett Burst running out on Rev's side, he needs to...
Yoimiya's skill costs only 1 Pyro dice, so it can proc Bennett's +2 heal over and over, which is like hash rounds.
But no star signs.
Interesting.
No way to generate that last energy.
4 Terra's Lair on Birdie's side, but I mean, I doubt either side needs that card anymore.
No.
You don't. I don't think they brought the talent cards for Yoimiya or Diluc. It's probably just Bennett. Both teams have actually managed to draw it early enough.
These rolls are so bad, Birdie.
Yeah, Storm Terra's Lair being one of the new cards added in the most recent version changed up the meta quite a lot because it's one of the first cards that can actually draw a random talent card from your deck. And the trick with that card is if you only include 1 talent card in the deck, then you're guaranteed to be draw it whenever you play Storm Terra's Lair. So it's not quite that you want to put in a variety, you almost always want to play with 1 specific talent card, and for Bennett, that's usually his talent.
Yeah, and as I mentioned last round, so on Rev's side, Team Carnival, Bennett's burst did run out. Bennett is down. There will not be a refresh on that, so that is -2 damage coming out from Rev's side every turn.
Yep.
And Birdie's burst is still up.
Yeah, the only thing that Rev has in his favor is Birdie's dice rolls this round have been particularly bad. So here he can threaten Birdie with a burst from Diluc, but honestly, what we're probably going to see Birdie do is start slow swapping.
What if you heavy strike Woven? You still have Bennett burst up and also Aquila Favonia.
Yeah,
is that enough?
Let's see. I think
heavy strike?
Yeah, I think that's 7 damage exactly.
Oh my gosh, -7 on Diluc. That damage stacks so quickly. So heavy strike does +2 for your normal attacks if they are a charge attack, which you need to have even dice, which we saw Birdie using Minty Meat rolls, which is 1 cost. It evened out the dice count on his side.
Yeah, and I mean, this game is pretty much over. Yoimiya cannot carry against Bennett. It's Bennett +20 HP. Oh, he even gets a healing off of Yoimiya's skill. Oh my gosh.
This is tragic. Bennett is a monster. No wonder these players chose this mono pyro deck over the deck that had, arguably a better composition.
The better composition might have won out. You definitely have access to a more variety of cards. But we've seen here, you can still build a strong core deck even without reactions here. But in this case, the draw really favoring Birdie. It could also be, we don't see what the full contents of Red's decks are. Maybe his team didn't choose to play with a lot of those action cards.
And it really is the new Ito.
Yeah. And that's pretty much game.
That's it.
Yeah, that Woven coming out to give the last dice. Obviously, the Minty Meat rolls running out, so we have Bennett sweeping the entire other team.
Congratulations to Team Astra once again taking another win. I believe this is the first
Let's
Twitch
go.
voting challenge that they won, though.
Yeah.
But let's
Team
go to the stage for
Astra.
a brief interview.
Congratulations, man. That was a Bennett beatdown. Please join me, Mr. Birdie, up on the stage. Unbelievable. This is like my third interview with you today. What are you, just the clutch player of Team Astra? Great drawer? Great lucker? Great player? How you feeling?
I'm drunk.
The luck one mostly. I don't feel good about that victory. I'm sorry. Victor gave it to me.
Oh,
said he don't
no.
feel
Well,
good.
you do have to have a certain amount of skill to pull it out. It was a mirror match, so, you know, as Bennett would say, luck is skill, right? In a way? So, it's really feeling the heart that
I subscribe to that philosophy. It doesn't make me feel any less sorry for my opponents.
Oh, well, a man of honor indeed. But incredible match that we got to see here today. But don't feel too bad. There's plenty more challenges to go. We will see a lot more headed your way. But congratulations winning that one. That means that you have unlocked those cards. Who are you most excited? Well, there's a redundant question, but who are you most excited to have now for Team Astra?
Actually, I wonder if we can make Duluc work. That'll be fun.
Ooh, okay. Fantastic. Any words out there to say to the Twitch chat that voted for those cards?
It was a really interesting challenge. Thank you.
Okay.
Please try to make the choice less obvious next time.
Oh, dang. All right. And speaking of which, we do have some of the winners that had that challenge. I believe they'll be displayed very shortly for you. So you guys,
For the
don't forget,
$100
if you see your name,
gift card.
go ahead and rush on over to the Astra Carnival channel. Message us and we will give you your wonderful prize because we love it when people help us out and make these decks for you to play. So very fun. Thank you yet again. Incredible job. Well done. And
What's
yes,
the
that
Prince
was,
Cup?
Are you ready for the next challenge? You feeling it?
I don't know if you play a lot of Genius and Vacation TCG, but it is a trading card game that is built into Genshin. And the Prince Cup is pretty much like this global circuit that's hosted around the world in like Korea, Japan, Europe, Southeast Asia, North America, and many other countries. And this specific event that we're watch partying right now is a invitational of all like the really good players from different regions. They made two teams, the blue team, which is Team Astra, and then the red team is Team Carnival. It's comprised of like different players from like the top players from different regions of Genius and Vacation TCG. Anyways, but yeah, that's what we're watching. They're doing a special 2-day event. This is what the Prince Cup Astra Carnival is about. The first day, which is today, is they're doing like a bunch of card hunting. They're doing like special events, special like little games in order to collect like character cards. So that tomorrow, which is like the showdown, they're going to be making their decks based off of the cards that they earned today. In order to play against each other tomorrow. So this is a 2-day event, but yeah, we're watching day 1 right now.
That was very high roll.
It was. I mean, the one thing that came down to that talent card off the top, right before that Bennett burst, was crucial. Because before Rev had kind of the advantage there, you know, with a lot of dice to work with, going in with 2 Bennett talents, you know, be able to consistently deploy it. But, you know, when it equally matched, those weapons and artifacts really came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I've been joking around saying Bennett is the new Ito, but considering the Ito nerfs, maybe Bennett QTS is actually pretty good to work around. Maybe.
I mean, I think part of it was, you know, both sides were working with the same set of bad monopyro reactions.
Ooh, and on your screen, you should see the current cards that each team has earned so far. Team Astra.
Oh my god, they have so many character cards. Let's take a look at the strategy. I would say there's definitely strategy, but there's definitely an element of luck, and I think that applies to like all TCGs. In Genius and Vacation TCG, there's like, I would say there's like kind of like 2 elements of luck. One of them is like rolling the elemental dice in order to even play some of your cards, and then the other is obviously like top decking or like drawing cards that you need to play. So I think there's actually 2 elements of luck in this TCG in general. But yeah, you can see Team Astra has one more, so they have like more selection of character cards that they can choose in creating their decks tomorrow. But then Team Carnival only has 3 so far, so it's a little bit more limited. So hopefully Team Carnival can win some more matches today, so that they can have more character cards to select for tomorrow when they build their decks when they play against each other. Otherwise, they're going to be like super limited.
Because they're definitely down in quantity. I mean, at the end of the day, both sides are going to have 30 cards no matter what.
That's what I was gonna say. So like, even if
I think
Team
it's very
Astra
niche.
takes on a
Like,
lot of cards
I think
in
there's
the
like a
challenges
small
today,
dedicated
that they are going to
community
draw until each team is at 30
for
character
Genius
cards.
Invocation.
And so even if the choices that Team Carnival get aren't optimal, I believe, you know, considering the cards that they've won so far, Ganyu, Hu Tao, and Tighnari, I believe you can build good decks around those cards.
Definitely.
And still, you know, perform really well. Because they will have a chance to draft, yeah. They're gonna have to.
Genius Invocation TC.
The prizes on store for these challenges are higher quality. I mean, they're really the meta characters, the cards that these players love to play with. So they're really going to be looking at. I think for my team, Team Carnival, to come back, they really need to win the next 2 challenges. Get those, especially. We have a preview of what the cards are coming up. 4 is going to be very, very important at the very last challenge, but we'll get to that. Maybe later.
We will get to that shortly. For now, let's get into challenge 3. Slacks.
Challenge number 3. Let's go. Let's see this.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Cat's Tail Tavern as we prepare ourselves for challenge number 3 on this fantastic event so far, the Astra Carnival Prince Cup Winter Invitational. We've been having a blast, but the time has come for a real visit to the Cat Tavern once again. Now, I know you guys have played this game before. You have done Prince's Tavern challenges, and oh, how you mocked him, how you laughed at his kitty friends as you defeated all of those challenges. Well, not this time, my friend. It is Prince's Revenge.
Changyan,
we are going to have our players
all
play these Tavern challenges
all
one more time. However, we have constructed a deck that should have a lot of issues making it through this challenge. Should they be able to defeat their enemy fastest, they will win these 3 cards. Very powerful indeed, the old Cryo Trio here. However, if they are not able to be defeating their enemy, they will have to restart the challenge. It is a race to see which one of our 2 teams is able to beat this Tavern challenge with a deck specifically designed to be unable to beat it. So we will now check in with our competitors and see if they are ready to play this bad boy to win Shinha, Changyan, and Eula. Very powerful cards in this deck. Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, we designed this deck to be specifically challenging for you guys.
No reaction.
Did you have a chance to look at the deck, Doom? Oh, very... Yeah, you looked?
Yeah,
you feel confident?
I'm not sure.
Okay. It is specifically designed to be almost impossible to beat. Lumi, are you feeling it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you see any kind of reaction?
The competitors always yup.
There are no reactions in this deck whatsoever.
Okay. Well, don't worry, my friends. It is time
questions,
for
answer,
Pyro agents to finally get the revenge against you. But the first person to beat them wins. Now, in the off chance that the Fatui finally get a victory in the world of Genshin Impact here, we will go to a lightning round if we start running out of time. That last round means whoever can do the most damage to them will win. But I'm sure we won't get there. I'm sure you guys will absolutely demolish them, and we will see how this zero reaction deck works out against these powerful foes as we throw it over to our powerful casters and their foreboding voices. Wonderful. Terrifying, those.
Very interesting deck. So you guys have heard of Bin at Home, right? Barbara, Ito, Noel. It was one of the leading meta decks for very many patches, right? It's Barbara, B, Ito, I, Noel, N. That's why it's called Bin. So this deck, it's Wanderer, Ito, Nahida. So what does that spell?
Win.
Just like the deck, I have no reaction.
Win. Win!
It spells win. So obviously our teams are gonna win today with this deck. It has no reactions.
No reaction
did you
wins.
see Nahida's talent card in there?
Yeah, that was definitely in there. I don't know if that does anything. I'm trying to remember its effects. I believe it only works with Pyro, Hydro, and Electro characters, of which there are 0.
It buffs elemental reaction.
It buffs elemental reaction damage
Which
0.
there are
There's no
none.
elemental reactions.
Yeah, so there's no way to actually
So they're
proc
just
Nahida's
useless cards in the
seeds
deck?
at all on any of the opponents.
I mean, they're against
They just made a
3
troll
Pirate
deck.
3 agents. This is the Serious Showdown NPC challenge that you can also challenge at home through Prince. If you think this challenge is intriguing, you can go ahead and try it. Tag us on Twitter, see
Yeah, I think the players will. So here's the thing. I think the players will be able to.
The weapon
scrap
is
together
also
the win.
reaction
I don't think
based.
we'll get into the lightning round, but the trick here is it's whoever finishes first.
Yes.
And looking at the cards there,
Interesting.
they're set up in a way that they play a stall game plan. There's a lot of healing.
A lot of healing.
There's a lot of value engines, which are great if you just want to beat the challenge. But the trick is you're trying to beat it quickly and faster than your opponent. So if they get baited into playing too many healing cards, then maybe that's the wrong strategy,
There was an artifact in there. I believe it was Ocean Hued Clam.
Yep.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that artifact?
Yeah,
and
it's one of
why
the-
there's so much healing in the deck?
It's one of the new cards added in the most recent version of the upgraded version of another effect previously added. But anytime a character receives up to 3 points of healing, it adds
Oh,
stack
they're just
up
doing-
to 2 and then is able to deal additional damage. So
I
that's one of
see,
ways
the
you can
challenge
change
with this
your
deck.
healing
So they're
into
not playing
additional
against each other this time.
This deck is definitely very creative. I see Lumi re-rolling the animal dice. Probably not
Ayo.
use Wander.
Wait, I need to move
Ito,
my camera.
Despite his nerfs, is still
I will be over
Okay.
here.
It's still okay, and we see both players deciding to start
I'll
with
be
Ito
over
here.
here.
And you re-rolling. Every second matters. If you spend time re-rolling, both sides doing it as well.
they're racing against
Aw.
each other and against the
Glad
clock.
you're having a good
Yeah.
time,
Well,
Emma.
this is
Not-
actually high tension.
It is. I mean, the challenge isn't only
How many times
to
are they re-rolling?
defeat the Pyro Fatui agents, but also you have to beat the other team in doing that, right? So
Yeah.
they're spamming their moves here.
Oh wait, is it time-based and not round-based?
Wow.
I guess it's time-based. Oh, they are going
Actually,
crazy.
so,
Oh, they
when I
use
first looked at this
Tosta.
challenge, it seemed pretty easy. A lot of you back at home have probably beaten these challenges, but the requirement
Damn,
to
they
not
are
only
zooming.
play quickly, but quicker than your opponent is really important.
It is, and you have to be careful because the Pyro Fatui agents are actually really hard.
Yeah.
They can beat you. This is the serious showdown, not the normal one. And
Yes.
with this deck, it doesn't have anything for you except, stall. So, if you're spamming moves, you're not really going to be thinking about what to do, right? So.
Yeah, and Lumi here slightly ahead of Doom here by seconds.
In round
Nahida's
2.
talent card is going to help us so much.
It might. And we see here Doom drawing all
she's
the location
slightly
cards, but no
ahead.
Tubby. And we have Lumi here, aka Otomcha, drawing Tubby, but no location cards. So, look at those dice. Oh,
Rerolling all of the Dendro. I mean, Nahida's a character, dude.
she is, but Ito's definitely looks like going to be the dominant strategy here. But again, it's the speed here. And they have to watch out, because once those pirate agents build up to their burst, if they're not watching out, they might be able to take
That's
out Ito
true.
unexpectedly.
Both bursts coming out for both
Pirate
teams,
agent.
but it looks like Lumi is slightly ahead of the game here. That one Pyro Fatui agent about to fall
Yeah,
with 1
it's
HP.
going Oh, they
Just
swapped
spamming
out.
the same moves, basically.
Yeah, we're just... Maybe
Smack,
this is an
smack,
experience that
face
players
smack.
are familiar with, the solo Ito here.
What is NPC,
No equipment
so-
though for Ito this time, so he's only doing the base damage of his kit.
You have to be careful because, I mean, the Pyro Fatui agents are not playing with
What's
dice
that
count.
card?
They're playing by a number
the
of
3-cost card on
predetermined
Lumi's-
actions.
in
And
Lumi's
if
hand?
they swap between each other,
The blue
that
one?
does not count towards an action. Ooh, I see Doom drawing Tubby. Except I think he tuned off.
He tuned over. I
Vanessa.
mean,
All of
the
his
Wolf
location
might
cards.
still be worth it, but the thing is, again, he's getting really bad dice rolls. If he rolls badly here, it could be over.
Oh no.
You have to be
3-cost
careful
refunds
because,
4
I mean, if
of
Ito
random
gets sniped and then
elements.
Wander gets sniped,
Interesting.
you only have Nahida with no reactions, no way to proc her seeds, so...
If you're used to playing with Ito, a lot of the time you have things like Geo Resonance, you have Lotus Crystal to protect
Oh.
Ito, but without that, you may be forced to swap off here.
Ooh, Pyro Fatui agents both getting low on both sides here. Vanessa's Rebellion coming in for extra dice, of course. My gosh, there's so much happening.
There's so much happening. And,
There's so much happening.
My eyes!
I wonder
There's
if it,
too
like,
much
you know,
Oh,
I wonder if
shoot.
it being
Ito's down!
made- Oh no!
For Team
Ito's
Astra!
down.
Uh-oh.
Looks like
I feel
Lumi's
like-
Ito is surviving on 1, is going to get 1 more hidden, but is probably going to go down to the next action from one of the
Yeah, I guess
agents.
swapping
Yeah,
out is
Danger's
not
approaching.
good. He's gonna have to ulti.
Both, all
Ouch.
of those Fatui Pyro
6
Agents
on
have to burst
Nahida.
up on Team Astra's side. Nahida taking -6 damage, and that is only the
Okay.
beginning.
Yeah.
They're
Her
gonna get their
Ito's
revenge.
going
Wait,
down.
why are you elemental bursting the 1 HP Ito?
Look, the Pirate Agents don't have the best training, I guess, in this one.
Sacking Nahida
they're
'cause
trained to
she's-
do one thing and one
yeah.
thing only, and they're gonna do it no matter what. But I think Lumi has a significant advantage.
and
here.
then little Rose with the BM playing half-hearted won't get you anywhere after overkilling.
I think that Ito nerf is like really coming in clutch here, because what's going on is not only is Ito doing 1 less damage than normal, but these Fatui agents with their shield
I'm
are
on.
taking 1 less damage than you would expect as well.
Attack.
So this is just
Attack.
like, this is actually really close, but Lumi's Ito being able to get 1 more hit in is going to be huge here. You can see
Yeah,
that she's
Lumi's
almost through all
Ito
of these
got an
agents.
extra
Not to
hit.
interrupt the great action going on here,
Oh.
but there is voting happening on the Twitch channel. If you want to
On
vote for what these players are gonna be playing
twitch.tv/AstraCarnival if you
please do
guys
so.
want to vote.
My gosh. Also, what's that weapon
Attack.
there?
I
Oh,
believe
she's
it's
definitely winning this.
1,000 floating drains. I mean, people usually call
She's
it
gonna
land,
win.
but it does increase reaction
She had
damage by
better
1,
rolls.
What reactions?
of which there are none. But I think Lumi's going to end
She's
the round.
done.
And the Fatui agent is going to get 1 more hit, but I think she's going to take it. in
Ooh,
this
She's
round.
gonna
Agent 1
survive.
HP, no energy up. There's the Ocean Heat Clam coming a little bit too late. I think it makes sense that both these players ended up going to Wander after Ito, because that's, you know, the next carrier that's going to do consistent damage.
Go next,
Actually, it's going to be
go.
really close. If
Oh,
Doom can
burst
get
is
that
up.
burst before Lumi
No,
can do
there's
it,
no
then
way.
Wander's versus up. Wait, no.
Lumi's going to take it, I think.
Oh, it is so close. Wander -2
Yeah.
to the Fatui Pyro Agent. Team Carnival taking home.
Seconds.
Taking
Oh
home
my god.
The
It was so
cryo card.
close.
Damn.
Literally within seconds. -8 to the Fatui
That was
Pyro Agent
close.
on Team Astra's side.
Wow. Okay, that amazingly,
She had
that has
better
been like one of the
rolls.
most hectic games we've ever cast.
That was very close.
These rolls are so
Road to the
unlucky.
Very close. Oh my god, congratulations. I'm so sorry, Doom. You were so
This
close.
particular challenge was time-based.
Lumi, you did it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh my god, Doom, you were right there. You're right. I usually don't do a, a exit interview, but I have to say, Doom, I thought you won, man. I thought you had it. I'm so sorry. Did you think you had it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I apologize. It was right there. It was right there. So thank you so much. But Lumi, congratulations. That was crazy.
Thank you.
What was the strat?
The strategy was to
yeah.
go ham on Ito until he died, and then swap to Wander so he could clean up the rest.
Oh, okay. Were you impressed by the Fatui?
So what's interesting is like,
I mean, the AI is kind of predictable.
like I just always think sometimes that, well, especially if you're in like this kind of challenge, but I feel like if you swap out your characters, it feels like you're like almost wasting a move.
Feels great.
That's just what I think about. I think like, it's like if you swap out, it just means that the enemy has a chance to hit your current character one more time as opposed to you hitting them first. But it depends on the situation. But yeah, I don't like to swap out too much because I think like you get more value staying in, unless obviously there's like other factors, whether it's like a reaction or like some kind of item you want to use.
In the challenge, and by the way, don't forget, you guys can still vote. Voting gets you drawn in to win some prizes, and you will be choosing what next decks these guys will play, and they get to keep whatever you guys vote for. So go over to the twitch.tv/AstraCarnival, get voting, get in the competition to win some prizes, and we will throw it over to the casters who will discuss what's coming up next.
What's coming up next?
Oh,
Here we
man.
go.
That was a blitz.
That was certainly something.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the edge of my seat playing games before, but honestly, a lot of the time we end up waiting for, the players to think through their actions and do things, but that was just going and going and going.
Yes. I mean, I think they turned the quick animations on, which is a new feature in one of the
so
most
fast.
recent
Accelerated
patches
mode?
of TCG. If you think the animations are a bit too slow in the normal game mode, you can always turn them off and spam your moves like these players just did.
Yeah, I've definitely turned them on for myself. It's been very helpful.
It was so close.
It was so close. It was down to seconds. I mean, that's kind of what I would predict. These players are professionals. They can identify the best strategy even with the worst deck, and they both identified the same strategy.
Yes.
But Lumi was slightly faster on execution. She benefited from
Okay, while they're doing a little bit of a recap, I just wanted to bring you guys' attention to the pinned links that are pinned to my chat right now. If you guys want to download Genshin, make sure you click the first link. If you want to help out the stream and take a survey for the Prince Cup Winter Invitational Astra Carnival, that is in the second link. And also, if you guys want to follow Astra Carnival, you can check out their YouTube and their Twitch. That is also pinned here. If you want to check out the survey, it is also available on the QR code that's the top right, and also in the banner if you scroll down below on my Twitch stream.
So you saw both players at the very beginning.
Let me use the bathroom real quick while they're doing a highlight before the next event.
Had to use toss-up and the other didn't, and
They're
rolled
back.
well, that could have made the seconds of difference.
Also, I think, you know, if the Fatui Pyro agents weren't, you know, using their elemental burst on characters that only had 1 HP, maybe it would have worked out well for them, but...
Maybe. I mean, that's that 1 HP difference was really that hash brown. I think that Lumi drew and Doom didn't. So that those tiny little edges, and you don't have time to think about those. Yeah, breakpoints. Very important. I'm sure we'll talk a lot of strategy tomorrow. Today's all about fun. That was actually a lot of fun to watch.
It really was a lot of fun to watch. We have one more challenge coming up a bit later, and also one more Twitch voting session.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. I mean, I think, before we talk about the Twitch cards, the cryo cards that Team Carnival won there was actually really important. Like, as you saw earlier, they had Wanderer and Mona.
Chongyun and Eula.
Being able to add Eula to Astra's side would have been really devastating. They would have had a very strong deck there, but by bringing Eula to their side, Carnival not only denies them that Eula card, they also pick up Shenhe, which pairs so well with Chongyun or Ganyu.
Yeah, we see the currently drafted cards on the screen right now. So Team Astra, same cards as before.
They have a lot of cryo on the side.
They do have a lot of cryo. Team Carnival now adding Chongyun, Eula, and Shenhe to the roster. Of course, you know, Shenhe
They got a lot of
is a very classic thing to do, but I mean, we don't see any like traditional meta deck compositions.
Oh my god, Team Astra's kind of killing it with the character cards though.
In the future, maybe we'll see something like a Superconduct.
Yeah, I think Carnival is very much looking for those electro characters.
Genshin has a competitive scene for their trading card game, yes, Genius Invocation.
If they pick up Xingqiu at some point to go freeze and all of that. Team Astra with some very strong individual cards with Bennett, Wanderer as well. But, you know, they have to build 7 different decks. So if one of their decks is very strong, maybe that's not quite enough variety if they keep going for these individually strong characters. Because really, in the last set of 3 cards, only Bennett is present as a meta deck. I mean, compare Yoimiya with a couple of other characters, but she really also wants to go in that Bennett deck.
Well, I mean, when I'm looking at Team Astra's side, and of course they're not done drafting cards yet, so we do have Injagi's favorite deck there already.
Yes.
And also Oceanid and Mona are always really good cards to throw in. So.
Oceanid's a big pickup for sure, but of course we haven't seen Fischl or Nahida or Yai or any of those characters yet.
Damn, I really did learn how to play
maybe, you know,
a meta deck.
We're not sure what the options are right now for Twitch voting. You know,
I want to play a Mona deck at some point.
Because it could really affect
That'd be fun.
the choices going forward quite a lot based on what you guys are going to choose.
I'm really excited to see
I
what the
wanna
next
learn.
team compositions will be.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to choose for us to watch?
Are we going to see another mono element one? I mean, if they have a powerful individual card, could we see both teams? I would really like to see both teams go for different approaches, especially by now that they've picked a couple of different characters on each side. The types of characters that they might want to go for, if they start strategizing that way, could diverge, and they could be led down to some different choices here. So if you guys can pick some interesting enough characters to put in front of them, maybe we'll finally see a non-mirror matchup in the set.
And if you guys keep pushing Sino, maybe one team will finally choose him. I want to see Sino played.
Yeah,
What are you looking forward to personally?
I mean, I definitely, you know, if there's any of those Electro Summon characters, I think Team Carnival is very much incentivized to go for those.
Definitely, yeah.
And Team Astra is, I think they're going to be looking for the same Electro characters. We haven't seen anyone with a summon
There's a
yet,
Nilu
right?
Bloom
Like,
deck
we've
with
seen
Mona
Sino
instead of
and Jin,
Oceanid.
but we haven't seen Fischl, Yai, even Dory, you know, Sarah, any of those Electro Summon characters. They're a very popular meta choice.
Because these teams aren't only
I still need to play more of the Nilu Bloom. I don't think I really like understand it fully yet.
You know, the cards they would be winning from this Twitch challenge would draft into future decks that they will be using tomorrow. Because, you know, today is, you know, we're playing a lot of fun challenges here, but tomorrow is the day where they're going to show up with their pre-built decks and have a proper tournament setting. So
I'm really excited. I mean, you know, one of the things I know the players here in the here in LA, they've been playing a lot of the recent heated battle mode. You know, there's this draft format that's going on. If you haven't tried it yourself, give it a go, where you don't get to build your deck beforehand, but you're given a choice of cards at the beginning, and you're meant to piece together a deck from this. It's actually very similar to what the players are going to be doing for day 2. So I know they like this type of mode a lot. I think it's a really interesting challenge, especially with the lack of overlap. There's going to be no mirror matches tomorrow. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Wait, that's like a first. Where we're actually going to have, like, there's no overlap at all between teams.
No overlap at all, yeah.
Like, normally with these Prince Cups, there's overlap between, like, players, but, like, players will submit 7 decks and they can't have overlap in their own decks, but there's no saying that there's not going to be any mirror matchups.
Twitch, not to interrupt you.
Chi, Klee, and Dory.
I see
All the TVs.
I love it.
I pull
This is great.
the Chi.
I hope this deck gets chosen.
Dory.
Last 50,
So,
50.
Klee could be worth it for Team Astra to pick up here. They might not be interested in Chi-Chi or Dory, although Chi-Chi does pair decently with Oceanid to create a summon deck. We actually saw Rev in the Sea Prince Cup play, I think it was Chi-Chi, Oceanid, Xiangling.
I remember that. I remember that. That was such a fun game to watch too, yeah.
If they're thinking in that direction, maybe they want to pick up Klee here to pair with Bennett and Mona. Like, they have the beginnings of a Vaporized deck with Klee here, so...
Yeah, and at first glance, I feel like Team Carnival wouldn't opt for this deck specifically because, I mean, Klee and Dory aren't quite the cards that are going to add a lot to their current roster, and Chi-Chi definitely too much cryo, right? So, I mean, if
That's
any,
true.
they might go for it because of Klee.
Yeah,
Because Team
Carnival's
Carnival already
definitely
has like
not
3
looking
or
at
4
this side,
cryo
so we'll have to see
characters.
what the Twitch results are. I mean, brilliant with chat to come up with. I think this is a great set to put in front of the players here. I love the theme, but it's actually a really interesting choice between for the
Small
players.
Goral
It would be
theme.
interesting to
All
watch for sure.
small.
I'm not too familiar with what Dory does actually. So, what is her kit like?
One of the new cards, Dory, does have a summon. It's only 1 use, but she does more damage on the initial hit. So usually a little bit worse than the other summon characters. But seeing as we haven't seen
Sino,
them,
Jean,
maybe we
and
want to pick one up.
Lisa.
There's Sino again.
Oh,
Sino, Jean, Lisa.
okay. Unfortunately, no reactions other than swirl there. But the double electro is very tempting.
I mean, I feel for Team Carnival specifically, this could be a tempting one to go for. I feel like Sino is a good anchor.
Yeah.
Normally, Jean can be good to draft in.
So the one thing I believe, if Carnival predicts that the other team is going to go for Klee, and that deck, Klee, Dory, and Chi-Chi is very stally, right? You have Chi-Chi with healing. Dory also has healing on a burst. Sino plays perfectly into and against strategies that are built on stalling because he builds those stacks over time. You know, he gets free damage after 4 rounds. So I think that will be almost an automatic matchup win for the Sino deck, right? The Sino deck can just stay on Jean and Lisa, annoy the opponents for a couple of rounds, and then finish the entire team with Sino in one go. Even without reactions, going to be very powerful. But we'll have to see if Carnival is thinking that way or if they just want to take these characters at their face value.
What do you think about Overload into that Sino deck, though? Because, I mean, there's no real reactions here. There is, you know, Swirl, but that's not exactly, like, the optimal reaction for Electro, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, the Chi-Chi Dory Klee deck has Overload, has a lot of stall.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as clear-cut, actually.
It's not as clear-cut. I mean, my prediction is we might actually see a mirror retrieval. I feel like the stronger deck is probably the first one just because it has more reactions.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
But in a vacuum. But
in a
because you
vacuum,
have to
in a
play
vacuum.
I think
these two
both
decks
teams
against
just go
each
for
other,
Chi-Chi, Klee,
actually,
Dory.
the Sino deck is a little bit favored against specifically the characters on the other side.
You know, I think that's a good point. Also, you can build around Sino. Like, if you intend to be utilizing Sino's like stacks, passive stacks, you could actually build a really good deck. Like, centered around
Thank you
Sino,
for the
and if you
59
execute
months.
it well,
Welcome
then that's fine.
back. How are you?
Also, like, yeah, I
could
feel
see a
like
weapon deck.
the characters themselves can be very deceptive because it depends on how you build your support cards, right?
Of course.
You need to have like functional support cards in order to make your character shine. As we saw with the Mono Pyro versus Mono Pyro,
true, yeah.
those support cards really came in clutch for Team Astra. When Birdie was playing it, you know, he got both the artifact and weapon equip onto Bennett like very quickly.
Yeah, especially with a mirror match, you know, those cards come out more often, so which is why I'd really like to see them take different directions here. I mean, Sino's honestly been picking up a little bit with the changes to his Talon and Storm Terror's Lair. People have been playing around with like the one-turn kill Sino deck. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any reactions like Electrocharge or Superconduct to pair with him in that specific deck. But we might see something built with around the Talon card and Moonpiercer being one of the new spears added, which is very good for him.
I think we're gonna find out very soon. For now, let's toss it back to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, things are getting more and more serious. Oh no, you stay, my friend, stay. Welcome back to the Cat's Tail. Now, they have been sending up their team representatives all alone on our stage for every challenge so far, but no longer. Both Team Astra and Team Carnival have come to pick their decks together. The time has come for these very serious cards, as all these cards are drying up, and they have to win them with everything that they have. So, we will see which decks they selected, as the conversations are extremely heated still, as they are choosing their decks. I really don't want to interrupt, but maybe I can give a little bit of insight here on what we're thinking so far. Robot Wizard. Yeah. I'll just sneak this in here a little bit.
Wait, if you put a mic...
What? No, you can't hear what they're saying. You're standing right next to each other. Competitive integrity. But I'm seeing a lot of very interesting picks here. Trying not to reveal what they're picking for each other, as their character cards have been selected. And things are getting extremely intense. Wow. Robot Wizard even doing sign language here. Very unbelievably talented.
I feel like I know most of these cards.
But,
wait, what's the 5-cost card at the very beginning?
And if I could have
before
a moment here,
Gambler's Earrings.
Say, I'm Team Sino. Hashtag justice for Sino. Okay? Every time he gets elected, he's never picked. Feels like me in middle school. Why didn't they ever pick me for the dodgeball team? Why didn't they ever pick Sino? Justice for Sino, I say, from the top of my lungs. But we will see if the players agree with me. Probably not, as they have shown many times in the past. The decks are almost
June, thank you for the 44 months. Welcome back. How are you? Hi. Chi Talent revives teammates.
Look at
Interesting.
That. It's almost like they practice this.
What's that?
Doom is literally just talking at room level.
What's the 1 cost they just put in?
That's okay, don't stop. Goodness gracious. Okay, wow. The deck process is almost completed here. You can tell these cards are extremely important. All right, now, do remember you are not allowed to change the order of the characters. The characters must remain in the same order that Twitch chat selected for you. Very important. All right, well, we didn't get much of an interview here. I apologize.
Maybe we'll see it when they're drawing.
And I am so excited to find out which one of these decks has been chosen. Justice for Sino, I pray.
There is.
We'll send it over to the casters, and they will reveal which is which.
Well, unfortunately, I saw Chi-Chi's talent and then Klee's talent on respective sides, so...
You're right, it was
Sino
Chi-Chi's talent.
I'm really surprised about Team Carnival's
and Klee's talent, you're right. B2.
I mean, definitely. I mean, it could also be a pick to deny the opponents those same cards. You have to put that in perspective. Is it worth it to go for the cards that you want versus denying your opponent those ones? But I do think that deck has the better reactions. You know, you really don't want to have 2 Electros and Swell. I don't think that's quite enough, even, you know, with the more powerful character cards. Definitely would have liked to see, you know, I think it'd be a very interesting kind of weapon deck based around, you know, things like Fruit and Moonpiercer for Sino. It's one of my pet favorite decks. I saw that as a possibility on the side. Maybe, you know, the players think differently. Maybe that's not quite good enough into the other one. But looks like we've got another mirror matchup on our hands. So I guess
another
the
mirror
challenge for chat on the last one is, can you vote for a set of cards that will split the 2 teams?
That's a hard one.
It's a really hard one.
It's a hard one. I mean, I'm sure chat is voting not only based on who they think is good, but maybe also who they think is bad, and also who their favorite character is. So, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a variety of cards, which makes our job more interesting as well. We get to cast over some really fun matches. But it's interesting that each of these teams consistently have chosen the same decks each time, all 3 times.
Yeah,
so
3 times so far. And Sino 0 times so far.
Personally, and this is just my guess, but I feel like going for Klee's talent is actually... I feel like they're going to take the win in this case, because they're going for damage a lot faster, and they're building around
Just
Klee.
too obvious which deck is better.
We didn't see quite the finished deck building process. based on the cards that even Team Astro were adding, they are definitely building around Klee. She is the most powerful character of those three, and you have pretty good reactions. You know, you usually pair Klee with Mona, but you still have Chi-Chi can apply quite a lot of Cryo. Dory as well can apply Electro. So both of those go very well into Pyro-based reactions. The one card you're missing there for Klee to really pop off is Pyro Resonance. You know, not having access to Pyro Resonance.
There's no resonance, elemental resonance at all, so...
Yeah, it does reduce her effectiveness quite a bit, and so it can be up to very much the cards. But I think the deck building process is going to be very important here, especially in the mirror matchup. We saw how much of a difference it made in that mono pyro matchup when one team... You know, I really love to know if Team Comp decided to put in that weapon package and the artifact package or not, because I think that made all the difference.
I think I saw Rana as well, and it was interesting that Slack said you cannot adjust the order of characters. I think that was to Team Astra.
Yeah.
Because if you're playing Rana, you use an elemental skill, I believe it generates a dice for, it's the same element as your next character in line.
Exactly.
So the order of your characters actually does matter,
Really
but we
does.
can't change it from what you guys decided at home.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, it's an extra layer of strategy. You know,
is,
it's a very tricky
Those
card
cups
to use.
are so cute.
If you're not allowed to change the order of the decks. So, you know, I think the plan generally is going to be starting Chi-Chi for
I wonder
both
if they're
sides,
actually
going
using
into
them.
Dory,
Or if they're there
and
for
then finishing
decoration.
and ending on Klee, like in that order.
It might be
And so Rana
decoration.
is not quite correct because
I was like, I
you
wonder if
have,
they're actually using it to
Klee
like
in the
drink water
You
or
don't think
something.
Klee would start out and do a lot of damage right away, like a more aggressive style?
It
and
probably
then you go for overload or melt reactions?
It depends on I think what they draw. If you draw Klee's talent, it's a very good combination. You know, if you choose to include Klee's talent, you can do that with Covenant, so you can get her skill with 2 attacks out. You could go for like a first turn kill potential there. That's actually going to be one of the interesting things in this matchup as well, actually. Klee is one of those characters that can potentially take out a character in the first round, but these professional players usually, you can see that from a mile away. You know, you play against a Klee deck, you see their cards, you know exactly what is in their deck, and they have the potential for it, so you play around it. But here, when they're building the decks live, maybe thinking differently, are they going to anticipate that from the opponent? We don't know.
Yeah, normally first turn kills are avoidable for players who are, you know, seasoned veterans of GITCG.
Yeah.
Because they are able to avoid taking all that damage onto one character. They would foresee it happening in the first turn and, you know, swap off. So, but I mean, when you're playing on the big stage, it's a lot different, right?
It is very different.
It's a lot different because, you know, there's nerfs, there's different strategies. They're not used to playing decks like this. They have to build the support cards on the spot. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they navigate.
First turn kills are avoidable if you are
Despite it being a
good.
mirror matchup, the support cards are going to change a lot about the dynamic here. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
don't
very
think I've
interesting
ever-
choices here for the deck building. You know,
First turn kill.
we'll just have to
Kills.
see how the cards line up for each side. I mean, I don't know. I think either side really wants to win it, right? Team Astro specifically to get those cards for themselves, but Team Carnival also really wants to deny the opponent's access to Klee, I think.
I actually have a question for you. So you think that Team Carnival Team Astra chose this one to deny Team Carnival?
No, other way around.
Other way around.
Other way around. Or at least they want to maximize their chances of winning because it's important to them that they deny Astra those cards.
So it's kind of like a thing where even if you don't need any of the character cards that Twitch picked, like any of the 6, you could still choose a deck based off shutting the other team down so they don't get what they want. I think that actually makes a lot
Denying
of
Klee
sense
from the
because
team that
Team
already
Carnival
has
4
Bennett.
cryo, I believe, and not really like a lot of options for building 7 decks right now.
Yeah, and you know, without Bennett and without Mona, that Cleat isn't looking super important for them, but Chi-Chi might have some applications, you know. But more important for them, I think we haven't seen an Electro Summon character yet, and Dory was our first one.
Yeah, that's true.
So they could also be thinking that they want to at least get one of them, because if they don't have a chance to pick up another one, it could make their roster a lot weaker.
Definitely. And it looks like these players are getting ready to go. Imzaki versus Zero. So Team Astra's team captain is out here.
Yeah, and we've noticed they kind of switched up who is playing in the hot seat for this challenge, but we'll have to see.
You guys see that QR code on the
All
left
right, here we
between the
go.
2 player cams? If you
QR
have any
code
feedback
on the
for
right.
stream, any at all, for the event, organization, anything, please scan that QR code,
that.
send us your thoughts.
Both.
We would love to hear them. Thank you so much.
right off the bat, we see some different deck choices already. Inzaghi here with Ancient Courtyard, Zero with Covenant, so playing slightly differently. Inzaghi obviously has some weapons in the deck, did not draw them this time, but did draw the
We
Chi-Chi
do
talent.
love a Timmy.
Yeah, interesting. So Chi-Chi talent indicates stall to me. More stall-y choices, but Zero's taking Covenants and probably also Klee's talent, right?
Probably.
Might be going for the more aggressive angle, so.
Yeah, we have a mirror matchup, but I think the decks, especially with the cards that they got, might have different opens. Nope, it's gonna be Chi-Chi on both sides.
Both Chi-Chi.
That makes sense.
I mean, maybe same openings, but different strategies overall.
Probably.
I mean, if you build your support cards more for an aggressive style deck, you're not going to be staying on the stall characters the whole time, but maybe you start on the stall characters, so.
Yeah, I mean, with that Ancient Courtyard, I'm wondering if Inzaghi brought,
Ancient
like we saw in the
Courtyard.
Mono Pyre matchup, that
Different
Tenacity
dice rolls.
plus Aquila combination, maybe to put on Chi-Chi. That's very early on when Chi-Chi was first released, a lot of players were trying out that strategy. The Chi-Chi stall with Freeze, and then Puto with Tenacity to get shields, and Aquila for healing, and then just constantly revive and heal the rest of your team.
This could be a pretty interesting test.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, they have very different openers right now. Zero's hand with 2 Sumeru cities is actually incredible.
Got Ancient Courtyard right back again, despite, throwing it away.
Yeah, not the best draw for him, but I think Zero here, if he's able to deploy...
Life goes on.
Okay, so
Same start from both sides?
Yeah, opting not to use the Sumeru City right away, which I guess makes sense. It doesn't actually activate.
Have you learned anything this stream?
Anyway, if he's able to...
I learned,
I think
like...
he can put down both Sumeru cities if he wants to. Maybe that's not the best
A
play.
couple
So
new
for Sumeru
cards,
City,
but
if you guys
I don't really,
aren't
like,
familiar with what it
learn
does,
through watching. I
it's
learned
a
through
2-cost
doing.
location card when you play it. If
Mostly.
you have more cards
But
in
I
hand than
definitely
dice, then
understand
your
the game a
elemental
lot
skill
more.
costs 1 less. It can be very useful, especially when you have 2 of them. I almost wonder if this deck is running Tubby, because a very popular choice in the meta lately for players is running Tubby with a bunch of location cards similar to Sumeru City, so you get to play them for 0 cost basically, but we didn't see Tubby.
How to draw an egg
in
and
the initial
mushroom
hand, so maybe
pizza.
not.
With the choice of
Fried
Ancient
egg.
Covenant
Learn
there,
to
I
draw
don't think it's a
fried
Tubby
egg.
base deck. I think Zero Team Carnival's deck is more aggressively oriented, whereas Inzaghi's side with Astra is more stall oriented. And with the way the dice fall, it looks like Inzaghi is going to look to use Klee's skill next, get some early damage on Chi-Chi.
I almost wonder if you're Zero, if you want to end first, you could probably play Sumeru City and Vanarana.
I think if you play Sumeru City, you almost always want to use up that dice
That's
right
true.
away.
Yeah.
I think
you want to make use of it.
what Zero's thinking is, so in order to play both Sumeru Cities, he would need to tune one of the cards in order to make the dice work. So it looks like he's going to opt out of that.
Interesting swap onto Dory. What do you think Zero's plan is here?
Probably he's expecting probably a lot of damage to come in from Klee with the skill here, and he wants to keep Chi-Chi alive a little bit longer because she can heal the rest of the team, and Klee is definitely each of their primary characters here for dealing damage. So because of the way his dice lined up, he's probably going to drop a Sumeru City, but yeah, we'll see a skill here shortly.
Dumpty,
Tune into Klee's skill. Dory taking -3 and also has Pyro applied onto her. If Zero does not swap off of Dory at the end of turn, then that will trigger a melt reaction from Chi-Chi's summon there, so.
Yeah, but probably not a huge deal, with that Chi-Chi summon out every time she makes a normal attack. Will heal the most damage character for one.
Vestas coming down, turning 2 of those awkward elemental dice into Omni. We do see Dory's skill coming out.
That's really
I don't
interesting.
know how
I'm
Dory works.
surprised that
There's the
Zero
Timmy.
didn't deploy one of the Sumeru cities after using Bestus there, because I think that would have allowed him to get an extra
Sumeru
dice.
City do again?
I think that would have been better. I mean, Vanarana will save that extra die here, but that extra die could have been recouped by Sumeru City just as easily.
I think the math maybe didn't work out in his head as well as he thought. So, Junior saw it on Inzaghi's side. Also, I didn't quite catch what Zero drew. Was that a Gambler's?
It was a Gambler's, yeah, but Inzaghi drawing
Sure,
both a
this is
Dunyazad
dice
and a
cost.
Paimon is the exact combination of cards.
Yes.
By one,
It
if
is
you have
going to be a little
less
bit
dice
slow.
than cards
With the amount
in
of damage
hand.
Zero kind of
Interesting.
put out in the opener, Inzaghi's draw is a little bit slow. It's going to take 2 more turns for that Paimon to come back, but he's set up pretty well to stall with Chi-Chi.
You see Inzagi's face cam, he's counting in his head, trying to figure out what dice he needs to keep and what dice he needs to reroll. Even if you have dice that your team can't exactly use, sometimes you want to keep them to equip or play a card or something, so even things like the dice roll matter.
Yeah, and those dice aren't looking great for Zero. I really wish he'd played that Sumeru City last round instead of Banarana. I think that extra dice this round would have been more important than saving that Pyro dice, because his dice aren't lining up great.
I definitely think we're going to see it now. It's unfortunate that Zero did have to play a Bestis last round in order to cast Dory's skills, so there's no dice fixers right now in Zero's hand. There's just the Sumeru City.
Yeah,
Have to see what he decides to do here.
it's probably we're probably gonna see a switch onto Klee here. Yeah,
So Zero swapping to Klee.
We're just
who's
going
nice and
into
tanky.
EP style in general.
force Inzaghi most likely
So
off
EP
of
today.
his own Klee. You know, will go down to just a skill here for 5 damage, and unless Inzaghi is trying to bait, you know, that Chi-Chi talent, but I think it's too valuable to lose those 2 energy points on Klee here. So I think the best bet for him will be to swap off. So we'll see. I'm really curious about that Ancient Courtyard. You know, he hasn't drawn any equipments yet, so
No equipments at
obviously
all.
is in that deck for a reason.
Yeah, Ancient Courtyard is a card that will basically reduce the cost of equipping an artifact or a weapon by 2 if you already have one equipped.
Strategize.
So normally, you know, if you think about the really good like artifacts and weapons out there, they're normally 3 cost, right? And so you can essentially equip them both for a total of 4 cost, or even like if you equip Gamblers, you could reduce the cost of a 3 cost by 2, and then it's optimal. It's really good sometimes. So.
Yeah, and looks like Inzaghi was indeed forced off of Klee. I think he was digging for a weapon there. We saw a Strategize come out, not able to find it. Instead, finding a Liban and a Leave It to Me. The quick swap could actually come in pretty important for getting off that Klee burst.
Tuning one of the Sumeru cities, so I guess we're not going to see at least one of them played. I wonder if he's going to put down the other one, though. I feel like it's too good to not play at least one of them, right?
Every round that goes by, Sumeru City is worse, which is why I really would have loved to see on round 1. That's when Sumeru City is best. You know, by the second round, you get back the dice you put into Sumeru City immediately, and then the longer the game goes, especially if your opponent, I guess you don't know that your opponent is trying to play a more stall strategy, but if you had known that beforehand, definitely would have paid off in the long term.
Yeah, these players definitely don't know the composition of each other's decks. They only see as the cards as they're played, basically. And also, you know, they chose the set of cards that you guys voted at home blindly. So they didn't know until they actually got into the game, right?
Sumeru City during E round 1 instead of Vanarana.
Inzaghi here deliberating likely if he wants to play Liban and end immediately and maybe sacrifice Dory, or go for a Paimon here for a little bit more value to use that Dunyazad.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing Dunyazad, you intend on playing a companion card, right? So I think we'll definitely see the Paimon played.
Yeah, it's either going to be a Paimon and maybe swapping off of Dory to try and keep her alive, but we'll probably see Dory sacrifice pretty shortly. It is going to be Liban.
Liban? Ooh, Chef Mao.
Not the best here, though, because there's no food cards in
no
Inzaghi's hand. We
food,
might just see a Paimon go down after all.
There are no food cards. I mean, if you play Liban, like, what are you looking for in this case? Like,
That's
why play
true.
Liban if you don't intend on sending those 3 dice to him?
I mean,
you could be... so playing
You could
Liban
just
there
play
is
it.
to mostly trigger the Dunyazad to make sure you can draw a
card.
talent. He probably was digging for a different character card in his deck that wasn't a Paimon and wasn't Chef Mao. I'm not sure what else is in there. Maybe there was
Genshin's
something that
downloading?
go with Ancient Courtyard. Like
Hell yeah. Did
I
you
think
use
I
the
remember, was it
download
Team
link?
Astro that brought Rana? Or was considering bringing Rana? I think I saw a Rana in one of those decks.
It could be. Yeah, Rana would have been a good pickup. Instead, tuning the Paimon.
Tuning the Paimon and going for Dory's skill.
Looks like they want to pile on some damage onto Klee, threaten her at end of turn, so that Zero cannot safely end.
I did. I followed the
Klee here.
instructions.
Zero
Nice.
is sitting on 3 Dendro dice,
love
which
that.
I mean, we know he could use that to equip Gamblers and also play Sumeru City.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no dice fixers in hand. It does have Vanarana, could go for a double Vanarana play. It's kind of hard to say.
You know, I
I'm
feel
thinking,
like
you know, with the dice that he has
throughout
left, the
the
trajectory are going to be pretty great
entire
for Sumeru City. We might see a swap
event
over
today,
on to Chi-Chi with a normal
their
attack.
rolls
followed
on
by
both
Sumeru,
teams have
with
been
Sumeru
so
City
bad.
discounting it. That will let him perfectly use up the dice for the turn, deal a bit of damage, and then heal
Like, the
someone
rolls
up
have been
from,
so
using
bad
Chi-Chi's
on
skill
both teams.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Team Astra does not have any dice left on their side right now.
Genshin
but, like,
is on
even without
PC and
Pyro
mobile.
Resonance, overload reactions can do a whole lot of damage and be really disruptive. So I definitely think these players are avoiding elemental reactions on both sides.
Yeah, there is.
Very well.
There is, Papa.
Yeah, Dory definitely very low for Team Connell there. You know, I think I like the swap over to Chi-Chi, but it looks like instead going to sacrifice Dory.
Sacrificing Dory, I don't think it's a bad idea, honestly.
Chef Mao.
Dory not the strongest character card these days, so it looks like Inzaghi preferring to put down Mao instead of Paimon.
Paimon's not even there. I think Inzaghi tuned Paimon to use Dory's skill, so was never intending on playing Paimon.
Yeah.
Those dice were used up by Dory instead of going to Lieben, so Lieben's just gonna kind of hang out there with no dice to take in. But Chef Mao hopefully will come in handy next round.
Maybe
if
next
Inzaghi
round
does
when
any
they
food.
draw us food.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi has Chef Mao to enable food, Ancient Courtyard to presumably enable weapons and artifacts, has drawn 0 of either. So...
Well, I mean, if you draw your entire hand, you're gonna eventually get what you need, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Zero playing Vanarana, I'm not sure. Okay, so it was for the double Vanarana. I wasn't sure if he was just playing it for time, but still not playing the Sumeru City.
I just
I mean, at this point, it's too late. If
it's just
Zero passed the opportunity to play Sumeru City in both of
So
those rounds,
funny.
it is going to be too late for him to do it this round. We'll see which characters
Why
chooses
they
to switch to.
judges.
Switch to Cleave would be pretty good. It eats up another Electro to avoid more elements. Probably the most optimal choice. But instead, gonna allow Chi-Chi to get an Electro application on.
Wonder what the plan is for Zero. I do not
Oh,
believe Team
I
Carnival
think-
took Chi-Chi's talent, but I'm not sure.
I
Ooh,
think the
that
fun thing
toss-up
about
is gonna be so
TCGs
crucial
to
for Team
me,
Carnival,
but
because,
also
I mean, if you
equally
think about the
frustrating,
dice
is
that
the
Zero
Gamba
sent
part.
over with the
And then
Vanarana,
I
they're
think
all
it becomes
element.
less slow
So,
when you
having a
memorize
toss-up
all the
could
cards and you get to know it more.
just the right
I think
dice
like
for him.
initially
that's
it
gonna be
always
very
feels
important
slow,
because the
but
dice don't allow
eventually
no
it'll
breaks
be
to begin with, but
fast
that toss-up will
because
fix a lot of things.
you will
Also, the dice
understand the
rolls
game
do
so much
down to
better.
five.
So it's like
I'm
you'll
not too
know
sure. I
what
didn't see what
possible
drew.
cards
Yeah.
they have, what cards
not
you
sure either.
have,
Let's see.
what is like the best value moves.
problem I see for
But I think
Zero
initially, yeah,
right
I'm
now,
super
though,
slow
is,
too. Like when I first started learning, I'm like,
dice work
what
with,
does
but
this
using
card
Dory there, he's
do?
lost his
What does
main
that card
way
do?
to
Oh, I
apply
should have
elements
played it in
quickly,
this
right? Like,
order.
Clique also
But
applies a lot of pyro,
yeah, I
but Chi-Chi's
think
not very good at applying
I
cryo
think
on
Genius
demand.
Unification, TCG in,
Yeah. Also, both of
in
Zero's,
particular
character cards are
has
actually
the
some
dice
people
as well,
have,
so it's kind of
electro
fun to
applied
gamba.
onto them. So
It's really funny
if Cleese
when
ever
you
the
roll
active character on
nothing that
Inzaghi's
you
side,
need.
it could spell bad news.
You're like,
That's why
well,
Inzaghi's smiling.
GG.
I wonder why that is.
Rerolled
It's
into no
probably because he
elements that I
completely
need.
Drew blank. You know, he has not drawn any of his food cards, so he cannot.
It's a lot of
Not only
like
can he not use
decisions
Chef
to
Mao for
be
the
made.
dice, you need to play a food card.
Many
before Chef
decisions
Mao
with a little
draws
bit
you
of
a
luck
food
and
card.
some strategy.
So by not
It's
drawing
fun,
into any
but
food
not
at
always
all,
for
he's
everyone,
he's
I
losing
guess.
2 cards basically.
Also, no weapons are
Holy
unaffected for
Omni
Ancient
die.
Courtyard.
Yeah.
Things, you build things into your deck thinking it's gonna work out, and then you go and play test it, and it doesn't always work out. And that's what we're seeing here. These guys were building their support cards on the spot, so it's hard.
The
It's hard.
Ancient Courtyard versus Covenant debate has been going on for as long as both of those cards have existed. I've firmly
Omni
been
are the
on
white
Covenant
ones
side
with the
since day
little
one. I
like
think it's
star.
way more consistent. can
If you look at
high
the
roll better
top
with
right,
Ancient
it's like the
Courtyard, but
first
then you can
5
low
die
roll
that is over
really
there.
hard
It's
when you don't
these
draw
ones.
anything. We saw Inzaghi even toss
Wait, do you
away
see my cursor?
Ancient
Here.
Courtyard because he didn't
These
draw any
ones.
weapons
These are the
artifacts, and
Omni
he came
dice.
back just to spite him.
These are the Omni, so they're basically like wild dice. Like they can be anything. They could be any element. These are Pyro, so the fire ones. These are Electro, the lightning ones.
But in this case, he's sitting
So
on
these
it.
can be like
It's
anything.
a free card to tune.
I suppose so. Well, you know,
So essentially with like this game, right, you see how like the cards here, they have like a cost. So if it's like white, it means it has to be like, well, it's 0, so this doesn't cost anything. But if it's like black, it means it costs like 2 of any element type of dice. And then each of the characters have like a specific amount of elemental dice or like whatever combination of dice needed to use their special skills. So you do have to like kind of know what you need for each character.
Another overload.
Yeah, actually, this is going to be a huge
I don't
turn
even
for Zero.
think
So
they're
okay, he
like-
started this turn with 12
They're like
dice.
translucent.
That Gamblers is going to put him up at least another
Not how
one,
about the
maybe
cards,
2 dice. He has
the
a
cost of the
Covenant in
cards.
hand for another 2 dice.
And the character's,
so he will
skills.
most likely be able to sweep the game now with Inzaghi
Yes.
not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and you know, that overload, even though Klee did fall, it does still forcefully send her into Dory. Dory has to be the active character for Team Astra. And, you know, Dory is sitting at 3 HP. It's going to be another Gambler's refresh for Zero.
Oh, true.
Unless Inzaghi swaps away.
Yeah, I mean, I think Inzaghi's only plan here... Yeah, okay, so here's what Inzaghi's plan is. He is going to burst on Dory and then try and stay alive to build up Chi-Chi's burst with the talent in the next round. That's pretty much
They're
the only thing he can
iridescent.
do. We're most likely going to see him end to get those dice on Liven without doing anything on Chi-Chi here.
But the Gambler's refresh is so good. Also, Klee's
The
burst is
Gambler's
not. I'm not sure
refresh
if you wanna
is
use
like
it.
so OP.
It
So
prob-
OP, Kiko.
It depends
So
if Zero thinks
OP.
Inzaghi is going to use
The
any
Gamba
skills. The
earrings.
smart thing to do here would be for Inzaghi to pass if... but then Zero has free reign with any number of skills. He has dice up
Kiko, you want the Gamba
as well. He has
earrings?
2 skills to use
You want
with
some
Klee.
Gamba earrings?
He can charged attack as
Oh,
well
I
with
see.
Covenant,
I
and
see
that
you
Chi-Chi
have sat
summon.
your butt here.
Oh, it's not going to kill because of Dory. Oh, actually,
You
here, that's
sit.
Dory's burst. Now we recognize it from the drawing challenge. Do you see it?
Yeah,
I
it's
just
the
realized.
card. The card for Dory's burst.
He's also watching
This one's
Genius
the top right, that
Vacation
is what They were
TCG.
drawing earlier.
It was
It
predicted.
took me a second. Klee's burst is coming out from Zero. I think this is a good plan. You know,
Yeah.
I think Zero is anticipating that he's not going to be able to take out Chi-Chi in this round. So,
Oh, actually, it's-
Inzagi's shaking his head
I think,
now.
yeah, I think it's actually so I
Goodbye.
completely forgot that we have that Chi summon doing the vaporize. The 2 healing is not going to be enough because of that vaporize reaction. So all Zero needs to do is play Covenant. Obviously, Inzaghi doesn't know that Zero is running Covenant, right? Normally, when you're playing against a deck that you're familiar with, you know 100% your opponents has it. But Zero, if he plays that Covenant, uses the charge attack on Klee, I believe he's guaranteed the win. It's 3 plus 2 damage. Oh, it's 1 shot.
So what would you do in
one
this
shot.
case? You could do Sumeru City into skill. You could strategize into a skill. You could do Sumeru City into a charge tag, Covenant, Tune skill.
It's too late for Sumeru City for sure. I think Zero needs to start with strategize. If he draws into
Tune
any
Sumeru
damage
City
effect,
at this point, right?
that he can play, it will be game over. But otherwise, he'll leave
Tune.
Chi-Chi at 1 with an active Chi-Chi burst on her. Sorry, Klee burst on her, which is not really going to be great for him.
Zero's thinking about it.
Humpty Dumpty.
She's going for -3 elemental skill onto Chi-Chi, and Inzagi's shaking his
Tune
head. I think
fodder.
he knows something's up.
Yeah.
Strategize coming out?
He
Timmy.
has to be expecting the Covenant here.
Yep, and I think that's what we're gonna
Oh.
see. Covenant in hand, it comes into play. That is another 2 dice for Klee. Her charged attack takes 2 unaligned. Doesn't even need pyro, doesn't need tune anything. It's going to do, I believe. Wait, tuning Sumeru City.
Interesting. Not sure why the tune there maybe slightly miscalculated the dice requirements.
Huh?
Yeah, Klee obviously being a very... So most
I'm
characters when they
confused.
discount their normal attacks, discount only the unaligned dice. Klee is the one exception. Inzagi's shaking his head. He will survive, right? Because he ended first, that Dory summon is going to heal before the Chi-Chi summon deals damage, but that's going to be really tough.
With that Klee burst up, ooh. I ended up using changing shifts to swap to Chi-Chi for free. I actually think this is really safe. But yeah, with that Klee burst on Chi-Chi right now on Team Astra's side,
Wow.
it's going to be really hard. Oh, Chi-Chi at 1 HP. Inzagi's gonna have
Hi,
to figure
Mac.
out
How
how
are
to
you?
survive. That artifact is coming way too late.
Oh, but he did draw food.
But
He
I don't
drew
know, because
food.
it's
Does
going
that-
to
does that
counteract
enough?
the
Ugh,
damage from Klee's
those
burst,
rolls.
right? But
It
Oh
will.
my god.
I mean, you might not even
Enough.
want to do that. You might just want to just revive your character.
okay.
So here's the
Something.
main problem with Chi-Chi's talent. Despite being very powerful,
He's
it
a
costs 2
Sumeru
more
hater.
dice
He's
than it normally
protesting.
would to use her burst. Her burst normally
That's
costs
funny.
3, but the talent makes it 5. So even if you get those revives, you really need to try and use Chi-Chi's burst a second time before you make use of it. And I don't think there's enough time.
I don't think he's gonna survive. I think
see the plan here with tenacity.
I think
bet there's an
Inzagi's
Aquila
dead.
in the deck somewhere.
Yeah, there might be.
Natural rolled 4 Omni
not
dice,
been
dude.
drawn.
There was one time I
Inzaghi, you
natural
have to
rolled
play the
like
talent just for the memes.
five.
It
No, I think I
doesn't
rolled
matter whether you
4
win or lose.
Omni, and then
You
I
just have to play the
re-rolled
talent.
3 extra. So I had like
he can hear
so
you.
many
No.
Omni dice.
But if he's
was
a TCG
crazy.
player, he feels it in his bones to play the talent here. He's shaking his head.
Do you heal Chi-Chi with hash for to
It won't
survive
matter.
from Klee's burst?
Because
Thank
even
you.
if that happens, then
What game is this?
Chi-Chi's,
Genius
will be able to
Invocation.
take out whatever character. Although if you don't heal, then I think the Cleat Burst technically.
It's such a meme every time I
no,
say
no,
this.
Take out Chi-Chi. I don't think
Genius Invocation
think it matters?
TCG.
I don't think it matters. I'm doing the same
Genshin's
math that Inzagi's
TCG.
doing in his head. Is trying to find a way they can constantly come out, but you only revive the characters on 1 health, or I think 2 health, and they don't have any equipments or energy. So it's a really rough spot to come back
I'm
from.
gonna turn on the
It's
heat a little
definitely
bit.
really rough spot, and of course, Zero is sitting pretty nicely. I think Chi-Chi's
Yeah.
kind of low, but Klee's at 6 HP.
Oh my god, what happened?
Yeah, and
Who's
the
throwing
worst
up?
thing is that gamblers on Zero side is gonna be even more effective.
Sacred name, Fortune Preserver.
There we go. Chi-Chi's talent comes out. Both Klee and Dory are revived on Izagi's side. Of course, she's going to take -2 from Klee's burst. And
More
Chi-Chi on
Gamba
Zero's side
fodder.
falls.
Yeah, and you got
There's a lot going
gamblers.
on.
That gamblers refresh coming in right away there as well.
That's why I was wondering if you play the food, because you get the dice refunded with Chef Mal anyway, but...
Yeah, actually, hang on. It's actually closer than it looks right now because Zero needs to take out Dory here.
No, do not
He's gonna be able to do
clip
it, but
me
Chi-Chi-
saying it.
His own Klee's at 6.
Oh.
If Inzaghi had any card for +1 damage here, he could have made it come back, but it is not enough, I think.
I just don't think he has enough.
Neither side taking fresh wind of
Okay,
freedom.
Hash
We
Brown.
do see Hash coming down onto Klee, living at 4 HP, so if she... Adeptus is not going to help here.
No. And here's the thing, so you actually had to hash there. If you didn't hash there, because of the order of Klee's burst and Chi-Chi's burst, you'll take the damage before you get the healing.
Not
It won't
much
matter though,
he can
because
do.
Zero has plenty of dice left to finish the round. I think Inzaghi knows it. Big respect though for using the Chi-Chi
GG.
talent there.
Definitely, yeah.
Boom.
Do
Damn,
what
if he
you
had
can.
one more.
-5
Close,
is
though.
not going to be enough. Izagi taking -2 from the last of Klee's burst passive. Wait.
No, but he's out of dice.
He can finish, right?
He
He's
is out
done
of
so.
dice.
If
Where's the
that
covenant?
ancient courtyard was a covenant, Inzaghi
covenant?
would have actually come back.
Are you using this as food for your debate? The
It
ancient
is.
courtyard versus covenant debate?
It is. It's consistency beats high rolling every time. I mean, it
If you're
really would.
watching at home, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean,
Covenant
Chat.
death.
It would have made the difference in this one, right? Like, it was actually really close. Zero's Klee is only at 1 health, and in fact, in this case, Inzaghi did get pretty unlucky. You know, if he had drawn any of Chef Mao's cards earlier, he got something
Bum.
better off of
Oh my god,
Dunizar,
torture.
it would have made all the difference.
Oh, Inzaghi.
Can't do anything.
Yeah,
He's
he has
face
to
palming.
end.
He knows he has to end. He has no more dice left. Klee is on 1 HP, and Zero has 4 dice at his disposal. I think he is going to take this win. It's so close.
Yeah.
So
Does Inzaghi
close.
play Liban just for the heck of it?
That
Why
was
not?
pretty close.
Can you play Ancient Courtyard?
No. He can't. He literally cannot play Ancient Courtyard right now.
Oh, look at him stick out his tongue.
Kaboom.
-2. Inzaghi's Klee does fall. 1 HP win. Congratulations to Team Carnival.
Use the bathroom real quick. That was a cool match.
Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't noticed that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left.
Aww.
And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive
Blub.
fate itself.
Blub, 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 blub.
Your Grace, Fontaine's Child Welfare Services has already made all the necessary arrangements. You needn't escort the criminal personally.
I just want to ensure this task isn't left to someone who lacks propriety.
Oh. Risley. Riz.
Hello? Who is it?
It's Risley, your father's colleague. I'm here with his friend.
Oh, come on in. Dad's still packing up his stuff, so you'll have to give him a minute.
That's all right. He has a long journey ahead after all.
Aww.
All right. Be a good girl and stay out of trouble while I'm away, okay?
I will.
Thank you, Emma.
Your friend here's super nice. Not like the other guy. He looks scary.
Hey, that's not very polite.
It's quite
Mars, Barley, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the sub.
Come back soon, Daddy.
Thank you.
I will. Don't worry.
Aww.
Thank you for extending your sympathy, Your Grace. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her again.
I only sympathize with her. Love
Oof.
should be warm. But to you, it's become a form of punishment. Let's go. Next time you see your daughter, I hope you'll have become a better father.
Oof. Damn.
Thank you so much, Slacks.
We're back.
So,
very close.
Mirror matchup, another mirror matchup. That is our third mirror matchup so far with these Twitch decks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's pretty hard, especially if you're voting with another audience, to really sway the direction in one way or another. So I think these players are still thinking very competitively. It was such a close game, and honestly, Inzaghi was not able to draw a lot of the cards that his deck was built around.
yeah, that was the thing. I think he built his deck in two different directions with the ancient
the heat's on
Courtyard
finally.
And then also
It's feeling a little bit
Dunya.
hot.
Dunya
I mean
and Chef Mel.
cold.
There was like two different techs going on, and he didn't draw for either of them till the very end. He didn't even draw everything he needed. It was just so unfortunate.
Yeah, and we heard that Zero, not wanting to play those
Shaking
Sumeru
his head there.
cities to avoid that bad dice. Definitely, having Vanarana is more consistent. You can always save any dice that you can't use, and then, if you draw into toss-up or find different ways to use those dice, it will eventually pay for itself. But I think he could have gotten a little bit ahead there. Maybe not being so afraid to let the dice fall as they are. To have played that Sumeru City right from round one.
I really like the choice to take Chi-Chi's talent from Team Astra, despite not winning. I do think it was a bit the luck of the draw in that case, because I feel like that Chi-Chi's talent could have really came in clutch if Inzaghi had drawn into one of his win conditions. It's just, I think he built the support cards too intensely focused on, like, high rolling.
Could be. Yeah, the deck was definitely pointed in one direction, and in that case, it just didn't pan out for Team Astra there. Shout out. But,
Forgot my blankie.
It was so close, right? And Chi-Chi's
it was
talent
getting
does have that
caught
problem.
in all my
You have to
stuff.
spend 5 dice to get that revive effect. It's powerful.
So I just left
We
it.
saw
It's
he was
okay.
short
Turn
2
on
dice
the
at the very
heat.
end. I mean, the same 2 dice.
Mac, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the
It does
sub.
provide a lot
Thank
of
you,
value,
thank
though.
you.
2 characters back.
You're back.
Is more than just 4 health, because you usually need to spend more
Back,
than
back,
just
back,
2
back,
damage
back.
exactly to take out characters. So powerful in the right situations, but I think Zero definitely identified that he was wanting to play more aggressively, deal more damage, and not give Inzaghi the time to build up and get more of his engine going.
I feel like if Inzaghi had built a bit more around the Dunyarzad Chef Mao combination instead of also going for the Ancient Courtyard play, maybe it could have worked out in his favor, because Chi-Chi's talent, as you were saying, it is more than 4 health. It's 2 characters are revived 2 HP each, and then of course if you are running double Chef Mao and you play food cards, you're going to be refunding the dice and also drawing more food cards, and it just really works in your favor if you're able to get all that tech off, but you have to draw into it.
Yeah.
And you have to build your deck around drawing into what you need.
Do we see any food until the end though?
No, I don't think. I think maybe, I don't remember exactly. I think there might have been food, but I think Inzaghi might have had to tune something. I'm not. I might be misremembering, but
Yeah, it was a lot to pay attention to in the game.
There was a lot to pay attention
honestly,
to.
Having to cast decks that we're not familiar with either is pretty difficult, because we can't always predict what cards or
That's true.
Have an idea of what to look for.
I think it makes it fun though.
It is fun. It's a lot of
Good
fun.
night, Emma.
I mean, I think
Have a good sleep.
it's really fun seeing a lot of different things played. So we definitely appreciate you guys at home voting for all these different decks that we've gotten to cast over today. Thank you so much. For now, let's throw it back to the stage. We're going to get into Challenge 4.
Challenge number 4. What is challenge number 4?
Thank you
Let's
so much
see.
to our wonderful casters yet again. Welcome, my
I feel like
friends.
the captains haven't really
It's time
played,
to
huh?
talk to you about challenge number 4. It is
I feel like both the captains haven't played in the challenges.
Electro Quicken Challenge. That
Electro
is right.
Quicken.
Perhaps you have run out of time playing Genius Invocation TCG. You wonder, how quickly could I play a game if I was
3 minutes
not
to
really caring about
strategize.
anything?
Players
Well,
should
my
react
friends,
as
this is the
possible.
moment to
As fast as
test
possible.
this. We are going to potentially win
Raiden Official
and Yaimiko
and
if you win this challenge. What is the challenge?
Yaimiko.
You have 3 minutes
Miko.
to play the entire game.
Of course,
a
Dame.
timer
Have a good
will
sleep.
count down as soon as it is a player's turn after the dice roll phase. After that, they must play. Only 3 minutes for the entirety
All
of
the
the
electro.
game. Now, during the dice roll phase, looking at the dice, they can have an opportunity to think a little bit. Should these players go over the 3-minute timer, we will go into a sudden death where they must continue to play cards or they will be eliminated instantly. So, sounds like a pretty difficult challenge. Well, it's even more difficult because we made 2 stall decks for it. So we'll see if these contestants can finish their stall decks as fast as possible with only 3 minutes to their name. Should they win, they will join an Eternal Kingdom and get those Electro characters that they both need so badly. But should be extremely exciting to see who is able to play fastest with very, very slow decks. But how are we feeling over here? Are you Jibu, representative from Team Astra? You feeling all right, Jibu?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah, are you used to playing quick?
Not really. I'm more of an aggro player. I play a lot of fast decks, so this is a little out of my element.
Well, it's unfortunate your team elected you to play, so best of luck to you, Jibu. I'm sure you'll do great. Rev, quick games. Have you done quick games before?
Yeah, I've done before.
All right, you feeling confident that you're not going to go over that 3-minute limit?
No, I'm playing a stall deck.
All right, all right. Well, you got to play quick, my friend, because the time has come. Ladies and gentlemen, hands on the keyboards as we will get ready for the quickest game you've ever seen. Hopefully, or I am eliminating one of these 2. Let's pass it to our wonderful casters.
Stall decks, you say, for Genius Invocation TCG Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you could heard it, but we could hear the players make a lot of noise when they heard that it was 2 stall decks. They did not know what decks they were going to use going to this challenge. We picked I guess the worst decks possible for this challenge. Usually with stall decks, you really want to think through your decisions and make sure you're playing optimally. They have 0 time for that. And in fact, in order to finish the game at all, they have to go even faster than normally possible.
Yeah, how do you do that with a stall deck? Like, these decks are built to last, like, a long time. Like, stall games can last up to, like, 30, 40 minutes, right? Especially when you have a
30,
stall
40
mirror.
minutes.
And they haven't had a chance to look over the decks, and they have to build them on the spot right now, and 3 minutes timer for each person.
Go, go,
These decks were in fact
go.
taken from recently
Shoot, I
winning
need to
invitational
move.
list from the
Blocking the dice
TCG
again.
weekly tournaments. We have a
There we
Ningguang
go.
stall deck being played by Rev, made by Oyasu. A very popular list, you know, probably at one point made by someone else as well. And then we have Agent Electrocharge, although slightly different variant. built by
Hey, that's the deck
Hiatus,
I
using
was
more
playing.
artifacts over the traditional Tubby list.
The two
Interesting.
Agent
I'm so used to
Oceanet
Agent
official.
EC, which is what Jibu was playing on Team Astro
Hey.
side. I'm so used to that deck bringing Tubby.
That's what I was playing. Hey,
I'm
I
curious
know
to
how
see
that deck
this is gonna play out.
works.
I do see that 2-cost Hydro artifact card in Jibu's hand.
Yeah, Rev is already taking a lot of time with this first turn. This is
Never
not
played
a good
Kokomi,
opening.
Barbara, or
This is Blitz,
Ningguang
guys.
though.
Yeah, oh my gosh, she's 20 seconds on the first turn. Okay, that's actually... You have to be really tight with your timing here.
You know, maybe Jibu gets an advantage because he goes he goes second, so he can like do the math in his
true.
head while Rev's going.
Yeah, Jibu definitely going second, actually a huge advantage in this because you have time to think. But Jibu with a 20-second
Wait, how are they
lead on
gonna
the clock,
determine
already
who
so
wins?
significant.
I guess whoever has lower healths or less
Oz coming out from
character
official,
cards
and I
alive.
think we're gonna see both.
They have to go
Both players
fast.
ending their turn. Jibu's already up by 9 seconds, I believe. That's a lot of time in Blitz.
Oh, it's
It is.
whoever
I mean, hopefully
earns or whoever ends their
Hopefully
turn faster,
Rev's
I guess.
decisions going forward is
They
going
just
to be
gotta go, go, go.
Also, just one more reminder, if you see that QR code on the screen between Jibu and Rev's player
There,
cams, if
and
you
there.
scan it, please send us your feedback. It will lead you to a survey. We would
That
love
way.
to hear, any feedback you may have for us, no matter what it's about. Thanks.
Wait, that.
Yeah, and we
This
saw
way.
the Tyson was a very important time for both players to actually
just like
think
chess.
about their decisions. And we see Rev there definitely taking his time.
I feel like, we might see a very similar strategy to when they were doing the NPC challenge where you just stay on one character and just spam, 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 spam because...
Yeah, I mean, this is
not
probably
time.
one of the fastest ways that this deck can really get around here. But Ningguang here is going to have her burst up, but isn't probably going to be able to play any... If Jibu doesn't, proc the Tenacity here. And actually, Tenacity is not a great item to take up against these Electrocharge decks because they have so much summon damage.
Ooh, Jibu is taking too long to think. Star Science. Ooh, this is gonna be really good for next turn. Jibu, Star Science ending. Rev also ending.
Okay, so far, pretty good. Both of them above 2 minutes. Jibu still with a 10-second lead, which isn't that much, but it's very difficult to play against this Agent Electrocharge
I
deck.
actually think 10 seconds is a lot in
It's a
Blitz.
lot.
They have 2 minutes left. That's only 2/3 of the time they started with, right?
Yeah,
So.
again, they need to take
these-
this
what are
dice
these
roll
rolls?
portion as slow as possible.
Roll.
Because the longer they have here,
Okay.
the more time. They have to plan out their turn.
The timer isn't going down when
Pretty
they're rolling the dice,
good.
right? So they can think.
Yeah, but as soon as both players complete their rolls, it's straight into the action here.
What the heck is that 3-cost card
Send-off
on
against,
Rev's?
a very
in
summons
Rev's
heavy
hand?
deck is good on Rev's side. Also, Ocean
official
Burst
time.
is also up. Opting not to use it. I guess Kokomi is not the target for that.
We might see some swap stalling going out here. Ningguang is fully equipped up here, but I think definitely Rev wants to avoid as much damage as possible.
I think Jibo is already playing this out in his head. Like, no matter what Rev does, I think we're going to see a swap back onto Ocean Burst. I feel like that's just what you do. Oh, normal attack on Fischl. I see.
Building up bursts on Fischl as well. So Jibu has 2 burst builds up here.
2
But
alties.
Ningguang with the Adeptus here might be able to turn it around.
I certainly
Hash
think
brown.
So. Hash brown coming onto Fischl.
It's going to get counteracted
Artifact
by the
that
Adeptus. I
generates
think
2
Rev's gonna go
shields at
for
the
it.
start
Adeptus
of
burst on
every
Ningguang.
turn and gives
No,
1 dice
just a
to turn the
Jade
Just
wheeler
a
takes
Jade Screen.
damage.
I guess it
Interesting.
makes sense. You're playing a stall deck.
But can you really afford to stall the game any longer? If you honestly, if you take out your opponent's key characters faster, you'll put them into tighter spots and force them into less optimal decisions.
More hash
You know,
browns.
so many cards in Rev's hand, but he does not have time to think about how to use them.
Yeah. I think one of the tricky things here, especially
the
for
summons
so that
are just doing
tenacity,
work.
Even though it's normally very good, it's not very good in this matchup, and you didn't really have time to really think through that.
Barbara,
The summons are going
just enough
crazy.
damage to eliminate her.
Oh, so much food.
Oh, but here's the thing. So Rev was able to clear that Electro off of Ningguang, and now I think he Does he go first? Things have been going so fast.
Reroll, go.
If Rev goes first, he can burst Fischl before Fischl can.
Those are some bad rolls.
They have 2 minutes left on the clock right now. It's actually a lot of time.
Actually, I forgot how long these dice rolls add up.
Omni
in
for
grand scheme of things.
days.
But we'll see if it looks like Jibu is going first, so we're almost certainly going to see official burst here.
Okay,
He's not
here we
going to
go.
think about it.
Tuning into official burst, no time to think about it. It does ether Ningguang's shield, but we might see a no-U burst from Ningguang.
Yeah, Ningguang quick counter with the burst here.
Elemental Jade.
I think this is better. So Oceanid is
Uh-oh.
But here's the quick swap.
Uh-oh.
There it is.
Is that gonna be enough? Electro charge it is, minus 5 onto Ningguang. No burst from Ningguang coming out. I do think that's the game.
Okay.
Yeah. That is going to be it. I don't think Hikomi can carry it from here.
So who's he bringing back?
Yeah, I think that tenacity was really not able to get in.
What are all these cards being played right now?
Spamming cards and
Play all the cards.
He knows it all. It's over. Oh no.
That's a pretty tough matchup, I think, as well.
Mushroom
I thought the Ningguang deck could put up more of a fight against the Electro Charge thing, but I think without enough time to think.
Yeah, with these stall decks, I mean, when you're playing stall, you have to think about the most efficient lines to play to maximize, you know, healing and shielding so that you don't just randomly get eliminated.
Called
but in
life
this case,
sentence?
you are playing against
so
the
funny.
clock. You have to make split-second decisions, so it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and I think, you know, tenacity really, coming that out at the beginning, seemed like a very obvious choice. We had to really stop and think about the exact matchup, you know. I think maybe had instead gone for Barbara skill earlier on just to mitigate more damage and then let Ningguang burst a little easier. But that quick swap was
Agent,
really
go, GG's.
quite a big play from Jibu.
Again.
Very interesting. Rev is still in the game here.
The eel.
+1 heal from Kokomi's burst. I do not think that's gonna be enough.
No.
Yep,
Kokomi, not the best character to,
Just enough damage to end the game. That was so fast.
That was
really
so fast.
I expected them to run down the clock a bit longer, but man, that deck puts out a lot of damage.
TCG Blitz
To
mode.
Slacks for another interview.
Congratulations, Jibu. Please join me up on the stage. Jibu, Prince and I and everyone else at the Cat's Tail, we really worked really hard on those decks to make them as complicated as possible. We thought 3 minutes, is that really enough to give enough time? We have way too much time to you. I can't believe how quick you did that. How did you do that?
That deck is Agent EC. It's a pretty, I would say it's a pretty, the lines are pretty straightforward. You go Oceanid, you go Fischl, you go Oceanid, you go Fischl. And then at the end, you go Agent, and that's just what I did.
Okay, so experience was the way to go through it. Did you feel pressured at all? You still had plenty of time left.
Honestly, I didn't really know how much time I had, so I just tried to go as fast as I could the whole time.
It was absolutely well played there. Congratulations. You guys have earned Raiden, Shogun, Fischl, and
Dude, Ash's
a pretty big deal there.
card, our character selection roster is huge.
Very, very important
versus
for our
carnivals.
Okay.
Like I think they have like
big one there for you
12
here
cards
now,
or something in
there is
their
one more
roster
voting
that they can
period
choose
that
from.
we can do for Twitch chat. They have their ability to
Applesauce.
vote in some new characters coming your way. Who would you like to see?
There must be
What
at least like one more
character
challenge.
Do you think you would really love to get into your deck?
You know, I've been hearing from the chat that there's a lot of love for Sino out there.
Let's go.
So, and we haven't seen any Sino yet, so maybe we can finally see Sino.
Okay, let's do this right here, right now. If they put Sino in there, will your team pick it? Make the promise now live.
Well, you have to promise us that the other two characters are very good.
Okay, that is not a... Sino, if you see Sino, are you taking it?
We'll see.
Okay, I almost got it. Well, congratulations. That was a heck of a match. Well done. Fastest player in the world. I wouldn't say the West, but this is the world, so well done. And yes, we will see what is coming up next. You guys do have your opportunity to do your voting. Go over to the Astro Carnival. If you win, by the way, you participated in voting and you got a little prize. Don't forget to message us. Let's throw it over the casters and see what exactly you're voting for. Justice for Sino.
Well, according to the Aura Trees Mechanique Denelise card,
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the chat comes up with. I mean, oh man, that was almost brutal to watch. You know, that Electro Charge deck was very powerful. I think both teams are really gunning for those 3 Electro characters because they form they're probably the most important trio in all of the
Why
prizes.
is Slacks here? He's actually been the host of
Carnival, really needing those Electro characters specifically because
all the Prince Cups so far. The past 2 Prince Cups I've been watching.
But I feel like, you know, Electro is specifically the element that Team Carnival is missing right now. So super unfortunate that Team Astra took that win. And yeah, this game was very one-sided, I want to say. Surprisingly, you know, despite
they have a really good
using stall decks, I think, you know, when you're under this pressure with the timer running down, you can't afford to use a lot of time.
Really
to think
good
through your
selection of
moves.
character cards.
And so you can't really stall as efficiently as you would want to because you can't think about how to stall, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think definitely, you know, the deck, I guess, assignment here did favor the Agent Electrocharge player. Being a very popular deck already, the players are pretty familiar with it. The Ningguang one definitely is a strong deck, but not quite as popular with most of the top players.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Ningguang deck is more of a traditional stall deck. Agent EC can be pretty fast-paced if your dice rolls are good because, you know, it's like Jibu was saying, you kind of start with Ocean, switch back and forth with Fischl, and then it's the summons that are going to do a whole lot of damage. I don't know if there was a send-off. I don't know if there were any other cards that could have gotten rid of summons on Carnival, but
I believe the Ningguang deck did have a Lament, a Shao,
Guardian's Oath.
Guardian's Oath in there, so maybe that could have been a card to turn around. Would have been really great to see it, especially with that full board of summons. But unfortunately, there's just too much pressure, I think, out of that deck. And the unfortunate thing, that quick swap there, really ending the ability for Ningguang to do anything. You know, I think Rev had a pretty good plan to stay on, keep the opponent on Fischl and then burst on Oceanid.
And here on the screen, you see the current characters drafted onto both teams' rosters. So Team Astra having a lot of Pyro,
oh my god,
a lot of Hydro, a lot of Animo. Basically, you know, 1-3 challenges.
Yeah. They are missing the 3 Electro that they just won.
Yeah, they just got like so many cards.
That's what I was trying to estimate.
3, 6, 9. They have 12. Yeah.
Official at the moment. That will be added later. Team Carnival winning a lot of the Twitch challenges, I believe.
Yeah.
Also, of course, the cryo.
The gamer poses
the cryo challenge.
Yeah,
with the folded arms.
Going for them, even though the other team did win Raiden, they denied them Shenhe and Chongyun, so they're not able to build a superconduct deck. What else? They had Klee, so they denied any Vaporize going on there, but I don't know, Official Yae, not going to pair the best, I think, with the characters they have, but it really will come down to either the challenge or when they finish their decks with the remaining characters.
Yeah, Official and Yae and the Raiden Shogun could have been really good for Team Carnival, considering, you know, they have Ignari, very popular choice in Quicken decks, right? So it's just so unfortunate, but I believe in them. You know, the cards are pretty much even right now. I believe Team Astra is 3 cards ahead, so we'll have to see, you know, with the decks you guys are voting for at home in this final best of 1, which team is gonna take home these 3 character cards. So
yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, even if one team wins a really powerful package of characters, each of the characters can only be used in a single deck, right? So it's not about who can make the strongest individual deck. It's about which team, and they will be working as a team as well to come up with these decks, which team can put together the strongest combination to win a best of 7, right? Like that is the important thing at the end of the day. You know, how can you utilize not only the most powerful characters, but more importantly, the less important characters to build capable decks to co-op against other decks.
I mean, you know, we see a lot of powerful cards on Team Astra's side because they've won the most challenges so far, but like I feel like it's deceptive, you know. It really, as we've seen today, it really depends on how you build around the characters you're given.
Yeah.
Of course, there's always going to be more popular choices, like for example, Agent EC is a deck that is well established in the meta right now, but like it just there are other ways to win. There are other ways to win.
And of course, we haven't seen Agent in any of the prizes. We haven't seen Nahida either, so depending on how the picks go, I mean, it looks to me, I guess if either of them appear in the Twitch chat challenge, it's going to be very important for Team Carnival to win that set of cards, to deny the opponent both the Agent Electrocharge deck or the Nahida Electrocharge deck. Unfortunately, they have that Oceanid Fischl pair, which is so crucial. So that they at the very least have a very strong start to their deck building.
But again, that's only for one deck.
It's only for one deck.
Like, they can't have overlap. There's no overlap between teams, and there's no
he
overlap
was.
within
If
the
Carnival
decks that
wins
the
with the
teams are
last
building.
three being
So, I mean, they
Agent,
could
Nahida,
build
Shanling,
one
then
really
this would
strong
go
deck,
pretty
but,
even.
you know, say they
Otherwise,
win
it's
with
looking
it,
pretty
can
one-sided.
they even play it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they can play it again. We'll have to double check the rules. We'll have more of the rules for day 2 for you tomorrow. Of course, we will be back here same time tomorrow
Same time.
at 2 o'clock to continue this challenge. It's not over at the end of the day. This is just part 1, and here we go. I think we're about to see.
Ooh, Twitch poll results: Razor, Cole, and Albedo.
Okay.
Albedo winning yet again does not quite fit into that comp, but I feel like Razor and Cole could be
Razor
two
Cole
character
could
cards
be,
we really want to
yeah.
go for,
Yeah.
especially for Team Carnival.
Could be
No
good. We'll have to see what the other
reactions.
one is. If Sino, I mean, Razor and Sino are going to be very similar. So
Hell
we'll have
yeah.
to see what the players prefer here. Definitely not the strongest combination altogether. Of course, Geo and Dendro, as we saw with the Wanderer Ito Nahida deck,
Which
not
one
the
is
best combination
cooking?
of elements.
Yeah, but I mean, it's partially how the deck plays out, and then it's partially what cards you want from it, and it's partially what you think the other team is gonna pick, and like counteracting that. There's so many different variables to factor in when you're choosing which cards to play. And Sino's here yet again. Wait.
Sino
There's another
Diluc
Bennett?
Bennett.
Is that allowed?
I don't know. I
Is
guess
that
we'll
allowed?
find out. I mean, Dillick definitely is not yet taken, but Bennett was already taken, so we'll have to see
Bennett.
what the judges say. Could
That's a really good deck too.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
if it's possible we decide to offer up a second copy of Bennett, it seems a little unlikely. We'll have to double check with the organizers and the rules to see what the final deck is. I mean, that second one already looking good. We saw how hard the players went for Bennett there, like to just go after him despite being a mono pyro deck. So if he's in the second pool, almost certainly going to see that. Definitely the first one was a little bit suspect.
yeah, I'm just really okay.
Here we
Update
go.
list: Sino, Jean, Baiju. Ooh.
Baiju.
Okay. Again, okay, so both sides have non-functional reactions in a Nemo, Dendro, or
Geo.
Geo Dendro.
Geo with Albedo,
with
and then
it's basically
Jean.
the same deck, isn't it? You have
I actually think this one's better because you can swirl the Electro and trigger Quicken. Right?
You can. I
Right?
think it is better. What was the other one? It was Albedo, Colle. Yeah. The swirl definitely might push this one over. So we might actually finally get to see Sino.
I
These are
have the
tricky.
feeling that Team Astra is going to choose the Sino one just because, you know, because I
It's
think they
true.
should.
I mean,
I'm repping Team Astra today.
yeah, that's true. I think Team Carnival's going to go for the same one. I think you're right that the swirl potential is a little bit better than Crystallize for Albedo. And of course, Albedo's kit mostly focuses around plunging attacks, which are
Yes.
attacks you make after you swap onto a character. But Razor is more about staying on
Yeah,
Razor.
you want to stay on Razor and just wreak havoc. So I feel like in terms of which deck is favored to win against the other one, the second one is just a little bit better
Maybe.
because you have that swirl. But we will have to see what decks these players choose. Slacks, please take it away.
Oh,
Thank
here
you
we
so
go.
much. Yes, we are on stage yet again for the deck building process.
Teams
Extremely exciting
just
stuff
building.
here as they are throwing it together. We did try to
Thought he was
illegally
gonna say us.
re-enter Bennett
Imagine
into
if, said,
just to
if he
get them
said
to
as
pick
they were
Sino.
throwing it
Did
down.
not work out though. We will
Another
see
mirror matchup.
what
Oh.
they are picking. I'm trying not to reveal too much as they are furiously picking. Wow. Okay, we already got 30 cards coming out from Team Carnival. Now, I would like to remind you guys, Team Carnival desperately needs some good cards. And we will see if this is coming through. Whereas Team Astra being a little chill here. Questions appearing. Do you need more food? Do you need to scroll? But now, Astra has taken over the sign language skills of Robot Wizard now and is not saying anything anymore, keeping it very tight-lipped here as Team Carnival figuring out if they've got the perfect angle. It all comes down to this. Thank you, everyone at home, for voting and making such a high-stakes final round. I'd like to remind you one more time, whoever wins this one gets to keep the character cards and might be a huge advantage for the Super Series games that we will be playing tomorrow. Uh-oh. Jibu absolutely screaming over here. No, they're pretty calm, actually. It's all good. But a little last-minute changes here. I won't reveal which decks they have chosen, but I will say things are getting pretty spicy. Quite spicy. That's a hint.
Not a mirror.
Very good. But, all right. Ooh. lots of agreements. We're switching out food here. Thinking about it. And it looks like we're about to get ready. I see 30 out of 30 on both screens. Both decks just about created. All right, casters. This is it. Sino, last chance. Get in there, my boy. Get in there. Let's throw it back to our casters and hope that he finally got picked.
All right, last challenge, I think, of the day.
Thank you so much, Slacks. So,
did you catch it?
no.
Okay.
I saw Cole. I think Team Master went with Cole.
They did. If you're paying attention at home, there are definitely one card from each side that would have revealed which chose. I'm not going to spoil it right now. See in chat if you can guess, but it does look like we finally may not have a mirror match. You guys did it.
No mirror.
Wait. Actually?
Yeah.
Wait.
Actually.
So Team Carnival, right? It would have been Team Carnival that went with Sino.
Could be.
I'm pretty sure I saw Bo, which indicates Cole. I think that was for Team Astra. So
don't want to roll the surprise too much. Definitely could have you could see from
no
the
mirror.
card choices. The decks were very close though in composition. You know, we've seen this several times already, and we're probably going to see this again tomorrow. That combination of Dunyazad, Chef Mao character cards, very popular right now and very strong with a random assortment of characters. When you don't know what characters or don't have characters that synergize well together, that core is just very powerful into any strategy.
yeah, and I really once again want to rehash. I do think that the Sino deck is favored to win in this case. So I mean,
say that.
no, but because of the reasons we stated earlier, right? So the swirl of the Electro onto other characters that have Dendro applied onto them, that's going to trigger Quicken. It might actually work out, in whichever team's favor that chose the Sino deck. It really depends on how they build their support cards again, but Albedo is not going to provide too much in this case, so it might be a way of shutting out one team from getting the cards, Cole specifically.
Yeah, and we're probably not going to see that third element character, so Jean on one side and Albedo on the other. They're probably not going to come out very prominently. Both sides actually have Quicken, right? They have an Electro character and a Dendro character. We have Cole and Razor on one side and Sino and Baizu on the other side. I do actually think the Sino-Baizu combination is more potent. Baizu is actually very good for a Quicken strategy. He was newly added in the most recent version as well, but he's one of the few characters with a Dendro skill on hit and a summon.
Yeah, he's been growing in popularity. He also has healing in both of his skill and burst, I believe.
Yeah, which actually go pretty well with Sino.
Yeah, and Jean. Kind of stallish.
Kind of. And we see one of the new Arcane Legend cards as well.
On both sides.
On both sides.
We saw it a bit earlier as well.
We did, yeah. Guoba making an appearance on Arcane Legend.
Just one more reminder, by the way, there is a QR code on your screen between
oh my god, Robot Wizard's playing this time. I feel like the captains haven't really played too much.
Survey. Please fill out the survey and tell us what you think about the show. Give us your feedback. We would love to hear
fill
your
out the
thoughts.
survey. You can fill out the survey by scanning the QR code that's on the top right or on the left. And it's also pinned to my chat right now. If you guys either want to download Genshin Impact, take the survey for the Astro Carnival, or follow Astro Carnival on their YouTube and Twitch channel.
For Team Carnival, so I'm sure whichever deck he chose, he's going to play it to maximum efficiency.
Ooh.
Catherine! Wait, I haven't seen Catherine in such a long time.
Applesauce?
No, we haven't. I wonder if this is actually a plan to use Albedo, but look at the damage coming out.
It could be.
From Cole and Razor already.
Baizu already at 3 health. That Quicken is brutal.
Oh my
Of course,
god.
those Quicken sacks are going to give additional damage onto Dendro or Electro. So.
And I think Robert was deciding if he actually wants to drop Paimon on Liben or wants to make the play was going to make and swap to Sino to use his skill. He has an option of both. The trouble with swapping to Sino now is that will end up going second, and your opponent does have Catherine to quick swap off at any time.
I wonder if Robot Wizard is thinking too about whether or not Doom would be able to pull off a kill onto Baizu. I mean, Doom is out of dice, but dice can come from a myriad of ways, right? So
it can. Luckily, no Woven from either side here,
no
but
Woven.
probably thinking something like, is there a Covenant line? I don't think there is without... Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Paimon.
Just Paimon, leaving to catch the one last dice since we're not going to see swap of Baizu. Robot Wizard determining it's safe to stay on him. We do see Timmy coming down. Timmy's one of those cards that is great to play at the beginning of your game, so...
Both of us actually have exactly the same hand. They have Stove into...
Stove, I haven't
Gambit-
lost yet.
Gambit
Okay, now
earrings.
the addition of the cards is different, but...
Doing really liking his draw. So I think Robot Wizard went with his play there. Baizu, of course, heals the active character with his summon at the end of turn. If Robot Wizard had swapped over to Sino, would not have gotten that extra point of healing. And both of these decks with playing around Quicken can be very aggressive, and each point of damage will matter a lot.
I also think, swapping to Sino takes an extra turn, and you really want to end.
Yeah, ending first could be pretty big here as well.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so Roboza has an interesting decision here. Is he going to stay on Baizu, maybe reapply the summon and sacrifice Baizu after that and just stay on Sino? Or is he going to try and swap up to preserve Sino's health total?
Robot Wizard thinking very hard about what dice he wants to keep, what dice he wants to roll. Ooh, more Dendro. I wonder if we're going to see anything else from Baishu. Maybe another skill? Maybe he's willing to sacrifice him? I don't know. It feels like kind of early, though.
Definitely a little bit early. I mean, we could see a Rana play. If he plays Rana here, going to have a lot of efficient turns here. Unfortunately, Jean not going to... yeah, this kind of was pointed out earlier. Both sides going very heavy on the Dendro at the beginning, making Jean and Albedo on either side not great choices.
I mean, I think that makes sense, especially for Robot Wizard, because
Double Dendro kind of makes it hard for Jean to do anything.
Right? And then once you play Sino later, you could potentially swirl Electro onto other characters that already have Dendro applied onto them.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense, especially in the case of Robot Wizard. For Doom, it's not as clear because obviously Geo does not swirl. So we do see another skill coming out from Baiju.
Yeah, almost certainly going to see him sacrificed here. I mean, Colin
Yeah,
is
I feel
already
like
going to do 3 damage with her
Baiju's gonna
skill.
die.
Doom has the option of equipping that bow, King Squire in hand. Not going to matter for damage because you're already going to take out Baizu with Quicken, but because of the dice that he has,
Opting to play Stove. It's only round 2, so he only gets 2 cards.
Yeah.
Heavy Strike. That's something.
Heavy Strike. We could opt to use Heavy Strike here instead of burning any cards or using Bestus there to fix for Kole. But
you would have to play another odd cost card though if you use Heavy Strike. Looks like he is going to equip King Squire onto Kole, that bow.
Ooh, I wonder if that was a bit. So, interestingly enough, the dice that were used there were the Omni dice and not the Electro dice.
Oh no, the auto dice. Maybe he intends to go to Racer.
And
later.
if you equip so the King Squire only lasts for that turn, so you do need to use up the thing. So he's committed to this line.
Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunate, but he's almost certainly going to have to tune one of his cards to skill here on Kole.
It's so painful.
Yeah.
Could have just waited for the Heavy Strike play.
Could have. I think Robot Wizard definitely baiting.
Did I swear, when you play
Doom into killing Baizu
TCG
here,
and you realize, like, you made a blunder after you played your cards, or like you played your things in the wrong order, you did the wrong thing, you're just like...
just deploying as much Dendro
It's
as
the
you can to
worst.
try and
You
get
feel like
Baizu
so
as
dumb, I
tempted bait as
swear.
it were.
It's like you have all the time in the world to think through your moves, kind of, and then you're like, God, why did I do that instead of the other thing? That happens to me like all the time. I feel like, I'm like, no.
Oh, -5 onto Baiju. That skill will be enough to take
Gooba.
out.
Yes, like in chess as
We're
well.
not going to see Baiju burst.
Yeah.
In
Doom would
any
really
strategy
like to see
game, I
his
feel like when
own
you blunder, you're
damage here,
just
but
like,
unfortunately
dude,
not drawing it. We'll see
what am I
if
thonking?
Robot
Not
Wizard decides to
thonking.
go to Sino. Whoever he ends on is going to take some damage, but yeah, it's almost certainly going to have to be Sino here.
I don't know if we're going to see Kale's burst here soon. That skill from Sino coming out and proccing Quicken against Kale, who had Dendro applied onto her. So 2 Quicken stacks for...
Actually, we're probably going to see I haven't lost yet first here, aren't we?
We did see Swap to Razor.
Yeah, software. I mean, with the dice that makes sense, but I think Robot Wizard plan around this turn. If I haven't lost yet into Sino Burst, he'll have 4 stacks up at the beginning of his next turn. Although he is going to be going second. So the Catherine there actually coming a little bit clutch there, allowing Doom to take priority into next turn, which threatens Razor.
I feel like
quite a
Doom's
lot.
got
Had
this
he
in the
not
bag.
Played a quick swap effect. He would have to slow swap onto Razor and then give Robot Wizard an opening to play Burst and pass first, but now he doesn't have that window.
Yeah, he is 1 dice short of being able to do something like that, because Sino's Burst costs 4. So I haven't lost yet. We'll give him 1 point of energy and then 1 more Omni dice to use Sino's Burst. I mean, ideally you would want those, the Animo and Pyro dice to go to Lieben to get him up to 3 stacks, but I mean, maybe if he does... No! I was gonna say maybe if he does go for it, maybe he swaps off, but it looks like we're just gonna see a skill.
Okay.
Doom ending.
Leaving?
So we might see a swap into Jean. He could
Jean
opt
and then
to
leave
use the I haven't lost yet after
A
swapping
normal.
to Jean. No normal. Not enough dice for normal because he needs to spend a die for that swap.
If
But
he swaps.
staying on Sino here is
You have to swap, I think.
Yeah, oh, actually you do, because your opponent does have a quick swap anyway, and
Yep.
Kale with King Squire is going to be 6 damage with Quicken is going to be exact.
I haven't lost yet, so yeah, Jean getting that 1 point of energy. Those 2 dice are going to go to Levin. It's going to proc Levin. Robot Wizard will draw an additional 2 cards. Also get 2 Omni dice at the start of next round. I think that was.
Well, that
the good play.
heal kind of went nowhere
I think that was the best play,
too.
given the opportunity. The one problem though, you know, Robot Wizard being down a character, normally with the dice advantage he has, he would have wanted to stall a little bit and swap between characters and wait for Sino to have the time to take the field. But he's either forced to use his dice on Jean or to expose Sino to damage.
Ooh, look at those Hydro dice.
Ooh.
I guess you could use them to equip that weapon though.
Yeah,
Good.
Moon Piercer is fixing, as I like to say.
Definitely.
But Doom's board is so threatening. He has Razor being at only 2 in burst is not going to be great, but still going to be able to output a lot of damage. But I think that Collie burst is really what's going to end up mattering here. You know, Doom is going to be able to apply Electric Gene and then guarantee a quicker proc from Collie's burst.
I'm almost wondering. So we see Razor's burst coming out. I think this is going to force Robot Wizard to take out Razor. I almost wonder if you just like normal attack or something and then opt for Jean's burst and he'll.
Yeah, well, we're going to start with Stove God here. Ooh.
NRE. It's been a while since we've seen NRE.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Unfortunately, that Dunya's are not looking so great here. Robo's going to have to plan his turn out carefully. Every dice is going to matter in this turn. There's a possibility that there's enough dice for Sino to sweep, but he has to plan around that super carefully.
And he has to make sure Sino doesn't die first. It's the trick.
Yeah, there's no way
He does
you can
have the
safely
Gamba
swap to
earrings.
Sino here, I think, even with that
Does
chicken
he have
putting up
enough
Sino
to
up to
sweep?
7. I believe Colle's... Oh no, they're out of Quicken stacks. Hang on.
I mean, you
Could be a window.
could Gamblers on Jean instead go for normal and then have Jean take the damage from
Gamba.
probably Colley's burst, right?
Yeah, you might have to.
Gamba.
Yeah, Doom is definitely looking to try and drag out the game maybe 1 round longer just to make use of that Collie burst. Unfortunately, you know, Albedo being his highest health character is not the best because he's not going to be able to make use of him as well. Although Albedo's burst does quite a lot of damage.
It does. Oh, we do see a Gambler is equipped onto Jean. She's going to Elemental Skill. Razor will fall. -3 animal damage on him, and looks like Colley is coming out. We're probably going to see her burst.
Yeah, almost certainly going to see Colley's burst here. I wonder if Robot is looking to burst on Jean. I think it is in his best interest to stall the game longer. Jean's burst most recently actually buffed as well. You see they're only requiring 2 energy
solo?
instead of 3. It did take a slight reduction to the damage, but really 2 energy is a lot less than 3.
It's also a 4 cost. It's very expensive dice-wise to play, but I mean, there's a price to pay when it has such high utility. So we see a hash onto Colley, bringing her up to 6 HP, and then Colley's burst coming out. Jean is at 4 HP.
Yeah, those last 2 Quicken stacks are going to be all Doom has to work with. But that King Squire is very powerful. Of course, Robot Wizard has his own version of that weapon in a spear, almost certainly waiting to equip that on Sino when the time is right.
Definitely.
Could it be this round?
It could be. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if we're going to see Jean's burst, though.
I'm trying to count the number of dice.
So, after Jean's burst...
Ooh.
Wait, what?
I think Robot Wizard has calculated the number of dice he has. He has 4. King Squire effectively costs 1 to play. We'll put him down to 6 dice, and that lets him use 2 skills on Sino. Oh, it is going to be a burst.
Heal.
Okay.
All right, so Jean's burst healing both Sino and Jean for 2. This is going to help a lot because Sino is going to be the one to sweep in the end. I think he played changing shifts because he knows he's going to play it, and he just needed a little bit more time to think it through.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The players, of course, do have time now and are no longer constrained by the blitz requirement.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, could you imagine playing these unfamiliar decks in blitz?
Oh, no. I mean, maybe that would be really interesting, though,
could be.
because, like, we would see a swap onto Albedo, certainly so Colley doesn't take a whole lot of damage from Sino when Robot Wizard swaps over. He does have 7 dice at his disposal, so...
Yeah.
Ooh.
We're probably going to see a Moon Piercer equip here. I don't think he wants to tune all of those cards just for Sino Burst.
Probably not. I mean, you would have to tune 2. Moon Piercer might be better.
I mean, he has the ability to Moon Piercer, and that will let Jean's burst swell as well. So I think using some sort of skill here and not burst is probably ideal.
Yeah, you could certainly go for
Although,
sign of skill.
If he tunes, okay. So
Strategize?
Another earring.
Gamblers?
that Lotus
What
is pretty
the?
big.
That Lotus is pretty big.
Might make the difference here. You know, I was thinking he had the option of tuning 2 to use Sinus Burst and then deploying Paimon, but maybe Paimon is a little bit too slow right now.
I think it's too late to use
Paimon is kinda
just
slow.
because you're looking to end, like both of these players are looking to end next round. So we might see it tuned. Rana also getting tuned.
So we're most likely going to see a burst here if we're tuning 1 already.
It could be skill. Could potentially.
If it's skill, we would have seen the
Oh.
equip on the Moon Piercer already.
True.
Because that would have discounted it.
True.
On your soul.
That burst.
Sinus Burst coming out -5 onto Albedo, and of course, Jean Summoner is going to swirl that Electro.
Yeah, Jean here proving to be a lot more utility than Albedo, unfortunately. But if Albedo was able to get his burst off, that 7 damage burst with his skill is actually quite devastating, especially if they was able to hit Sino with it. But unfortunately, not going to happen.
Ooh. That's a really good card to get, I think.
Oh, he's going to stay on
Interesting.
Sino.
I guess it makes sense, but I mean, we do see that Doom has 2 quick swaps in hand, also a heavy strike, so...
Well, 2 quick swaps plus Catherine is a little bit too much swapping.
It is, right, right, Doom front Catherine as well. I guess the plan was to try to utilize Albedo if you have him in there anyway, but I think we're seeing that, you know, the core of the deck is definitely quickened, and then Albedo and Jean are both kind of anchors to take, like, soak up damage when you don't want your damage dealers to be the active character. I think, you know, both of these decks are actually kind of similar in that way.
one-shots both.
One of the things not going in Robot Wizard's favor, though, you know, he has lost access to all of his Dendro, whereas Doom still has 2 stacks of Quicken to work with. So if he can manufacture a situation where Kale can snipe and take out Sino, then he could reverse this game very quickly. But Sino being at 8 is a very intimidating health total.
Definitely very intimidating. Also, you know, Jean has the Gamblers, but I think Robot Wizard drew another Gamblers, so I mean,
He drew
Sino
another
can have
one.
one too.
Yeah, Doom here with not a lot of good options. I mean, going to Kale here is probably his best play, but I believe Kale does go down to... Oh, wait. Normal attack is, I think, only 4 damage. A skill, though, would be 5, so yeah. Ooh, heavy...
Heavy strike coming out from Albedo. -4 on the Sino, leaving at 4 HP.
I like that quite a lot.
So he's letting
That actually
Razor
threatens
die?
Sino
I mean, no,
quite a
sorry,
bit.
Albedo die?
Robot Wizard would need another Lotus to protect Sino properly from Kale, so we might actually just see him forced off here.
Yeah, might be a slow swap.
This is kind of where Catherine can come to bite you. So Robot Wizard has the option, you know, with his Sino being threatened to slow swap onto Jean and then pass the turn over to Doom, but Doom has no similar ability to swap slowly.
Kale does
He's
4
forced
on E.
to quick swap and then use another skill,
Interesting.
Yeah,
which
quick
is
swap every time.
yeah, playing into exactly what Robot Wizard would want him to do.
That would end
3
up using
plus
a
Quicken.
whole lot of dice. And then, you know, once Doom is out of dice, and Robot Wizard's kind of free to do whatever he wants without having to hide his Sino behind Jean.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, Robot's considering those options. You almost certainly cannot stay on
Herma,
Sino here,
Herma,
so I don't think
Herma,
Jean
Herma.
has quite enough power to finish off Kale, especially with Kale with the bow equipped is going to out-damage Jean pretty quick.
I wish I could see the food in Robot Wizard's hand. We do see Chef Mao coming down, so maybe that 0 cost... No, hash brown? Hash brown on Sino? Ooh, I wonder if he's going to opt to stay on Sino then.
So much food.
Oh, there's the Lotus.
We could just see a Lotus swap onto Jean here. Would be a very efficient turn.
It could be.
Yeah, Chef Mao and NRE definitely a very devastating combo when it is effective.
I mean, you can also just...
I think Sino's still in danger because of I guess it's one shot. I think it's 5 damage with Kale's skills, so he is technically out of range, but he's not going to take that risk.
No Lotus, notably, just swaps onto Jean normally. And now, as you were saying, with Catherine on the field, if Doom decides to swap over to Kale, cannot, you know, effectively slow swap. to stall the round it's going to be a quick swap, and so he's going to be forced to either swap back onto Albedo or use something.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Albedo's skill here, but unfortunately with Dendro only left, not going to be much use.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Jean's utility is definitely proving itself here.
Swap stalling 5-head.
Than Albedo. You know, Swell, even if you don't have great reactions with Dendro, is still a little bit better than easier to use than Crystallize.
Also, notably, so Sino's dynamic skin is not currently equipped. There are no dynamic skins in the game right now, but he is at 5 stacks. If this were the dynamic skin, you would actually see his burst like form like on him, but he's just like the normal card at the moment. He does do a whole lot of damage right now.
He does.
And his stacks will reset at the start of next turn, but I do think that this game is going to end with this one.
Yeah, we'll see. Robo's probably going to tune here for Jean's skill. I mean, as long as he survives this turn and ends first, he's in pretty good shape, although...
I mean, I think Jean could just almost end the game with...
Oh, because he does have Gamblers. No...
I mean, so Eugene's skill swirls Electro onto Albedo.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can just tune and skill again. Or no, you can just...
Okay, Doom is gonna see that coming. Oh, interesting. Gonna quick swap so he gets priority at the beginning of next round.
Normal attack? Yeah?
Dodge.
Gambler's refresh? That's it.
I think that's it.
JJ.
Looks like Sino not even needed here.
His Sino's not needed.
GG.
Elemental skill will be enough to take out Albedo. -3 is just enough. And Robot Wizard, the team captain for Team Carnival, takes the win.
They said, send the captain! We need more character cards for tomorrow.
Well done, the team captain here playing the big game and
Dude, so
finally sinking some
neither
hero
teams have
cards.
sent out their captains very often.
Will be very heroic for you. How does it feel to win
He's like,
that?
all right, it's time for me to show up so that red team can finally get some character cards.
Whoa, you guys picked Sino. Everybody's hype, right? That's good. We're pumped, right?
Well, the other team asked for Sino to be paired with 2 good characters, and we only got 1, so unlucky.
Unlock. Well, you are the team captain. How do you feel about the characters? Do you feel like you guys can build some good stuff for tomorrow? Tomorrow's kind of our try-hard day.
Try-hard day.
A
Exciting.
lot of skills gonna have to come
I'm
from you guys,
excited.
'cause I was talking to some of your competitors. They feel like they've got some pretty good picks.
I'm excited to watch tomorrow's
massive
game.
disadvantage for tomorrow, considering our opponent's character cards at the moment. But we did pick up a few summon characters. Like right now, we just picked up Baiju, so I think we should have at least a shot.
At least a shot.
That's what I was saying. I was like, dude,
Astra,
Astra, the blue team has better character
it was very
cards.
difficult. So I wish you the best of luck. You guys have a whole night to think about it. Any shout-outs to Twitch for giving you such great character cards?
I wish Jean was a different character.
Oh, Wizard, what a joy, what a pleasure it always is to interview you as we will throw to our casters, and they will discuss our next part of the show. With all of our challenges complete, it's time to find the rest of our cards a new home in our drafting phase, and we will see where all these final characters will be going. Let's throw it over to our casters.
Today? I thought it was tomorrow. They're doing that all
Thank
today?
you so much, Slacks. So, I mean, I think the teams are pretty even in the number of character cards they have assigned to each other right now.
Yeah.
Jean
so I
hater.
think we're going to see a pretty even draft with the remainder of the character cards. Each team needs 30 character cards total, so then they can go on to build, I think it's 7 decks for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
7 decks.
I'm pretty excited to see how the rest of the cards
Why is
get
it
divided
7
up.
decks
So
if
they
they
each
have
have
8
15
people?
now, I believe, if I was counting correctly.
Am I
And
going
like said,
crazy?
or 12. They were evenly matched in each one, but Team Astra did manage to make off with more of the challenge cards, which again was handpicked by the organizers here to be very meta.
And here we see the highlights. Doom getting some
7 decks per
encouragement from
per
Team
team.
Astra.
Yeah. I think we did identify correctly though that the Sino deck is a little better because of Jean just being a little bit more utility than Albedo. I really do wonder if, you know, maybe setting up Albedo a little bit earlier with his skill just active on field and threatening maybe I haven't lost yet burst onto Sino, especially with that quick swap, would have been a better choice.
You know, I actually think it's not only Jean, but the fact that Baiju can heal.
Yeah.
I feel like the healing, you know, it he was taken out very quickly, but like I feel like it helped sustain Robot Wizard to the end of the round. Albedo really didn't have any utility at all other than just tanking damage. So yeah, other than the swirl, just Jean was just a bit more efficient with the heals as well. So
yeah, I mean, one of the things, of course, Doom did have to tune one of his I Haven't Lost Yets pretty early, and we saw instead Robot Wizard be able to use that on Jean, get that healing, and really put Sino back into a safer total for him to sweep. Although, in the end, I guess Sino didn't really need to take the field. I thought it was like Jean all the way. She left the
a deck per person or something.
I mean, that's what happens sometimes. Like, the intention is to let Sino sweep, but if the opportunity doesn't present itself, you know, sometimes the character that you're
unlucky.
like idling on can do the job for you. Because, I mean, the other player is going to see what you're doing and try to avoid, you know, the character you're trying to protect from sweeping.
True.
So, kind of like mind games going on if you think about it.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, definitely, you know, I really think there was potential there for Albedo to really threaten the burst a little bit more, but unfortunately didn't take the field until the very end. He's not a very good character to end on because his skill, of course, takes effect over multiple rounds, so you don't really want to use it at the end of the game.
Definitely, and you know, I do think that it was interesting seeing Catherine in that deck, and also the two quick swaps. I do think that they were potentially trying to play around Albedo, but like the fact that he never was the active character till the very end, like he didn't really get to do anything, so yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Oh, they actually have even amount of character cards, but
the current character cards assigned to each team. Team
Astra has
winning a
such
lot of
good
the
ones.
challenges, but Team Carnival winning a lot of the Twitch challenges, so there's an even number of cards on each side, and we're gonna have to go through the remaining roster to see, you know, who's gonna have what in the end.
Nahida.
Nahida immediately going to Astra. Okay,
Wow,
that's
Team Astra actually getting the first pick is pretty significant. I mean, I think Team Carnival, what would they pick? I mean, do they deny their opponents the ability to take Agent here? I mean, if they already have Nahida, though, they have an Electro Charge deck.
I think rather than focusing on denial for Team Carnival, I think they have to focus on like actually getting cards that they could like build compositions with, because they're severely missing Electro right now.
They are, but they picked Dea. Very interesting. So, I mean, it's at the same time you're trying to build your own characters, but you have to think about what characters your opponent not interested in, and you can save those for later. The higher priority pick ones are more important.
They have Dea now.
Yeah, and they did
going
go for
to Team
Agent.
Astra.
Oh my
That's
god,
what
they
I
have
was
the
thinking
two
would
Agent
go to Team
too.
Carnival, but they opted to go with Dea.
Yeah, I wonder if because they already saw Nahida, they didn't think their opponents were also going to take Agent. But Nahida is such a flexible character
Definitely.
that she can go in a lot of different decks. You know, Yae for Quicken, or, you know, again with that Oceanid Fischl.
Tomorrow is definitely going to be very interesting. Shangling going to Team Carnival. I think that's a very good choice, actually. Looks like Team Carnival is opting to choose between the Pyro characters right now. Definitely needed to diversify the elements currently on their team.
And Astra, Astra taking Shinchu. I wonder if that was with the current characters for Team Carnival in mind there. You know, Ganyu Shinchu, obviously a very good combination, especially now with Storm Terror's Lair added. If you've faced the deck before, it's a lot more consistent at drawing that freeze talent for Ganyu, but so denying Shinchu there is pretty big. He has a very unique burst and no other character has.
I definitely think Team Astra is in a position to be choosing characters that will, you know, deny Team Carnival certain team comps rather than choosing what characters they think will be optimal for current team comps they want to build.
We'll have to see. So I see them that they took Dea and then they went with Noelle.
Yeah,
Are they
I am
going
following.
After Ito?
I am following that train of thought. Yes, I thought that too.
Zhongli.
Ooh, Zhongli for Team Astra. That is quite the pick.
We'll see. If Carnival is going for the Ito deck, then they almost certainly want to pick it up now, just in case if the opponent is also going for some kind of double geo composition.
How many cards are they choosing
you know,
from?
with the Dea, Noelle, we're going to see Ito for sure.
We have Razor here, I think almost certainly going to pair with Chongyun. That's a pretty good combo.
Pretty strong core, definitely. Also, you know, having another Electro character, like they really need to diversify the elements right now, I think so.
Are we missing the Twitch characters on Carnival? Like, I don't see them with Sino. Oh no, okay, the characters are ordered.
They're on there already. Ooh, wait. Geolotral? I wonder if we're gonna see Geoshin.
It could be the Ocean. Surely Ocean would go with the other ones. I mean, I think they're picking flexible team compositions. So Zhongli, Lawachol could pair with Raiden.
Raiden as well. Yeah, that's
Ocean. Any of their several Electro characters with summons that they now have. I mean, that was a really stacked challenge, really, for them to win. And, you know, when the players heard about it, you know, they had very strong reactions.
I think that Nilo is definitely going to pair with Baiju. We might see a Bloom
Nilo.
comp from Team Carnival tomorrow.
Yeah, usually though, you know, Mona is one of the characters you want to pair, or Oceanid with Nilo there. So not having access to those, they'll need to pick up another Hydro. I'm not actually sure who is even left. Probably Kokomi, I think, going for more of a stall deck, or
Yeah, I
Barbara.
don't see any. Oh, there's
Barbara,
Barbara.
yeah. Barbara's going to Team Astra, actually. So.
I mean, Barbara's Hydro
I don't
application
have
actually is not
any
great, so
Hydro.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see Carnival go for Kokomi here.
I think Kokomi would be a good choice for Team Carnival for sure. Oh, Kujo Sara.
Kujo.
Who would you pair with Kujo Sara?
So Sara could be paired with Baizu there. I think those are pretty potent combination. You know, both of those skills last one round.
When you said Sarah, I was like, who?
Sarah and Baizu, procking
I was like,
quicken.
oh
They're
yeah,
very
Kujo
efficient at
Sara. I
using
was
up
like,
the
who
quicken
is
stacks,
Sarah?
very quickly.
She might go inside of a Quicken deck with Tignari.
Yeah.
Just because,
True.
you know, Yai, Miko, and Fischl are already on Team Master's side. Also, notably, after picking Barbara, they picked Ningguang. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to see a stall deck out of Team Master.
Beidou.
Oh, Beidou. Okay, Oh, they have Beidou Chung Razor.
Wait!
Okay.
That's so good, actually.
That is pretty good. Yeah, I completely missed out there. Very popular choice here, especially Beidou's talent also
There's
getting
so
buffed.
many
Could be
deck
a strong
combinations. I've only
inclusion
played
in
like
those decks.
2.
For those of you watching at home, by the way, so I mean, these
That's
players
me.
are going to use these
Me watching at
character
home.
cards that they're currently drafting to create decks tonight that they will go on to use tomorrow in a more competitive tournament format. I'm wondering what decks do you
Chongus.
think you're going to see tomorrow, and who do
Actually,
you
that would be
hope
kind
will
of fun.
win?
Yeah, if we maybe there's like a bingo card of like, you know, whoever. We could even like if so could make a website overnight where, you know, you have like everyone's
summon into
predictions.
existence.
Yeah, so everyone's predictions of what deck's going to be, and then you score points based on how many you get right. I mean, I do see Kenki. Almost certainly, I think we see going to be double monster Zonly Geo. I think it's going to be Lawachol.
Abyssal Resonance,
yeah,
right?
Abyssal with
Resonance. That makes sense. Kokomi there, that like you predicted, probably for the Bloom team.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Bloom is going to be very interesting because it's one of those decks that that plays very poorly if your opponent happens to be running Send Off. But if you're into any deck that isn't running any way to deal with summons, it's been very strong.
I mean, I don't think these teams are going to be sharing notes tonight.
No.
They're going to be keeping their secrets.
Yeah.
So, if they bring Send Off, they're going to have to think of that in advance, like which decks to put Send Off or Lament Guardian's Oath in.
Oh no.
Diona. Oh, I knew it!
Oh, is that what I think it is? They have Xingqiu and Diona. It's a
Let's
very...
go!
Viewers at home may not know about it. It's a very notable pair of characters among the TCG community. I won't spoil it for today because it seems like Team Astra is going to put us through a lot of pain. They're setting up for at least 2 stall decks by the looks of it, but not having to play fast anymore.
I mean, they might be also denying Team Carnival some things. So
They could.
Also, I see Candace on Team Carnival's side.
Yeah.
Candace is really good.
Yeah, Candace has been pretty good, especially after a buff.
Holy, how many?
Could be
Wait a
better.
second. Wait a second. Kaching wasn't already picked. Wait a second.
No.
That's so late to pick her. I feel like she's
Yeah.
super strong to take.
I mean, she pairs with specific characters well, but I think because Carnival doesn't have Bennett, they're not really incentivized to take Kaching, and so Astra, maybe knowing that, took Kaching pretty
22.
late. They prioritize characters that
I mean,
they really
wait. I
needed
thought
to
they were
fill.
limited to whatever was left or whatever they earned today. This is not that. This is not hard.
Get nerfs, so not as popular, but still a very strong.
I thought
deck.
they were like limited to whatever they earned today, but
Knowing that your opponent probably isn't interested in picking it after you've picked up Dea and Noelle makes a lot of sense.
You know, Team Astra did take Barbara, so there was the option to go bin without Noelle. No Noelle, but
I mean, right before Dea's nerf, you know, Dea was definitely the dominant version of that deck, so I'm not too surprised to see them go for it there.
I like the Ayaka pick for Team Astra. I think she could pair it well with Xingqiu. So
Yeah, we might see Ayaka actually as a finisher for the Wanderer Mona deck. You know, them not being able to pick up Shenhe or Eula or Chongyun, which is usually used as a third character, but Ayaka's still a very strong choice.
well, there's Kali for Team Carnival.
Yeah. So they're setting up for Quicken for sure.
I just realized that Team Astra, that other than Mago Kenki, Ayaka is the first cryo character.
It is
on their side.
Yeah, but
so...
I mean they have so many
Chosun.
electro options already. Oh no, they have Diona. You're forgetting about Diona.
Oh, they have Diona. I mean, she's gonna be in a stall deck, right?
And Kenki has cryo.
I said Kenki.
Oh, okay,
I said
so-
Mago Kenki. I said other than Mago Kenki, cheese, quick and chicken,
Do they have?
Jade
No, they
Plume
don't have
Terror
any other
Shroom. No, look, Demestra.
I guess they have Nahida. It's not the most. If you're missing Kole and Tignari, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to go for Clipper.
Well, I don't think either of these teams are gonna have the most perfect meta deck.
That's true.
Like there are some like that Team Astro could certainly build, also Team Carnival, but
Oh.
I think they're gonna go for meta adjacent. Oh, do we have to play rock paper scissors now?
Well, no, maybe tomorrow if Cube gets played in a dex. I think Team Carnival automatically should win because they picked Cube.
You know, I'm repping Team Astra, so I have to disagree with you. I'm sorry. Ooh, Ayato.
Yeah, Ayato did also, again, recently receive quite a set of buffs. Hasn't really been popping off, but, you know, in this kind of format where you're limited on card choices, cards that were previously not very played in tournament settings, competitive settings, are going to suddenly start shining when you're up against not perfectly streamlined decks as well.
There's Albedo. There's Albedo. I think we're nearing the end of the available characters. So
Here's a try. I mean, who's even left? Like, can you even identify based on this who is even left to pick? I mean, who haven't we seen?
I don't know. I was waiting for Albedo because I mean he's not in the best spot. Oh, Xiao.
Oh yeah, there
Oh,
it is.
there he is.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
I
Well,
was
this is
like
a different
plunging
game
attacks. Xiao.
altogether.
Kazaha. Kazaha.
Oh, got it. Amazing. Okay.
I don't know anymore. I'm out of it.
And we'll have to see. I mean, who? It's so hard to remember.
Kazaha and Albedo could be a good core, maybe.
Really? Geo and Animo? No.
No.
Oh,
Geo
there's
and
Mirror
Animo,
Maiden.
but-
Okay, so we have Mirror Maiden. Oh, of course, Cryo System
Oh,
Mage.
Cryo System Mage. I was thinking
Still
about that
left over.
too with Hu Tao.
Mhm.
Good pair with Hu Tao.
You know, Astra can throw back to Mirror Maiden, Oceanid, Fischl if they would like.
MMEC.
Yeah.
I
The
mean,
Terra of
that
the
would
meta.
definitely be representative of our first tournament here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much so. Well, see, who even is it's so hard to remember when you get down to these characters, because you almost never see them. Oh, how could I forget Kaya?
Kaya.
Honestly, I wonder why Kaya isn't picked as much. I feel like he's really good. Like, he's situationally good, but, like...
I mean, that's probably the reason. It's very situational, but maybe this is the situation. But we'll have to see.
I want to see Kaya Kokomi style.
yes.
Oh,
There's
Yao
Yao.
Yao. There's Yao Yao.
Yeah, you know, I think Baizu very much has replaced Yao Yao in a lot of cases.
Amber.
Amber.
Oh, Amber.
Oh, Amber.
I mean, Amber did get a buff a little bit to her talent card. I really want to see, especially with some of these lesser used characters, their talent cards got a significant change as well. Oh, Pyrolector.
Enjo.
Enjo.
Enjo. Yeah. I will always call the Pyrolector Enjo.
It's so hard to think about who is even left.
I know, it's like, everyone I think of
There's
is
gotta be at
someone
least
that's
three
already up
characters
there.
left
There
that,
has to be, right?
This is like the hardest trivia.
Lisa.
Oh, Lisa.
Wait, we even saw Lisa up here earlier and we couldn't
Yeah.
miss her.
Not in a great spot right now, but could be pretty good with some of these more stall options and healing options that are available now. You know, I really think some of these lesser used characters people haven't played with in a little while.
Yanfei was the last one.
This is going to be a good opportunity for them to try out, especially playing characters the other team isn't familiar with. You can really get ahead when they're not playing optimal decks.
I really like Yanfei, but I feel like she's in a really weird spot right now.
Yeah.
She's very focused around charge attacks, similar to Klee, but I think Klee is just normally the better pick if you're
It is.
going for Pyro, charge attack, catalyst.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope we can see some of these more unconventional characters used tomorrow during deck
Definitely.
building as
I mean,
well.
I'm sure we will. So with 30 characters, they have to use 21 of them. It's very possible, you know, the last couple of picks there towards the end, those are the characters they weren't thinking about using. But if one of them pairs particularly well with another two characters that they have, it might see an opportunity. I mean, Yanfei in particular did also get a pretty significant buff in the last patch. You know, she can build up more stacks there, do more charged attacks in a single round, which is pretty significant. I don't think people have really given her a chance, especially in the competitive scene, but her kit is very solid.
I would agree, and you know, as you're saying, the changes to the talents this patch
yeah.
has been really good. A lot of characters that were really strong before in the meta, like Ito, were nerfed.
Yeah.
And a lot of
That'll be
characters
interesting.
that were not exactly in like the best place.
No,
were a
I
bit
like
more
literally thought that they would only be playing with the cards that they won today.
bringing a character's like
That's why I was just like so surprised that they actually get to pick from the rest of the characters.
card definitely helps.
Because then it almost feels like the advantage that Astra had is no longer an advantage, if that makes sense.
I mean, it's still a competition very much different from Unix, but we're going to see a couple. There's at least 1 or 2 very conventional decks that are going to come out from other side.
Definitely.
But the rest of them is just all up for grabs.
Is
Like,
it?
It's anyone's guess what the teams decide to bring. You can also even think about what decks your opponent.
Because
might
I
be
mean, they
thinking about.
have
You know,
all the
as we
opportunity
whittle
to
down
create
the number of
more
decks, I'm sure we'll see them planning around. Okay, what are the
combinations,
opponents maybe
right?
going to bring next based on the characters they have left and haven't shown us.
Definitely. And you know, for now, I think we are going to be tossing you the stage one last time. We will see you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable job from our casters
Cool.
today. Thank you so much, Windflower, Leia, and of course, Mr. Brep. Thank you for an incredible cast, but thank you to our players as well. Congratulations, the draft is over. Our fun day has completed, and how are you feeling? Do you feel like you got some good cards coming out of that draft as well?
I think
They have Nilu.
we definitely have an advantage coming into tomorrow.
Okay, and Joggy, that's what I'm talking about. You know, he came in so so calm, so giving, and now we're gonna have an advantage tomorrow. That's what I like to hear. Hey, are you proud of your team? I mean, they kicked some serious butt in the challenges today.
Yeah, they definitely helped us a lot. Personally, for me, I didn't win a single game.
That's okay. That's what the team
She's
captain
not?
does.
I
They
see.
don't win anything, and then they let the peons do it for them. So you are a leader, okay? That's what's important. What was your favorite moment of the day from your team? I could definitely tell you mine. It was the drawing. My boy Birdie.
drawing was fun.
Incredible drawing from my boy Birdie. He
5-0
really carried you
almost
in my
every
opinion,
tournament.
but, you know, not winning, maybe that was the highlight of your day.
I've actually,
That's
well, I've never
teammates
watched any other
so much.
tournaments,
Yeah, it's
so
more fun
it'll
to
be
watch your
interesting,
teammates
I
win than
guess,
for
to
yourself.
watch it.
That's great. I'm glad you got a lot of enjoyment out of today then. Robot Wizard, I know before we went in that draft, you were saying to yourself, maybe a very slight, very tiny disadvantage. Do you feel better after the draft?
I think that disadvantage got widened.
Okay, great. Well, this is good. No problem there. But tomorrow truly is a test of skill. It is not just the cards you are given. It is about the determination that you and your team have. And you as a leader, even though you're at a disadvantage, you have to go out there tonight, you have to scream at your teammates, and you have to get them excited. What are your chances for tomorrow?
Less than 10%.
Less than 10%. What an incredible journey it will be when you win it
He's-
tomorrow.
he's
Indeed.
like,
We are
"What an
very excited
incredible
to see you."
journey.
Is there any hints you can give us for tomorrow's deck building? Who will we see?
Well, at the start of the stream, I said that Kevin's decks were really bad, but I think I'm going to have to resort to using them tomorrow.
Okay, fantastic. Kevin, I hope you're watching, my friend, because today is the day where your horrible decks are being used. Incredible.
All right, guys, I am gonna call it for here today. We're gonna be back tomorrow with the same time. Make sure you guys check out the survey, which is the survey and Astra Carnival and the download Genshin Impact. These links are all pinned to my chat. But yeah, we will be doing the same thing tomorrow. It will be the day 2 of the Prince Cup Winter Invitational. So I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same thing. And I think tomorrow's matches will be a lot more exciting because it won't be like troll pre-made decks, but instead they will be decks made by each team. So, alright. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.